Oh, to be honest, I don't know why the circle wasn't working yesterday. I don't know what broke. But I guess we'll try and work that out. I don't think it's anything to do with the shader, but we can run the game and find out. Come on. Yeah. So there's over there. So we assign V into the smooth version between V and C. So my thought is maybe it's that it's just two. Oh, we should stop doing that. It's definitely transferring all the buffer data across, which actually indicates an issue because it shouldn't be doing that. Why is it transferring it across every frame? Am I taking... because I changed the code that does that, didn't I? Leave that in while we check the code and go, let's make sure it only does it once. Update circle data. Query for circle data, then buffer. So you happen in here. Something like run if circles query circle data. Wait, if we don't actually need to change circle data, we just grab the unit. We don't actually need to care if what the data was. And removed is removed components. Circle. Right, and we want this to not the circles is empty and removed is empty. We should only run once now because we're only like adding the circles in, we're not constantly changing them. So it should be that it doesn't constantly rewrite the whole thing. Okay. So is it still spamming it? Nope, it's still spamming it. Okay. Why is it constantly saying that the circle buffer is changing? Circle text engineer, remove components that are changing. Circle. Wait, no. Well, I think it's gonna make a difference, but you know, removed is empty. Okay. Probably like a thing here and do like print line, updating the circles. Updating. I don't get why it's constantly running, because like I managed to get the other one not to constantly run. Okay, so it's definitely just triggering the run condition constantly. Oh right, the other one I said to specifically go in there and make sure that the see, I feel like I'm gonna have to store inside here like an array or something to look up, make sure that the specific thing is missing. I mean, that shouldn't be too bad. So just don't clear it. Because I think it extracts every frame. gotta be able to stop that, because that seems a bit overkill. But anyway, what we'll do is we'll pop over to the shadow and here, and we're gonna say we'll just do like the entity that it relates to. Circle entities, which is just going to be I guess it's a vec of entity. That, and then you, and then it's just circles new vector that. So we need the entity as well as the circle entity. Okay. Okay, and then yeah, circles to push. Except we need to go update circles. So you need to be changed. Oh no, because again, it's just gonna run every time. It's always changed. Yeah, we can still pretend like we're gonna. Right. So because it's always changed, we're just gonna end up running through it all the time. So we're gonna be like let it change equals false, so that we can alright, so we're gonna go if buffer dot circle entities dot find first okay, I don't use a hash map because hash maps are slow. Index equal buffer dot circle entities dot header dot it's not fold. I just want to, it could be fold for each header dot, it's not map though. We could map and say like no, header dot enumerate, and you say like I comma e. Why have I got it? I comma e, and you say if e equals empty, then return some I, some I, else return none, and then we want to go dot no, it's not fold, I don't think. Well, fold would work. There's something you do, like it's specifically to do with operand, like when you have an array, the thing of operands. Find. What does find actually do? Maybe it is find that we want. Searches for an element of an iterator that satisfies the predicate. Okay, and then find takes a closure returning true or false. This applies to each enemy in the iterator, and if any of them return true, then find returns some element. And if they all return false, it returns none. Okay. Maybe at some point I'm going to do ray matching, because I think that's like a cool thing to try and learn. But at the moment, I'm just trying to get like SDF fields to render in 2D and then 3D, and then I'll ray match from there if I have if I can work out how to do it, I guess. So I think this is gonna be more like a, so find. I assume find takes in item. Okay, so but find has to also return reference to. Okay, not that one. Find comment e e equals entity. That's annoying. So I reckon we need to get rid of this bit. Oop, undo. Get rid of this. Say find. There's got to be a better way of doing that. Let index comma. Okay, so it's alright. Commas is underscore here at the actual entity that's written there, because we already know what it is because we already have a copy. Let sum equal buffer else. So if it didn't find it in the list, put it in the list. Buffers. I guess it's an if let sum kind of thing. So we say like buffers circle entities dot push entity and circles push circle continue. Okay, so if let sum, because then we can and then that's our else statement there. So basically if it doesn't exist, and then we need to set change, because if we get in here it means we've added something, so we say change is true. You're saying you get an identity. Okay, so can we like dereference this so that it's a equality? Okay. With default binding mode move. Huh. I will just dereference it then. It still doesn't like it because we need to double dereference it. Annoying. Okay. So we get changed and we say okay. So if let sum right. So if we find an I, then we say if buffers dot circles I equals circle continue, otherwise buffers to circle equals this and change equals true. All right. You're gonna say me that I can't index. Oh, okay, that's annoying because it means I can't. Okay, so get label, set label, push. Oh no. So we can't take it out. We can't. Okay. So maybe we should, instead of doing this, just say I guess we can just trigger changed, and then we just have to iterate through everything. We have to clear the array. So we basically just say we only care about that particular case because we can't index it apparently. So if circle, can I get? No. Oh, that's not. How do I? Is empty binding buffer capacity label get len push reverse set label truncate right buffer. Why can't I access the actual underlying types though? Because it's there, I'm fairly sure at least. Okay, buffer vec. Oh, it holds it in U8 form, the actual data. So when we push something, it must convert it to bytes and stick it on the file. Adds a new value and returns index. So we're using a storage buffer at the moment, but is it possible to use a uniform array? Can I be like at group 0 binding 21, but anyway. It's a circle. Can we see it's a uniform and it's an array? I think it said you can't use variable sized arrays that is uniforms, but it's not going to work with this. Can I just return? Can I just comment this all out and return so I can get it to compile? Okay. Because sticking it in a uniform array would be smarter than sticking it in a storage, because then I can use an I don't think vectors are allowed to be used as uniform types. Okay. Well, it doesn't seem to complain. Oh no, it does. Global variable type flags. The data can host shareable, creation resolved, do not meet the requirements. Sized. Yeah, okay. So I can't stick it in a uniform because it's not sized. Okay, I think it's that idea. Maybe when I create the storage buffer, we can call it storage, and then there was something else. There's like a buffer usage, the copy destination. It's blast input. That's buffer to be used as an input for a bottom level acceleration structure build. Okay, no. Let's go here. We can read what all these do. Okay, so map read. That's a buffer to be mapped for reading using async. Okay. This does not include creating a buffer with buffer mapped at creation set. In future, map primary buffers in the neighborhood. If like the only other may have to be copied destination. Okay, so map right allows a buffer. Okay, copy source allows a buffer to be the source buffer of a copy buffer to buffer or copy buffer to texture. Okay. Copy destination allows a buffer to be the destination for a buffer to buffer and a copy text buffer. Clear buffer or write buffer operation. Okay. Index allows a buffer to be the index buffer in the draw operation in vertex uniform storage. Okay. Indirect query resolve. Destination buffer. Okay. Blast and okay. Blast. That to be used as top level like okay. Okay. So it's gonna have to be storage. I was thinking maybe like it's missing like a destination, like it needs a copy destination or something, but no. Annoying. What other buffers do we have access to? Okay, so there's a GPU array buffer. Stores an array of elements to be transferred to the GPU and made accessible to shaders as read-only array. Okay. On platforms that support storage buffers, this is equivalent to a buffer vec. Otherwise, this falls back to the dynamic offset uniform buffer with the largest array of type T that fits within the uniform buffer binding within reasonable limits. Okay. Dynamic storage buffer. Other options for storing. Yeah. There's a dynamic storage buffer, which I don't think exactly what we want. Stores data in a transfer to GPU. Accessible to shader as a dynamic storage buffer. This is just a storage buffer, but also allows to set dynamic offsets. Okay. Don't think that matters. There's dynamic uniform, raw buffer, storage buffer. Stores data again. Okay, and texture and the uniform. Okay, so the only other one to try is the GPU array buffer, because I think it's not going to work because it's basically just a buffer but more flexible. GPU array buffer. We say it's an array of circles because it's the same as a buffer vec, except designed to be able to be more flexible. GPU array buffer, no. And so we don't have, oh, we have to actually generate it at the time. Okay. I mean, there's no reason we can't, but what's happening there, if I'm guessing correctly, is that this will check to see if the limit, device limits maximum storage buffers per shader stage 0, then make a uniform buffer with limits. Okay, so then okay, so it basically queries what it can make, otherwise it makes a storage buffer, which obviously means I still can't access the data. All right, now no point making it more complicated than it needs to be, so it's buffer vec, and then we need buffer usage is storage. We have to annoyingly do this reserve one, which is so stupid. Okay, let's go to circles here, come down here, and then go, okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to say change this false, which means we also need to, like, I mean, we can leave that as changed. I still don't know how to make it not pull it out every time. But we're just going to say all circles, which is just going to be a query for wait, there's no way to look up what the fucking circle is. So that means we need to keep like a local. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, maybe we can, no, because again, without any way of accessing what the circle is, let's see if I can find something that's like Bevy extract render changes every there's definitely a way. This is everything's gonna be old. It's got to be some kind of way of saying like, hey, extract component describes how a component gets extracted from the render world. Okay. Therefore, the component is transferred from the to the render world in the extract schedule step. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Then we add the extract system, right? Somewhere up here, the extract plugin. Okay, so when I add you, what do you do? Only extract visible? Well, that could probably help, but okay. So yeah, so plugin that we add the sync components plugin. Plugin that registers a component for automatic sync to the render world. See sync world plugin. For more information, this plugin is automatically added by and only needs to be added for manual extraction implementations. Okay, we might do that then, because god damn it. Implementation details. It adds sync to render world as a required component to make the sync world plugin aware of the component and handles cleaning up of the component if the render world were to remove from the component in the render world if it is removed from an entity. Okay, warning. This is when the component is removed from the main world entity, all components are removed from the entity in the render world. This is done in order to handle logic. Okay, that seems fine. So I'm assuming all you do is you just register required component, sync to render world, mute register component hook on remove. It's interesting. that's interesting because that implies that you can't have an on remove hook on anything that you want to extract from the world. Huh. Pending world. Pending sync entities, pending push. Okay, that's interesting. So if let render world get subword render world, if some only extract visible components, extract components. Previously. So it's like entity query item in query, and then let if let some component equals c extract component query item value push entity component. Okay. Components entity remove. Yeah. Okay. This is a local, like, to help cache things. Try and set batch. Okay. And extract visual component just has a view visibility. Okay. So we may have to implement our own extraction thing, because as you can see, it just adds. Oh, I don't know where it went. Extract component. It adds a system in the extract schedule, extract visible components, and it just does it every time. It doesn't query filter. Oh, wait. There you go. Query filter. That's what we're looking for. Circle. It's an extract component. Query filter. Changed. Wait. Yeah. Self. Wait. Yeah. Circle changed. Okay. We're. So changed self or changed transform. We could say global transform. Yeah, global transform, because if you move the transform it doesn't work. Anyway, so now we extract only when it's changed. I do feel like that's going to make it impossible to remove. We might need a double OR, because we want it to extract. Because we also need to do this on because the extract runs. There was a sync to world. I think that means that, like, if I remove the entity, that might work. I'm not entirely sure. I think it should. Like, in my head, the fact that when we add the extract thing, the extract components plugin, it does this sync to world plugin, sync component, and then that adds a on remove hook to our component that makes it depending. So when we take the circle off, it should remove it from the render world. So this query only needs to check when it needs to be extracted, not when it needs to be removed. So that should work. I think, I don't know, you know. So doing that should now mean that we still have you only running when something's changed. Yep. Only when that's those two change, which means that we can now go back to just saying, like, buffer dot circles dot clear, and then buffer dot circles dot push circle. Yeah, the reference to circle. Okay. Something like that. Yep. Now, the issue with this is that
I wasn't even moving the circles and it wasn't working, so I'm just kind of thinking across praying here that the fact that they were resending every single frame was causing the issue. Hey. Okay. Well, at the very least, it's not spamming the thing with changed circles all the time. Okay. And yeah, we don't want it changed. We need all of them to be written every time. Which is interesting. So we've broken something inside the shader. Yeah. What's confusing me is that it was definitely working. Like, so what have we changed inside the shader recently? So that's not going to be helpful because that's post me breaking it. So that's just rendering exactly 2 circles. Why are the circles not moving? That's my question. So probably got something to do with the offset. Probably. What was the logic? So we have this circle. Clip position. Okay, so it was something. Okay. So what if we just pass in view.offset plus clip position? Okay, well, apparently the circles are gone now, so that's probably in that top left corner, isn't it? And then again, because it's not actually updating it properly. What if we said view dot size divided by 2? Divide by 2. I'll swap it to a times a half in a second. Still don't see it. Okay. Yeah, we have to kind of reset the camera position so that we know that it would be in the center of the screen. Okay. Interesting that it's still not there, which throws me even more. So view.offset, because offset should just be 0 at the moment because we're not moved. Okay, now it's just not rendering anything, so that's actually what's wrong. Okay, so I don't see any circles. It throws me even more through a loop. Okay. So first off, there's array length reference to circles. Okay. Okay, so if I equals 1, just return yeah, green. Okay, well that's interesting because that implies that when we get in here that there is nothing in the actual, there's nothing here. We're not actually writing the circles to the shader. That, or it's not this shader that it's using. That wouldn't make any sense. We just, if true, return, if true, return green. Okay, so we're getting to here. We're not. Okay, if I equals 0. Oh, I closed the game. Okay, so I is equal to 0. If I equals 1, we're never hitting 1. So the array length of circles is 1. So even then it's I less than. So I don't know if it, I think it assigns this, it checks this, it does this at the end, I think, which means that like array y is not less than 0. Oh yeah, okay. So that should mean that like it guarantees that it'll run. So it's only running once, and even then I don't actually think it's running properly. Why is it not passing the right amount of circles over? So something said it. So we update circle type. Somewhere it says it's printing so many, it was sending so many circles. One of these things writes the buffers, right buffers, right. Okay. Is it here? So if shape is changed, get the bypass change detection buffer.write device query, and then we write buffer to circles len. So we are writing buffers, and then this writes the circle buffer. Okay, so and it's not empty. So let's continue debugging the problem. So can we print line updating circle? Let's get it to print, and maybe it's just sending shoddy data. That wouldn't make any sense because we're supposedly sending 25 circles, but it's not reading 25 as the I. So the array length is just wrong. Alright, so the renderboard's definitely getting the correct circles. Like we're actually putting the correct circle data in. But why is it only actually having one circle? Am I just iterating wrong? Okay, so we go here. We're going to say if array length circles equals 0, return green. Okay, so it's not green, which means it's not 0, and it should be 25. Okay, it's not 25. If array length is 1, it's okay, so it's 1. That's confusing. Okay, and you can't do that. It has to be a reference. Dot. No, can't do that. Okay. I'm sure I had something open up talking about array length. WGSL. Array length. Yeah, so you should just be able to call a reference to array length. Wait, do we have this problem? No, I've set it there, so that's not a problem. Why is circles length 1? Because I reserved 1. I bet ya it's because I reserved 1. So right buffers, go here. Okay, so you reserve capacity of 1, which means we either never write this information, or we never end up here rewriting the information. Can we put a print here and say print line writing circle to shader buffer, and then we're going to remove the one that says that in here, so it's updating circles, which we can get rid of because we know that the correct circles are being added to the list. We go here and go. No, it's in chat here. We go, okay. You are okay. So we say buffer, shader buffer, bypass, change detection, buffer, write buffers. So you will actually tell me if it at least gets to the right thing. So my question is like, is it because when I'm calling reserve, am I like somehow locking the size? And therefore when I reserve more, if I don't reserve more, it creates a buffer on the render device with the size of at least capacity, unless such a buffer already exists. If a buffer exists but is too small, references to it will be discarded and a new buffer will be created. Interesting. Do I have to then update my render stuff? Possibly. Will be created. Any previously created buffers that are no longer referenced will be deleted by the renderer once it is done using them, typically 1 to 2 frames. Okay. In addition to any buffer usage provided when the buffer vec was created, the buffer on the render device is marked as buffer copy. Okay, interesting. So we say, hey, is your data empty? Otherwise we return it, I'm going to create it. Okay, so self reserve this, and this returns, it does something, and some buffer self buffer else return. Interesting. This is unreachable, but I understand. And then we say like q write buffer, and we say buffer offset of 0 self data. Okay, so we call reserve here. We say, hey, is my capacity less than or equal to this capacity, and not self dot label changed. Let's work out what this label change is used. That might be important. And not label changed. I wonder what label changed. Why that? Okay. Anyway, self dot capacity equals capacity. Size is equal to the u. Yeah. So the t min times size. Non-zero. Okay, so when you call from it, it's obviously 0 or okay, min size. Okay, so then we come capacity, and then we say size dot buffer equals device create buffer self dot label as dref. Size. I wonder what the label is. Okay, so self label dot as diref. Converts from option to option. Okay, so size as buffer address. Buffer. Okay, usage. So copy destination plus buffer usage. Okay. Map at creation. Map declaration allows a buffer to be mapped immediately after they are made. This is done. It does not have to be map read or map write. All buffers are allowed to be mapped at creation. If true, size must be a multiple of buffer alignment. Interesting. And self.label change is false. Right, so if you change the label, it automatically runs this. That's what this is doing, regardless of what the capacity is. Interesting. So create buffer. You return a buffer. And so the buffer, does the buffer hold it like a... I'm pretty sure the buffer... Yeah, so buffer ID and a value. So I reckon when we say create buffer, map context, total size, initial range, sub range. Okay. New. Okay, description. Okay, so map. Wait, where do you pull the buffer? Dispatch buffer. So this creates the buffer itself. What we're trying to work out is usage. This is a buffer. This is a... It's very confusing. Oh, okay. You're a buffer from this. Okay. So we go here. We say, okay, so your buffer ID, which is a non-zero U32. So this ID and slice and unmap. Okay, from buffer. So you say that this is buffer ID new and WGPU wrapper new. Interesting. So I'm assuming it must request it from the GPU for the ID or something. Which makes me go, maybe the issue is that somewhere I define something. See, with the other two that I've had have been fixed sizes, whereas this one changes size, so it like reallocates the buffer, which means at some point, where do we store the buffer? Somewhere in the shader we like assign this equals right buffer. Where is it? Here. So this is the layout group, so the layout's not going to change, but the bind group does. Okay, here. So that's what I'm interested. So the resource here, it says technically this one. So this resource, when we render device create bind group, okay, so I think one thing is we should probably be doing this every frame. These two lines are required in order to trigger the upload. Okay, so okay, so if we grab the display device as well, which we already have because we're writing the buffers. Cool. So can we say like let new need just go rebind equals false, right? And so you don't need to rebind because the data stored in you is fixed size, but you, when we call white plus change detection, white buffers. Interesting. So what I should probably do is have you're mutable, yeah. So we can probably do something along the lines of having this store the size it was and the size it is. So if it only calls redraw it, if needs rebind is true, and then we go to the bottom here and we say if need rebind let bind group equals device create bind group. The label is stiff. The layout is, well, we would need access to the pipeline. Which is a res custom pipeline, custom phase pipeline. Right, this custom phase pipeline. A pipeline dot layout, that, and then entries is an array I don't know what this dot, what the fuck is this? No. Why are you 2vecing it either? Okay. This is this, and then we can say buffers dot bind group equals bind group. Like that. I assume this is what we need to do. Yep, please fix that and rebinding. Okay. Let's see if this works. Hey, look, it's gone green. I don't know if that means anything really. 2. Hey, except because it's if equals 1, which means we're at least getting here. Hey, a sequence of circles. We still have the ability to move, which is annoying. Does that mean we're just like not sending the offset correctly? View display, offset size. Alright, I need you to. Alright, you can stop printing this kind of stuff now. Circles. It's fine. It's in shader here. You go here, you go here, and you go, okay. So, display right buffer. If self changed or self.buffer is none. What causes changed though? Add usage triggers changed. Changing the label equals changed. But setting the value doesn't equal change. So once it's created this buffer, it shouldn't be changing it. So say else ifs let some buffer self buffer. When we say quote right q right buffer 0. Okay, so this should be sending the display data to the screen. So unless I'm messing something up, right? It's possible. Okay, so what's happening here is we've seemed to have broken the ability to move the camera around. So that's step camera. So single transform with camera. This prints out where we move the camera. So why is that not working? That should work. We're putting it, it's a 2D camera on it, right? When we spawn camera, start. We spawn the camera, we stick a 2D a new, and then 2D sticks a camera new. So the transform has a camera. Oh, this is the question. We just track down the camera. There you go. Camera. It has a camera. Transform. Okay, so pressing keys doesn't move the camera. That's why nothing's moving, is because it's literally just not registering my movements. So startups obviously still running, spawn circles is running. Updates either not running these or they're not detecting the camera, which I think is not detecting the camera. So mutable transform with camera. What do you mean? Okay, so it's going to run every single frame. Print line, panning camera. If this isn't screaming in the console's panning camera, it means we're never getting it here, which means for some reason, single mutable transform with camera doesn't exist. Okay, so for some reason, this camera is not the same camera with camera. Wait, you mean, okay. You have a transform, mutable transform with camera. Why is this not running? Camera main texture usage. Camera render graph. Is it camera 2D? If I set it to camera 2D and it starts working in camera, the only thing I could think, if this works, is that it's a different camera component. But that wouldn't make sense because this would complain that it's not a component if it was. It'd be weird if Bevy had two camera components. No, it's still not finding it. So either set default material, startup, spawn camera. Does orbit work? Maybe orbit's just breaking something. No, that would make sense. Interesting. Why are you not running? No, clicking keys out here doesn't help. Interesting. What we should check actually is if we run it and we go into here and we say hey, camera and then I press O. What have I done? Orbit also requests a mutable transform with camera. So if I said like fn test, I just print line is a test function. Okay, then we're going to go up here and we're going to say, hey, when we're running all the other camera shit, test. Like maybe a broken update. Can't imagine I have, but no, the test function is running fine. I know what's wrong. I added the editor. And I'm using single. Okay, which is why it's not working. How do I mark my camera? Probably using the SDF camera. With SDF camera. So what's happening is that the editor's spawning additional cameras, and because I've got these saying only target the single camera, they're not running because there's not only one camera. Whereas the single only runs if there's exactly one camera. Okay, there we go. We still have to flip that. That feels really weird. Okay. I want to spawn a cube in and make sure I'm not accidentally got the camera upside down. How do we when we pan the camera, which we can stop spamming the console now. When I press W, I move up the screen, which pushes everything down, which is weird. Okay. That should be fine. I just want to double check that that is actually what that's supposed to be doing. So in startup, we just like just commands dot spawn. Is it like sprite? Something like that. Just basically a cube at 0, 0. Just so I can see that it is in fact moving down when I press up. And that I'm not just crazy. It's a white cube. Oh. Okay. Anyway, to be honest, that makes even less sense. So I press up. Right, that makes sense because the camera's moving up. Yeah. It's just because the background's moving in a different direction, it's confusing me. Yeah, okay. And at a different rate, which is a little weird. It's very weird that they move at a different rate. Why does it move at a different rate? Because I'm dividing something by 2. What am I dividing by 2 though? Anyway, we should fix that when we pass it into the shader so that I don't have to remember to fix it all the time. So where is that? That's in the extract. So here. Now, somewhere I'm updating camera position. Where to the extracted camera, this. So it's not just this, it's that we need this to be a vec2 new t.x and t.y, but we need to be negative y. Need to invert it. I think that should just fix it. It's obviously going to be still wrong scale. Not quite sure why the scale is different. I would have thought it'd be pixel perfect, but you know. Oh, it is. Okay. Okay. So looking at that, we need a better K value. A bigger K value. What is our K value? 10? Okay. I need some kind of way of indicating each circle. We should give each circle a color as well. That's another thing. All right. All right. I don't know. Should probably just like make you stop rendering this. Interesting, interesting. You... Yeah, they don't seem to be blending very well. I wonder if that's because I'm blending everything. I don't know. I made the blend value like really high, like 100. Okay, so that just seems to have made them all bigger. It hasn't actually blended them at all. But they're not blending. Why are they not blending? Okay, first off, let's just turn off smooth. Let's just say if C is less than 0. Right. So that's what they're supposed to look like. Right. And then we smooth uniform from C to V. Oh. So they get this sort of green halo around them, which interestingly, it's just making them bigger. It's not actually blending them. So V is 0. Okay. So maybe it's if I is greater than 0. That. Oh, so it's only, okay, then only, no, it's not. Well, okay, that's kind of an issue? No. If V is less than, so. No, so we need to do the V stuff, maybe it's for I. This is drawing every circle, and then for every circle we need to draw every circle. Don't we? That's what's going on. So we need to like move the V in here, and we need to go like for var I think it's J youth 32 equals is it I J array when it's J continue if J equals I. Well, first off, we don't need that because we're doing it anyway. I'm going to say C2 is a different circle, and then V equals the smoothing of the two circles. And then we say if V is less than 0, return red. What? Expect do that. Okay. So no mode scope V. What do you mean? Right here. Unknown identifier. It's right there. Except you're C and C2. Okay, maybe we should do var C, and then we say that C equals C and C2, and then C less than. Oh, it's this V that it's complaining about. Does that blend them? They look more blended. So first off, let's go back in here and I like that little bit debuggy thing of being like, if C is less than 0, then we return red for the inside of a shape, and then if we get to here, we return 1. This is green for the for smooth. Right. Nope. So apparently, right, so what that's saying is we're drawing the same circles multiple times. It's only you don't get drawn. Let's see. I don't quite get it. The red for the inside of the shape. So C is the only one that returns. I equals. Okay. So this is the only shape that's ever returning less than 1. And then this checks every other shape. Okay, that doesn't make sense. Can we move it up into here? No, that didn't change anything. Why is it? Okay, I also kind of want to get rid of this background stuff anyway. We may make the background white, please. Just return. Well, probably not white. Okay. Maybe something like dark gray, just so that it's like a really bright gray. There. So why are they all green? I do not understand. So we iterate through every circle. All right, that's what this is doing. All right, so now every circle should be red. Okay. Then for each circle, we get circle J. Can we now like go for each circle J? I want to like say if circle J dot center equals offset. Is it viewed offset or just offset? Yeah, I think it's just offset. Then return green. Can't do that apparently because the if condition. What do you mean if condition not? Is not Boolean scalar. Do I have to do this? No. What is your problem? This circles J dot center, right, which is a circle dot center equals offset. Less than offset. No, it's not returning a boolean for some reason. Okay, the if condition. How do I write if? Yeah, it's just if. If your if condition less than condition. What do you mean? Failed to build the invalid expression. The if condition 47 is not a boolean scalar. If offset less than circle J. What the fuck do you mean? Well, this makes me think if true. This makes me feel like that's where my issue may be lying. Okay, so only circle 1 gets it. Okay, so looking at it, it seems like it might just be that. So we iterate through I. And then from I we iterate through everything else. Maybe what we should do is we should start J at 0 and iterate J up till I. Okay, now we've got a second circle. Right, because it draws the red one in it. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So we'll do nothing now. So now it draws all the circles again. Okay. So we go, okay. So you calculate the second circle, which is the offset this. Okay. Alright, so circle J, yep. Then we're gonna say C is the smooth of those two. which again doesn't do anything, so we're not actually returning anything. So if C is less than 0, oh, that's act float for some reason. Okay, return green, union of shapes. Okay, well, that works now because it's actually rendering green where the shape's supposed to be unioned. So that's cool. I think what it was doing before was each shape was then, like the first shape would go through and color everything in, and then the next shape will skip it because it's already been colored in. So instead we want to go through each shape and then check all previously done shapes and union from there, which is fun. Fun. Okay. So with RC, okay, so I think technically we could make this even quicker. Maybe we should get a frame rate going so we can actually calculate how quick this is going. I think other things start to limit my frame rate though, because I don't think I've ever got about 1000 FPS, so it's not necessarily the best frame rate thing. Then I don't know how to check frame rate on something like a shader, like alone. So set the window plugin, primary windows on, go away. It's think so window v no, is it here? No, from window. Okay, window plugin, close and requested. Okay, so it's going to be inside window. Oh, window resolution, alpha mode, resize, enable buttons. Window theme, children. Says taskbar. What's the mode? Maybe a mode. Mode is window mode. Nope, that's full screen apparently. Present mode. There it is. Okay. Present mode. Auto VSync. No, it's honestly like V. Immediate. Maybe. Immediate. Present the frame. Presentation frames are not queued at all. The moment the presentation command is executed on the GPU, the presented image is swapped onto the front buffer immediately. This is traditionally called VSync off. Cool. It's not going to really do anything, but that maybe make my computer go a bit harder because it's going to try and render as much as it can. We need a frame counter. FPS display or FPS update, maybe update. Right, and then we need to also draw FPS widget. New commands. Okay, we do that. We go here, we go commands dot spawn. Yeah, we need a node like that. A background color, which is a color RGB, linear RGB 0.3, like that. Nice gray. Need to wrap this like that. Okay, dot with child, I guess. Need a marker, so component struct FPS, yeah, FPS widget. Actually, maybe enum. So FPS widget, and then the enum is that you are. God, what is the problem? FPS. Frame time, and running. That's average. Average. There we go. So we go with children. Okay, maybe we just go like comma. That's the wrong spot for it. Here. Yeah. Like this. We go children. And we say this, and this. Okay, then we say you are framed, your average, your FPS widget, frame time, and your FPS widget FPS. Okay, so we're going to need to turn the diagnostics on. They should be on by default, I think. Maybe not. No. It's going to be like Bevy diagnostics frame plugin frame time diagnostics plugin. Okay, so that should add all the diagnostics we need, and then we go here and say width is our we've got pixels, and we'll say it's like 200. Height is percent 33. Everything else can be default. Okay, so we want this to have required, so require text. Okay, so okay, so update FPS. So we need mute query mute text query mute text FPS widget like that, and we're gonna go diagnostics. Where's diagnostics? I think this is just diagnostics in the I think that's just a thing you can do. Yeah, diagnostics. So leave that for now. So we're gonna go like for text in for mute text text widget in text mute text. Okay, there we go. Here we match widget with FPS, and we say, hey, some get diagnostics, get a diagnosis thread. It's not section, it's just, I think it's just dot value. Okay, oops, that's apparently not how you set it. There's definitely a way to set it. Can I not just set it to 0? Okay. There's a way to get the diagnostics out. Let's just some frame time is equal to frame time. Yep. Okay. Yep. You can correct that one and correct this one, please. Okay. Average frame time. No. Okay. So that's apparently not how you get diagnostics. So when it's something like. Okay. diagnostics dot. So we can only add. That's a pain. Okay, fine. We want to go res dot diagnostic store like that. Then we're going to go get is your reference, and then dot unwrap or 0. Not a float. Okay. Nope. So FPS is that. Frame time. Let's just not bother with that. Dot unwrap. I assume I actually don't know what it gives me frame time in. I think the default for frame time is in milliseconds. Wait, doesn't frame time just oh. Diagnostics just implement display, don't they? No? But there was a whole thing you could do about like specifying the unit or something, or, like displays. Unwrap all just 0. And then average frame time. It's not how that works. It's dot get diagnostics FPS like that, and then instead of doing this we say average dot average unwrap or 0. And that's what not average frame time, average FPS. So that should then display the FPS when we add these to our systems. So in startup, I think we need default, don't we? So in startup we can spawn. Nope, not more circles. Maybe not circles. It's a draw FPS widget like that, and then in update probably put it in its own thing because it's going to use its own thing, and the systems update and update FPS update FPS update. Right. Diagnostics is that. Okay. Then we restart and we see what we got. Okay. Well, the answer is we got nothing. Oh. I hate that the fucking thing does that. Because the editor gets in first, it gets the fucking default camera. You are the is default UI camera. Okay. We need to move it down a little bit. Like, give it some padding. We've got 25 pixels of padding around. Apparently it's a little bit too long. I want to say that I can give you like a text layout and say something like that, maybe. Apparently that's not correct. Okay, text layout. Justify text justify center. No, don't know what. No. Line break. No wrap. Text justify. Text. Just. No. Yeah, justify text. Left. And then this line break. Line break. Oh. No right. Okay.
I don't know how to get them to be on separate lines. I think it's probably here when you like flex wrap. Flex wrap. Okay. No idea what it's actually doing. Also, did you stick like a new lines in there somewhere? Why are you complaining? Okay. It's kind of working. It's only about 200 FPS, which feels kind of bad. It should be in the thousands of FPS, but there's probably something else causing it to go down. It doesn't like that I've called it FPS. Oh, fuck. God damn it. I have just spread my fucking drink all over my goddamn keyboard. Okay. I will be right back as I gotta go get a rag or something. Okay, back to working on this. I'm just curious. The average FPS is at 220. If I went here and said, hey, instead of like calculating the offset thousands of times, what if we like pre-compute the offset before we start this loop? Because the pixel offset's exactly the same every time. Ooh, that's not good. It's put some green ones all over the place. Oh, because I'm probably passing in, yeah, it's still offset, so. Okay, didn't really do anything. Anyway. Whee! Alright, return orbit off. But I find it interesting that this is like, there must be like a second one in there somewhere, because it's doing this weird like smoothing. Same with this one, there's like, there must be a second sphere underneath. What if I made my like smoothing like even higher? That hasn't really done anything except making those a little bit bigger. Okay. So I guess next we add color as like a parameter that gets passed in. So nope.
Why did this restart? I must have like oh, you know what? I probably hit up and enter while I was cleaning my keyboard, and it's all like buffered. Okay, anyway, so you can go away because we never use you now. Now I do feel like I was doing something that I'm like, I should make that a thing that let's fucking fix you. First up, let's make, I think you public to the crate. We can shut up about having access. So we don't need access to all circles. We do. We've already got access to all circles. Okay, then we'll get you to go away. And same with you. You go away now. You, okay. Unnecessary parentheses. Yes, unnecessary parentheses. Okay. Done. Alright, so there's still a yellow line somewhere. We'll track down. Oh, we're not using these. Function check is never used. Okay. We don't use the GPRA buffer. Somewhere, I'm sure there was something I was doing that I was like, I should make this its own thing so that shapes can do it, but I guess not. Probably the reassigning of the buffer. Yeah, I think I want to do... I don't know if it'll save me any real compute, but we should probably say like need rebinding equals is it or equals, because that means if later on I change something else that lets it do that, we call write buffers, and you return a boolean, and so the way you're going to work is we're going to have circles here. So we're going to go into the... Yeah, so we're going to make a new struct. And this is going to be a shape buffer. Again, this is that whole pre-optimization kind of thing. Like I'm optimizing something that I don't really need to. So shape buffer is going to have a T. And then we're going to say, I think T needs to be shaded type for this to work. So shaded type. Like that. Then we say, yeah, data. That's what data. And then we're going to say, like that, right? T, what is your problem? You're saying that T needs to write into write into. It's not correct at all. I don't know where write into is coming from. Is the issue? Is that one? Let's qualify it. Okay, so now we can do that, and then in circle up here, we're going to say it's a shape buffer. Shape buffer. Wrong shape buffer. Why is it not using my one by default? Okay, shape buffer like this. Except your circles isn't public anymore. Call that private. Okay, so then here we need to implement shape buffer. Import shape buffer. Buffer T. So you know what T is. So T shaded type plus. Okay, that's why you qualify this. You replace with use path. Plus write into. Okay, like that. There we go. Yep, cool. Okay. A new. Nope. Don't. Okay. Okay. So when we say write buffers, which returns a boolean, we don't do this. We say if self dot length does not equal self dot data dot len. That's all. That's what you do. So you do this. You say self dot data dot write buffers. Okay, that means that, yep, okay, it was fine enough, it gave me those. All right, then we come down here, we go sure, shape buffer usage storage. I think I should probably get rid of this and just say buffer usage storage, because I don't think I'm ever going to have these that aren't storage, so we're going to say you're new and then you don't have a usage. Yeah. Okay, so I kind of want to get rid of this bit, and I want to try and do this without reserving the buffer, which kind of just means we just return like self with circles. Right, let's see if we can get away with not doing that. Okay, so then you return this. So the idea here being that when we right, so it's let r equal this, do this, and then say self dot length equals self dot data dot len. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm going write the data into the buffer, and then check to see if your length is the same as the old, your old length is the same as the new length, and then set your old length to the new length, and then return that result. The idea being that if I change the number of things in the list, it'll trigger a rebind, but if I don't, if I'm just writing the same number but in a different order, it won't. So that should work fine. Now you write, yeah, and you call write buffer and you pass that, and that still passes up the line, and then you do the redraw, rewind. So buffer.circles.clear. So you can access it though, I think. Can I find? So we just need to implement some more functions like clear and push. So some clear is self.clear. Don't clear your length. That again, we need to know that. And then pub and push, which is just a push t in. Okay, then we go to shader and we go up here and go somewhere. We need something private. Okay. Aha. Bind group. Create bind group. Okay. So my thing is, I don't know if I need to create the bind group right away. When I create a bind group, I need to have the entire array, which is fun. Okay. This should be fine. I'm trying to think how to. I could bind them onto separate groups and then have the like 2D shapes return its own group that'll have their own IDs. That might be smarter, but the bind group, I think we just bind the stuff we know exists. We just bind this for now. Binding 0 unwrap. Okay, so then it's update camera position. Write buffers. So need rebinding. So fn write buffer. Okay, so if need rebinding, bind group shape. Okay. I think I'm gonna rebind the 2D shapes onto their own, or like maybe not 2D shapes, the shapes onto their own thing. Even now I can probably rebind the 2D shapes. There was a conditional recompiling thing that you can do. I don't know how to do it though. So we're just gonna say that actually this is group 1 0. And it's circles, and then we can say that this is let's rename this to SDF underscore 2D. Shapes. We need to go shader here. We need to go your SDF 2D, like that 2D. Do this out. Okay. And then we go here. Okay, so that means conveniently for me. So I'm gonna say maybe never rebind the first bind group, and then the So we need to go to the custom pipeline. We need to go. So this is the bind group layout. That's not right. Well, I mean, technically it is, but let bind group go up. The custom. I'm setting it in the pipeline, right? Yeah. No. Bind group layout. Buff. Oh, it's you. The buffer holds the weird. Why am I holding it in the buffer? Okay, anyway. We'll just tack it on there. I was gonna say core. Well, rename it so we can break it. Core bind group, and then this is going to be paste to bind shape bind group. Do that. Right, and then we can come down here and go let shape group equal device shape create bind group with a label shape bindings. Layout is going to be a can I say an empty layout? No. Bind group layout. It's annoying. And then entries is going to just be an empty array. I wonder if it's gonna not like that because it doesn't match. So we need to track down our layout just to go to pipeline, whatever the hell that is, pipeline. Then I can get rid of this bit because we don't actually use that here. Probably get rid of this bit too. We don't need to write that stuff. Custom phase pipeline. Okay, so then this is going to be the this is core layout, and then this is shape underscore layout, and bind group layout. Okay, so shape layout, bind group layout. Then we go to where we're constructing new, and go. So this is a bind group, and it's give it shape group. So this would be pipeline dot shape layout. So and then okay, so we need to come up with how we're going to lay that out, which says core layout. Your name is core layout, and you don't need to do this. You're just I want to say that you could just be a it was like bind group entries single. Visibility is shader stage fragment, and then resource is whatever I had access to. I don't remember. What was I supposed to be putting here? Custom phase pipeline. Bind group layout. Bind group layout entry. Single. What? Let's paste this down here for a second while I can't just paste it there because. Okay, fine. Undo. What the hell did I have there? What the hell was it? I don't remember. Oh, what? Union buffer. Okay. So something about a union buffer. Uniform buffer display data layout. No, binding. Okay. No, it's a binding resource. Usage binding buffer get right buffer layout. Wait, resource. What do you want? import bind group layout entry builder. I don't remember how to do this. Okay, fine. Bind group entry layout and layout entry. Okay, no, there was a thing you could do. Like, was it using like uniform buffer size? False. Okay. Has dynamic offset fault. Right. That's how you do that, yeah? That's bind group layout builder, single share type. Wait, why are you taking it? Where's T come from? Hey, why are you not complaining about not knowing what T is? I'm worried about that one. Okay, let shape layout layout equals render create layout shape layout entry entries sequence default share stage fragment, and then we need a right storage buffer only. It has dynamic false. Okay, so you need something that can turn into that, which is annoying. Sequential. Okay. No. I don't get this fucking. Can I call like into? I mean, the assumption would be no, because it doesn't implement. Into bind group layout entry builder array. It can't do. Oh, because does it have to be a tuple? That seems like a bad idea. Tuple comma. Ooh, that's horrible. Okay. Sequential. Okay. Weird. Missing field layout. Okay. So shape layout. That. So. It says it's storage buffer read only. Alright, so your uniform buffer, what are you saying? Needs. You need to be a reference. No? Oh god, don't do this to me. Into bind group layout then. Do I have to turn you into a tuple? No. So bind group layout entries single. So that worked. Single. Resource into bind group entry. Why can't I uniform buffer? My assumption is that you need to know your type maybe, but so do you apparently, which is even more confusing because I don't understand how it needs a T but I haven't given it a T. The trait underscore cannot satisfy underscore Bevy rendered in shader type the following. Okay. Your type is. Why did it remove my fucking turbo vision? Is display. That's yeah. Okay, so it is that it just can't infer the type, but it seems to think that it can infer the type. This is also circle. Like that. Okay. Okay, visibility, we don't use that anymore. So now we have our two layouts. And then we write buffers like this. And we say, hey, is changed, write the buffer. This is always the case. And then say, read, okay. So then this is the rebind. This is needs rebind. We say create bind. Okay. Let's do the so we could probably do something like if buffer needs this, okay, then we can do it all up in here and not have the variable be tracked like that, because we know that our core stuff should never change shape, and then our shape is like when we redo the 2D shape, we want to rewrite the 2D shape buffer. So let bind group device create bind group SDF data pipeline core layout. Pipeline core layout. No, we want a pipeline shape layout. And then we want to say bind group entry binding 1. Wait, what? No. Binding 0 is not buffers resource display. It's binding 0 is shapes. Shape buffers. Bind group entries. Binding. Okay. Interesting. Bind group entry. I feel like I need to keep this on the shapes layer, so I can just call so I can just do like shape buffer dot bindings like that, and then don't give a reference, just pass it bindings. That should work in theory. I just need to now make it actually return the bindings. So that's custom shape. Okay, shape buffer here. So we just go. You need a bindings, which is then going to be bindings. I guess option. Bevy render resource bind group entries. Apparently that's the case, isn't it? Ooh, well, we need to keep B for B and B. Oh no. Okay. I don't like that one. Yeah.
Someone said, "Oh, it's not realistic to interfere, and we have to glue them together."
I don't know about that one.
Skipping in when the problems come, and they dig those trenches and they throw their crops, and they dig it all back up and feel skipping.
So the question is, can I just give it a static lifetime? Right. And then I need to give it an n, which in this case is just 1. I think that works. I'm not quite sure. So we'll give bindings none for now, and then we go here and be like the shape buffer. Yeah, here. We're gonna go like pump and then bindings self. Okay, so you don't return an option, you return a reference. Ooh, okay, now we do return an option. Return an option reference like that, and we say if self dot bindings dot is none, we construct a new one. I think we should always just construct a new one. It's more like we return none if we struggle to actually find one. Then just return self.bindings.asref. Let's do that. Okay. Self bindings. So if it is none, we want to go something like bind group entries, and then we want to entries binding zeros.
What they should do is they should come over and start.
Interesting. Okay, so you do something like how do I do this in like in a good ergonomic way? We want to be something like entries. Entries is first, it's an array, right? It's just an array, and then we say we want to go like 0 dot map, right? And then match y. Right, and I say, yep. So 0 returns. Well, we should probably say I assume like that, okay. And then we say 0, and we say binding. First off, binding would be binding I, and then you would be circles dot data dot binding unwrap. We could say do something like let binding equal. We should make this return a result, and then this should be common to shape, I guess. Not shader, shape. That's shape. Where's shape? Shape buffer. Shape 2D buffer. Where have I even? So we're gonna say, oh, it's here. Okay. So this first off needs to be popped up a level, because this is we need to go to sugar. So this and this. Okay. Put all the stuff here because it's going to be common to 2D and 3D shapes. So, what was I doing? I was implementing something that was like, we need a shape error. Okay. So we need to go to here and go enum binding error shape buffer not init initialized. Then we need to be like this returns a static stir. Then I want to go this error. This error equals whatever version of this error there is. Is it this error? Okay. We go here. We go here. We go, okay. So you derive this error and debug, and then why did that not work? derive zero and debug, and then we need to say this is a error shape 0 buffer is not initialized. Okay, so we go here and we say let's don't panic. You return a result, comma binding error, which should be super binding error. Is that how that probably super. No, we're in shape 2D, which means we pop up into shape. Here. It should be here. I think you need to be pub binding error. Wait, how is this SDF? Okay, well it seems to have found it, so I don't care. But so we're gonna say if self.binding is done, so we're gonna say self.binding equals sum the entry, okay, so we add entry, and we go for each entry we map I, and we say, hey, don't panic, we want to return error shape binding error shape buffer not initialized circle.
So body said, can you see the option? Yes.
And then we say here binding. I think I did clone it or something. So we got I with. Apparently I've missed a semicolon somewhere, which is fucking doing my head in. Okay. Stop. Okay. Okay, and we say blue so that it shuts up. Okay. Cannot construct B. Okay. Entries. Right, is that how it works? Entries? I think it's private, so I can't do that. Damn it. Okay. The worst. The worst, you hear me? With indices sequential. Okay. There. Okay. Now I need to turn sequential into a sequential. We need to give you like a actual thing, which is you're going to be something like 0.1.map I, and then I gets mapped into a builder of some description, right? Oh god. Which is the worst kind of thing, because you become bind group entries. Sequential. Into bind group array. Okay, so I'm assuming I can say bind group entry okay, and this is binding binding I resource self dot circle dot we have to match I don't we? So match I okay, maybe we should make an enum of shapes. Enum 2D no, shape 2D, which is a circle. Right, and then we're going to import shape shapes 2D, and we're going to say fn binding ID, which is going to return something. I don't know what the binding number is supposed to be. Binding. Like strum equals this, and strum macros is this. Okay, so binding needs to return. I didn't say U32 for now, but I think it's not. But anyway, I'm going to say match self circle. Well, I guess we can say self as U32. U32, like that. Alright, means return self as U32. What? Why are you matching self? No, just return self as U32. What? Ah, fine, we'll just make you fucking clone. What did... Okay, I don't know how I did that. Go back. Shapes. 50. Okay, so we need to go you are fucking clone and copy so that I can not have to worry about it. Debug. Clone and copy, and then here, and then just take self and then say self is okay. So we're gonna say but then that's kind of it, isn't it? So we say, oh, you need to be, that's what we were doing, so we need to be like from macros enum, and then we say something along the lines of shape 2D iter like that, and we say dot map. Are you a fixed size iterator? That's the problem, isn't it? Because that's an iterator. Closed body that contains statement must be curly braces. Yeah. Okay. We matched circle. Closure bodies that contain statements must be surrounded. Yes. What do you mean? Okay, you are that one. You're that one. The pink one. There. I think I missed something. Yeah. You go away. And I was gonna. I don't think this semicolon needs to be here. I think that's the problem. There we go. Okay, the trait bound map size iterator closure into is not satisfied. Okay, so I think it's only implemented for tuple T, which is stupid. Why is it not implemented for array T? So stupid. I guess because they can all have different types. God damn it. How do I map it into a tuple then? Okay. We say I dot binding ID. What is the ID supposed to be?
That's huge.
Do this. Then we just say binding group entry. Needs a semicolon, a comma here, so that it knows it's a tuple.
Does this mean that you're on an airplane and
Trait bound
Yeah, that's it. There you go.
binding group entry. It's not satisfied. We need a fucking reference to this, maybe? I don't know.
That's actually good to see.
That's fine.
So you need an iterator
So where are we?
into binding group already. So your binding group entry.
Is probably there.
Why does it not work? Because we need to just pass in the resource. Maybe?
30 minutes.
I don't think that works.
Would you just take off?
Yeah, I'm going to take public before you can.
X. Okay,
Maybe the power line going
so
in.
for shape in
Is that it?
shapes to the header match shape.
No, no, big one.
Yeah, that's capable.
That's all right.
Okay, so I don't know why it's not detecting what the type is. It's annoying me, but that should work because then it does this and then we go to here and we return okay.
There's a waypoint. All the jets, you got jump jets, come down, they fly away, they do that, turn
And then we say
it's like a road.
that's ref.
So they're designated.
It's designated like a road, yeah. We'll fly out to here and then we'll turn and then we're on the runway.
So as ref return it into thing and then we can say like okay or else
This is where we fly. This is where we fly to now. So
finding error
and I've got
error failed to
you can
make
just turn it off. What?
find group entities for shape failed
No, I've got a big
Fine.
box for that.
Not bad for it, is it?
Why would I maintain 7,000? We're not fucking
find group error failed to make find group
here
entity.
now. And then we'll be in
Okay.
line.
So
The runway.
you don't like this for some reason. I can't find shape
So it's
properties.
that one,
That's why it doesn't have the type. So we're gonna
Oh, yeah,
so
this
bring
is-
in
yeah.
text. It's
But at this point, we have to use
use-
the profile.
shape, I think. That's private, apparently.
We're there.
Wait, but it's
if you follow this,
weird.
then we're at in
Structure shape buffer is private structure.
Maintain 2,300 feet to there.
Yeah, but it's in a parent module, so I thought that was fine.
We've actually started our descent. 2.2 miles from here. We're starting a 3-degree descent. And that this is the actual landing part.
Okay, so if I've done that right, that should make the bindings. If they don't exist, it'll actually bind them, and then you good. Okay, can't indicate you. Okay.
You can use. You could just told us to change altitude.
Okay, so the trait the trait bound binding resource into binding array is not satisfied.
I don't think we're gonna make that.
You can't. I hate it. It's so annoying. Why?
That's what the
Why? You need an array, so you need to know your size. So
See how we're coming down really.
we can't make a blank binding resource, can we? Actually,
Sometimes it's a bit easy.
honest.
You got a bit more visual awareness.
yeah. So you push the binding resource is the fucking binding. Circle dot binding. That's a binding resource.
Isn't everyone got yet upset?
That's how you get a binding
I
resource.
don't like myself to the wine. No, more.
Okay, so we need to track down more.
Jets, and also over 43 airplanes. Some helicopters.
Bindings, optional binding resource, return the binding, the buffer, okay, binding the buffer at the end of it, okay, so we get a binding resource. There's no way to make the binding resource without doing something first. Annoying. We could set up an array with a known size. I think these can do constant, like, strum macros count, even count.
There's some poppers here. You keep it on, and you can tell you if it's high or too low.
Okay. Okay. So we could use that to make an array of options, and then fucking populate the array of options, like that, and then pass the.
If you use an navigator,
What's even more confusing is the fact that an array doesn't work.
It's be straight and right.
Like a known fixed size array doesn't work. But anyway, so we're gonna say like bindings is equal to an array of I guess none, comma, shapes count, like that. Import. That's gotta be a constant, right? What would be the point otherwise? Okay, so we can make that the right size, and then we can say, hey, can you
There's all these cars going past. Back to the right there.
with a binding shape binder as you side binding entry. Hey, that worked, right? Because we can say a binding and then pass it the binding resource. Right, and then if we could just pass this array in, we can like fold an array. I think that's a thing that you can do. We fold. Bind. Well, first we can't just pass in binding, right? Like, yeah. So apparently, dot
Lost it.
fold.
No,
So-
it's store.
Fold. I don't think it's fold. Fold's not right because that iterates. Like dot
No, they're using
filter map.
It's not what this is.
I want to say like filter map creates an iterator that both filters and map the returned
This is possible to the
iterator.
airport.
The there's a function that's built in that like lets you like collapse a thing of like if you have an array or like an iterator of options, you can collapse it so that you get a iterator of the results or an option. Flatten. Flat map. We use into. Is this right? So it creates an iterator that that works like map but flattens nested structures. The map adapter is very useful, but only when the closure argument produces values. If it produces an iterator instead, there's an extra layer of indirection. Flat map will remove this extra layer of indirection zone. You can think of flat map as the semantic equivalent of mapping, then flattening, as in map.flatten. Another way of thinking about this is flat map with closure returns one item for each element, and flat map closure returns an iterator of each element. What? Maybe? And it's still the wrong type. It's not flat map then. It takes in itself and returns you. No, it's like it's a thing about collecting. I don't remember what it's called though. I know it's probably how to Google. How to turn vec of options into vec of sum or option or single none rots. Automatic way to get inside from vector of options. Flattening. Flat map. I don't want to get 1 and 4 because that's like it'll only return the ones that work. No, there's a way to do it. Fucking. There. Okay. Collect non-option items into option vec. Some click perhaps. If string goes empty none. I don't fucking know what it's called. Transpose? It's okay. Transpose seems interesting. Transpose. Transpose a option T n into an option T n. Oh god. That's what I hate. The only thing that's bad about this is the fact that I can't do it with an array. Why is an array not a valid type? Do these bindings hold something special about them? Like, is there a reason they can't be an array? That's my only thought here, is binding entries. But binding entries don't take in a T, which means that they already know what they are. So there's no need for it to be a tuple. The only reason I can think it could ever need to be a tuple is if they were different types, and therefore you wanted to be able to have any type. Instead, I think it's just because Bevy's got a macro that writes these. Sequential, so we don't want sequential then, we want something else. I fucking don't know what. Because I don't think I can make you directly, can I? This is private, so I physically can't just stick it in there. Single just does that. Deref? Is there a deref mute? I doubt, but it'd be pretty funny. Fucking texture view. Binding resource, sampler, binding resource. Just turns into self, buffer binding. Into binding array. Import to binding slice. So this is n, and then meta, and then $, and ident, this, and then this, and this. So this is called import in and into array, binding. See, but you only accept one, all tuples with size 1 to 32 TS. I hate it. God damn it. I like that they use a macro to write macros though. All tuples with size. 0, 1, T1, 2, T, T1. It's so dumb. See, I can't do it because it fucking won't let me do it. I hate it. And then I'm assuming with idents is the same with indices, because yeah, it needs to implement that type, which means I can't do it. God damn it. Like I can't say like that BG BG equals wine group entries default. No, actually it needs to know its size. Oh, first off, we probably need to like import this or something. Okay, let's import that so that it can not be so bulky to use. So wine group entries. We can fucking go sequential, fucking single. With kind of, yeah, there doesn't just there seems to be no way of getting it to work, which annoys me to know it. It literally just translates to I need to now manually it's like binding 0 like that. I need to transpose it. let bindings equal bindings dot transpose dot map. Is it or map? No. Or else okay, it's okay or yeah, fucking failed to make bind group entries. What? Why are you? No, what? No, go away. Why did you put error there? They have sometimes. Just fucking weirdos. Use of library function option array. Option array transpose. For more information. Okay, so my assumption is if I go and Google like Rust transpose function, Rust transpose alternative, I want like a stabilized version. So, I kind of wish you just told me what the fucking alternative was. I guess we're just gonna stick this feature in our crate for some reason. Mostly because I don't know what the actual function to do it is properly. Anyway. Feature optional array transpose. Okay. And then you're saying the trait bound on this isn't a thing, apparently. Well, apparently mostly because the lifetime isn't there, I'm guessing. What the fuck? Okay, so you're saying I can't do that because it needs to be like a reference to no? Wait, I'm very confused now. So when I go binding here, binding, future binding results. I'm assuming I can clone you. And then I can say that you, wherever you are, unless it's you maybe, propagate you up and say that it's static. I don't know, does that work? The trait bound entry into bind group is not satisfied. Okay, so what is your problem? So is this borrowing?
Yes.
What do you mean? Why is this not working? What do you mean? The trait bind group entry comma. Okay. The trait bound. You don't want them to be an entry form. That's the problem. Wait a second. I think I just need the array. I don't actually think I need this type. Right? Like I can just say that this is an array of bind group entry with a lifetime of static and a length of shape to the count. Right, like that's a thing that I can do. And then I can just say they're an option this, and then I can say that you do the bindings like that, and then you say that that self dot bindings equals sum this. So it's telling me that I can't do it because I've already assigned them bind groups, because I'm supposed to be giving them the binding, not the group. So I can just do that, and then mismatch. So
Unlike quality, you get a cheaper item that uses more.
mismatch type expected enum result found enum result, because I probably give the wrong type. Yep. Okay. You return an array of bind group entry static with the length of shapes count. Hey, look up. So it's saying that this doesn't live long enough, because this doesn't live long enough. But I'm calling clone, which means I can do this. And I can say that you, my friend, actually have a count of static shape. Okay. What do you mean lifetime may not? Lifetime may not live long enough. Type annotation requires that must outlive static. Lists like the last time. Right. So then I can't bind it here because, okay, so that's so annoying. To just transpose takes ownership, doesn't it? How do I do this? Like, I just need you to like actually just own this. So can we just say like let well, first off, I need to mute self like that. It's still going to complain about lifetime, but we can say self dot bindings equals, okay, mismatch type expected. Okay, yeah, but it's because I can't give it some and nothing. Stupid. I don't think I have a default value. No. Okay. So can I come down here and say EO equals sum to transpose, which doesn't apparently work because why does transpose not live long enough? That's my question. Can we say if let sum binding equals binding into map unwrap control select option vec binding sum try into no you just equal bindings dot transpose, right? Okay. You can fuck off. So I'm assuming it's going to again say it doesn't live long enough. Yeah. Lifetime may not live long enough. What do you mean? Type annotation requires that that tick 1 must outlive static. Okay. But where's tick 1 coming from? First off, let's go to this. Where the fuck is tick 1 coming from? Okay. That tick 1 must outlive static. Okay, so we say for I entry, I guess it's just for I in I comma Can we say something like there's only like 4i in one dot dot count in one 0 dot dot shape count. Shape. Count. Something here is getting confused by the fact that I'm like trying to assign a reference to a thing that doesn't. So first up, I can do that. Yes. Okay. Good. Now we want to go. Let some binding equal self dot binding dot as mute. No. As mute. Right, gives me a reference to T. Else return error. No, because again, it's not set yet, so it's just none. And we can't set it to some without first owning a copy. I hate this so fucking much. Because they all need a lifetime of A, so I need to be able to return. Can I solve a vector of them? They're still static, but I can just like vec. Because like it wants an array. It doesn't care about the length. It's fucking. You need to be a vector, and you can be a vec. With capacity, that, okay, and then so we go down here and we say, hey, if binding is 50, self dot, okay, if self bindings is empty, let mute bindings none. Okay. I mean, why not just go through every shape? Just be all like for shape, in shape, shape. Let me just say we just say self dot bindings dot push. Right, and we don't care about any of this. And then we just say bindings is like as ref. Can we say okay? It's not satisfied. The trait found. Why are you as refing a size 1? No, just it needs to return a reference to a slice. Get rid of count. Return a slice. Mismatch type reference. Okay. So we return a reference to bind. Hey, okay. So borrow escaped outside. What are we borrowing? We're cloning you. Self is a reference that is only valid in this method body. Let's call the lifetime A. Yes, but we're not in a closure. Why does it escape? How does it escape? Self is a reference that is only valid for this method. But where is self coming from? Dash A. Okay, first up. Your lifetime is static. Right? Apparently I can't do that. Well, apparently I can do that. Okay. So, binding. Your binding resource is the lifetime of A. Right. Because when I clone you... Okay, so if I just remove your lifetime entirely... Okay, so if we say we're binding A, and then so this is A. Borrow... Outside of the method self escapes the method body here. Okay. but so okay, so we need to say that like we need like A and B that outlive A, and we need to say that you live for B. Okay, so lifetime may not live long enough. This usage requires that B must outlive static. Fuck it, return the vector. Return the vector. Fuck you. Let new binding equals vec new, and then we say don't bother with this. Do okay binding. You return a vector now. Okay, so you're getting confused because I'm saying self.bindings, but I don't think I need you to be mutable anymore because I'm just literally returning it, not actually mutating anything. And then we say bindings to push this like that. And it's binding. So why are you not living long enough? So you need to live for B. Where? B outlives A? No. No. You live for A and I think you're B. And B outlives A. Wait, what? No. That's very much confusing. Why you must be static? Because I've said you're static. No, no, no. You're not static anymore. You're just any other time. Okay. So I had that right. So you are B because B outlives A. You're A because yeah. Okay. And then you just return that. Okay. There we go. Ah, so dumb. I hate it. Okay. So what's your problem? And then we give you your reference to that. Oh, okay. That was a bit stupid, but that was my own stupidity. That was nothing to do with Rust. It was just me being an idiot. So we say, hey, if buffer, right buffer. If okay, so right buffers, and then so we match buffer bindings. You return a result. Okay, yeah, move an error. Okay, so then always we bind this. Okay. Then we go to back to the shader section here. Somewhere where we initialize the shader, we have to set the bind group right. So no, it's here I think. So we draw. No, it's in the specialization, isn't it? Specialization. No, where the hell is it? Where is this fucking thing where I set the thing and the thing? It's in shape bind group. Apparently never read. Okay, so up here. Okay. So we set bind group here, and then we say shape group. Okay, and we bind that to group 1, and then we go. Okay, does it work now? Did I do it? Or is it going to yell at me that I broke something? I bet I broke something, but you know. Okay. So in device, create bind group, label shared bindings. Number of bindings in bind group descriptor 0 does not match the number of bindings defined in the bind group. Layout 1. Okay. You're saying the descriptor doesn't match the layout. Okay, so buffer core bind group equals bind group. Okay, and this is defined with the shape layout and then the bindings, and then the shape layout. There you go. Okay, so how does the shape layout work? Where do we find the shape layout? It's in the custom pipeline maybe. The shape layout. Okay, there's the shape layout. And then we say, okay. So number of bindings in bind group descriptor is 0, and the number in the layout is 1. Did you throw an error? Did you know? Okay. Okay, so it's saying that the number of bindings in the descriptor. So it bound 0. That's the problem. Okay, shapes, shader, buffer, read only, circle. Okay, so
create bind group layout. So the layout has one. The layout has one, and then the actual bind group that I made, which I guess I do when I. So let's say creating the pipeline, creating the buffers here. When I do this, I create this one with 0, right? With 0 entries. So I need to probably give this something so that it doesn't crash. Maybe. Okay, I think the what is it? Like config feature equals quarterly let shape, yeah, maybe shape binding, world resource bindings. I'm gonna fail to create. But you're gonna fail because I haven't sent them yet. But I know what they are, so I don't actually need to own them, right? Nah, probably do actually. I don't remember. Shape bindings. The bindings here is a bindings which actually has the binding which has the offset size. And yeah, it has a reference to the buffer, and the reference to the buffer has like inner, which is the dispatch buffer. Oh god, okay. Yep, okay, it's too much. And let's close the lead now. Okay. So the annoying thing is we can't make a fucking bind group. So you're not a problem. Okay. But I'm gonna say we don't need you. We create the bind group here. We create a bind group. Is it this that's yelling at us? Like if we remove this, is this what's crashing? Possibly. I have to like remove the bind group fucking everywhere to do this, but I'm curious if it's that specific. Check mode. If it's like the fact that we're creating a bind group like that. Unknown field we're using it somewhere else. God damn it. Okay. Well, that would have been the smarter thing probably, is to just disable when we assign the bind group and see if it yells at us that it couldn't find the bind group. Okay, so it still crashed. In driver created error fragment shared global resource binding group not available for the okay, so it gets to here and it complains about it not being there. So if we turn that back on, then we track down the other places. This here. If I turn these all back on, like so, and like so. Yeah. Now the question becomes, if I go back up to is it here? Draw custom phase item. So it's up here. If we turn off just setting it in the shader, is it getting there too early that we haven't initialized it yet, or is it crashing when we are not try to initialize it, like when we try to build the resource? I'm hoping it's when it gets to here. No. Okay. So it doesn't like that we tried to build a bind group that doesn't contain the right number of fucking elements. Now the question is, can we get away with creating a bind group that has the wrong elements? Wow, okay. Bind group entry sequential. What is it? Something. Storage.
Wait a second. Failed. Okay. What is the bind group entries? I'm sure of it. The fuck was it called then? This bind group entry, but it wasn't bind group entries. It was bind group entries. And you're complaining because mismatch type expected struct like this. Like this? Maybe? I don't know. Storage buffer. Bind group. Yeah, this is a layout thing. So we can't use that. Which means we would need to use thing from Thingy-Bob. So we did like config feature equals to equal say let shape buffer equal this resource shape buffer. It needs to be mutable, which is annoying. No, it doesn't anymore because we can actually take it and we say so well that's the thing, we could just not make the bind group. Can we just make an empty bind group? Can we do that? Like, is that a thing that I can say, like, can I just make this a so you have a layout but you don't custom phase item? Can we just say option bind group, and then when we get to here we say like if let sum if let sum fucking okay, I don't know what I've done now. Throw myself out. Okay, layout equals layout like that. Dynamic. Okay. All right, shape. Okay, and so we pass in. Well, we call it a layout, but it's actually bind group. Call it that. Bind group. Okay, so we pass in that we set that to 1. We set that dynamic. Okay. We do that. All right. Else. So we're going to say else. Else. Error. Check bind group not set. This is likely a bug. The plugin. Return to fail. We also only want to do this if derive. Right, the if config feature. Let's call it. Why are you not letting me return this result? Oh, there you go. Yeah, there you go. So that should let me do that, and then I can come to here and go, hey, the monstrosity that is this can just not be done. We can just say that the shape group is none. Okay, and then we just need to make sure that we assign the shape group at some point. Which I guess when we write buffers, we say buffer bypass change detection. If write buffer, match buffer, binding, match bind group, create, shape layout, bindings, buffer core. Well, that's also not going to work. So it's buffer shape equals sum bind group. Okay, so that means that this should fail the first render, maybe. I don't know, it depends on when things run. But when it actually gets there, it'll then work, which is good. It didn't like that. Resource binding group 1 binding is not available in the pipeline layout. Binding is missing from the pipeline layout. What do you mean? Okay. in device create render pipeline error matching shader requirements against the pipeline. Right, do we have to define that somewhere, didn't we? I don't know, I can't remember at all, which is a pain in the ass because we got up here. So in the specialization, did we in fragment have to say that we were taking in something? Fragment. Do we take in the shader? Okay. Targets, so that color target state. I don't think so. Shader defs, entry point, targets. See, like we're not specifying. Anyway, so we put like a passing buffer layer, and but this is of the vertexes. So, what do you mean exactly when you say? I bet key 9, it's not gonna be that. Okay, so it's saying mismatch shader stages fragment shader requirements against the pipeline. Shader global resource group 1 binding 0 is not available in the pipeline layout. Binding is missing from the pipeline layout. But like I know I'm trying to bind it later. So custom phase pipeline, it's got to be here. That like maybe. No, it's I never specify where these bind groups are. Bind group layout entry. Is this static? Is this something I can? Not really. Storage buffer read only. Is there a reason that this has to be dynamic? T min size. That all seems like you can just pass that as consts. Storage read only. That's dynamic. Into. Binding type none. I feel like that what that's saying here is that you could do this const, but they're just not doing it const. Anyway, let's keep working. So what the hell happened? Why is it not working? So we pass the layer in. We somewhere in device create render pipeline. So it's gonna be when it's like passing the shader. We never get to that point. If I just return like here, like right where we just return. Right, let's return this. It should never try and render it, and that's what's annoying me is that like it seems to be crashing because I didn't set something. But I'm like, I haven't even got to the fucking point where I'd set it yet. It's crashing. See, so it's saying in device, let me just make sure shader group resource binding is not available in the pipeline layout. But when do I set it in the pipeline layout? This sets the active bind group. So I guess we have to make the bind group at some point. I don't get that one. Like, why do I have to make the bind group before it can run? Okay. Well, annoyingly, that means we may as well fucking write the bind group out. The issue with that is I think we need mutable access to do that. Better have forgotten something that I've done earlier that I need to do, but I can't think what. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. So
Specialized pipeline, specialized custom pipeline, phase key, MMU pay, pipeline keys. Yeah, so now that stuff's done. Okay, so do it in here. Again, we're gonna end up with this fucking config. Config. Features of this. Let me say let shape. We need to make this resource mute, which means we actually need to do this first, which is the worst. Oops, don't do it like 4 times. Oh, no, grab these 2 lines and move them top. Okay. Okay, so then we have to say something like this is gonna just not work. So if like write buffers, if I need access to fucking devices, these are just wrappers, right? Can I just clone them? Is that a thing that I can do? Really, the bad idea is to clone them. We need to be reference and reference. Okay, well that works apparently. Okay, fix that. Okay, okay, so we have to write buffers. So we have to like let shapes equal this, and then annoyingly I'm gonna have to do other shit. Okay, so we get that. Custom phase pipeline. So that's the layout. Then we're gonna say well, shapes has done its thing. Then we're gonna let. Okay, don't leave that up there. So it goes here. It has to be like let. Find group equals, and then we do this. And we say okay. So get the shapes, write the shapes, which in the pain in the ass way that it is, I have to make sure I have to like reserve one. Then we have to be all like shape.write buffer. Can't borrow it mutably, mute shapes. Okay, and then we have to go here, and then we have to go create find group. Fucking anyway, that's not how that works. We need to go render device.create find group with the label SDF shapes. The layout is need access to the pipeline fucking layout. Let play shape in here, so it's all done. Let's layout equal resource to clone. Then we pass in a reference to layout, and then the entries, which is going to be a reference to bind group shapes to dot binding dot unwrap. Okay. Fuck you. Yeah, you get the bind group. Okay, then down here, we're gonna go here, and so instead of none, you're just, I guess, some. Micro. You've been written to twice, so you're rename this to shape group. Shape group. Okay, and you're gonna see shape group. Okay, run that and go. Okay, binding something. Does that fix it? Apparently not. Connect to unwrap. Okay, yeah. Shape buffer not initialized. We call write buffers. We call circles.write buffers. That's your write buffer. And we say, hey, write buffer. Can I? When I say new, okay, can we say let mute buffer equal buffer storage buffer? Then we say buffer dot reserve 1. Fuck it. Yep. No, do that. You were about to fix it, my dude. Means you need the render device. You don't need the render queue, I don't think. Reserve? I think you just need the render device. Maybe. Reserve capacity device. Yep. Render device. Thank you. You can go away. Which annoyingly means that you suddenly need. What the fuck? Why are you trying to change? No. Go away. What's broken now? Okay. So when you say let me render device. Render device. What? You just give it the render device. And this is world. Okay, render device. You don't need immutable. Why did you grab it immutably? You're fucking weird, stupid. I don't think you're ever used now, so you can go away. Yeah, and you're giving a double reference. Okay, so so that means that it will at the very least reserve its space. At least one slot for everything, because apparently if you just don't bind anything it just crashes. It's still crashing, so that doesn't really fucking fix it, does it? What do you mean not available in render pipeline? What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? Where am I going wrong? Which indicates that it's actually something else that was fucking wrong. It's so annoying. Why? So, you're getting to here. Is it getting past here? Like, I'm assuming it's getting past here. Because if not, that's really weird. I think it's got something to do with, like, I'm defining something in somewhere and it's not liking it. But what is it not doing? Like, I don't think I tell it anywhere that it's a specific bind group that it needs. I don't remember telling it anywhere that it has a fucking specific bind group that it needed. Specialized render pipeline. Custom pipeline. I don't think there's anywhere that I'm fucking telling it that it's that specific bind group. Specialized, keyed, render descriptor, label, layout. Ah. Yeah, that'll be it. Shelf.shape layout. I thought I checked here, but yeah, that makes sense. The layout of bind groups for this pipeline. Core shape. Which means I think I can go back to doing that horrible thing of just like not initializing until I need it. Get it working. Save the fucking commit to git once it's working. Okay, so you panicked at shader. Fucking yeah, I just explicit panic. Oh. Okay. Ugh. It's doing my head. Okay. Okay, so shader bind group is not set. This is likely a bug with the plugin. Okay, well. Why? Because I think I just told the whole fucking pipeline to not run. Yep. Okay, good. Slowly removing my fucking breakpoints as I go. Hey, okay. So it's back to working. Okay, monstrosity. Working. I don't know what it is. Let's commit that. Okay, so don't break anything again. Alright, so let's go back to trying to make it so that it doesn't write these buffers unnecessarily. All that kind of stuff. So, we need to go to SDF and here and here and somewhere. Somewhere we do something. Okay. Don't reserve. Don't take new. You can still do that. I don't care. Then we can go up here and we can say, hey, you don't do a new circle buffer like that, and then you don't need access to the reserve.
like that, and then enum count. Apparently we never use. We do all this stuff. We run. Yeah, okay. We're gonna crash because I think I didn't take it out of the shader when we set it up. So it's gonna grab the shader and try and do the wine group, and it's gonna fail to do the wine group because we don't need the wine group. Hopefully. Which means we can go back from, we don't have to clone these anymore. Semicolon. I didn't like that either. And then we can say get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, and save. Okay. So apparently this is spitting out at least one error. So okay, so this is none now. None. And we only set it to some when we override the shape group, which is here, and we say, hey, is buffer right buffers match buffer binding. Hey, okay. Now we only do it when we absolutely need to. Yay! Let's give it more dots. Mostly because it's an immediate improvement without having to fucking do anything. Spawn circles. So let's go with like 100 circles, which is terrifying because I'm ranging. So let's give them radiuses from that 5 to 100, I guess. Let's just give them plus or minus a screen width as their location. That, and then we run. So our frame rate is atrocious. So we probably need to not check every pixel against every shape, I guess. So how do we get our frame rate back up? So we're down like 50 FPS from full screen. So get that frame rate back. I kind of feel like I need to up the number of circles to like maybe 250 so that we can really drop the frame rate and then really improve it like by adding some kind of optimization. Because at the moment it's like I figure we're going to drop quite a lot because what's happening is we're checking every pixel against every circle against every other circle at least once, which is like n something complexity. N squared, I think. I don't know. It's a lot of circles. So what we're going to do is it's still going to be kind of slow because of how many circles we're packed into the same space. But if we just say something like 4i, so we go through every circle on every. Okay. So first we need to work out like if a circle is outside of the screen, maybe just don't render it. So this is the offset. And we have our screen width and height. So if the offset's the center of the screen, maybe? I don't remember. So we can say like if. So we need let's go like let circle equal circle like that. All right, so we get that, we get a target and we just say circle. It'd be circle. Yeah, circle. All right. So then we say if I guess yeah, this would not here. I guess I say if circle dot if circle dot what did I call it? Like offset or something, right? Center. So circle dot center dot x. Can I just say what plus? I don't think that'll work. vec to circle dot radius I think I'm that's I don't know how that's spelled. Alright, whatever. We're just gonna leave it like that because I can't. Yeah, that's how you speak. So if circle center plus radius is less than well, let's call it TL and equals this center plus this is TL and then we're going to say let's BR equals center minus that. There's the top left bottom right. So if TL dot x is less than I want to say like offset dot x plus. Okay, so what I want to do is then like if true turn no, it's just blue. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm saying if true, return blue, which outside of the fact that it's not liking whatever I've done up here. So just if tx is less than offset, continue. So everything's blue, right? And if we flip this, so this way I can continue forever. This way, not so much. Okay, that's not right. If TL is, dot x is greater than x, greater than offset x, plus view dot screen size dot x. Continue. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to say something like if I does not equal 1, right? So this should in theory draw us well, it should draw us a single circle, right? Interesting. So let's restart this so that we actually know that the circle's on screen. Can I just like if I think technically we want to go up here and say if I does not equal 1, don't return blue, continue. Continue. Okay. So this means we're okay. Bit weird that you have any color whatsoever. Okay, well that's just something to check. It's just okay. Anyway, so what I want to do is when I go, hey, if you're continuing here, can you say like instead of continuing, can we just return vec for 0 0 1 1. So what I'm going this year like worked out what I'm doing. Now I want it to like do a rough course bounds check and then like not check like if this pixel is more than a certain distance from the. Okay. So we probably don't want to be adding the whole screen space then because it puts it over here. So it's like if it's outside of the width of the screen, so we probably don't need the plus x view. So if tx is greater than offset.x, is that I think it's the other way. If tx is less than offset.x, let's put it over there. So we need to be slightly more. So like radius 0.5. Right, so that times 1.5. If it's blue, it means we skipped checking other circles. So what I'm saying is don't blend more than 1.5 radiuses away. Okay. So we can say or tl.y. Okay, what is our frame rate at the moment? Like 230. I don't think it's going to do anything. Less than offset.y. Okay. Or right, why'd do that? No, I don't have sizing. If br.x is greater than and br.y is greater than, you should now have blue square. So it's only going to check other circles within that radius. So if it's outside of that, don't bother. Even looking up the SDF, you're outside. Yeah, so this is for every circle. Okay, so technically this should be inside the circle. Okay. I think because like you want this to be like it's a part of the circle check is to like check to see if it's in the bounds. But anyway, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go do this, check, then get the circle, then if the circle is less than 1, return red because you're inside that shape. Actually, I don't think you want this here. I think I specifically we're gonna set a flag. Let first equal false. I guess it first equals c less than 0. And then we're gonna say don't do that. And then when you get to so we're going to say c plus equals this. So I want to know what this looks like. So you've turned green, and we're going to say if c is less than 0, your can I do like bool first? No, F32 first. Can I cast first? Okay. So it's yellow, which means that it's the first iteration that turned it. Okay. So now if we remove this that returns only on that, well now they've all turned blue. The whole screen's turned blue. Alright, because something else is probably overriding. So just continue. Continue. Why can't I spell continue? Okay, so apparently they're all yellow, which is incorrect. But we have got our FPS back up above 200. I don't think it's blending them properly though. I wouldn't know until it fucking does its thing. So first off, we go var and then the SDF circle and we say let first less than y. Then we do this. Let's see this let me see first. Okay, fine. If first return red, no. Okay, so yeah, they're all fully red, which means that yeah, they're not smoothing. Okay, so why are they not smoothing? Okay, so what we do is we say c equals this. Oh, well, yeah, we don't need a plus equal. We smooth c with them every time. Okay. Right. Anyway, we're going to FPS way the fuck back up because we're no longer checking every circle against every other circle. We only check every circle with any circle within half a radius of it. There's probably a way to get that even faster, which would be to not do this on every fucking circle. So I'm assuming we can say like let TL. I don't know if we can reuse these like that. So if I said something like, it's not that, it's if center, if center dot this is so we need to say let other equal circle J, and then we say if we say distance, that's a function that I can call. I assume this function works that I can say circle dot center other dot center is less than circle dot radius well, no, is greater than the circle dot radius plus other dot radius times 1.1 1.2 if continue continue. Thank you. Skip circles that are too far away. Put that back. Skip circles that are too far away. Now what's our frame looking at? About the same. Okay, that tells me that that's probably something else capping out the frame rate, not my shader. Okay, cool. So what I'm curious about now, because as we just said, that it's not my shader that's doing that, we should say so I want to like up the number of circles there, like to a really stupid number, so that I can see these improvements. Because the issue I keep running into is like I keep making changes to stuff, and it's like, well, I'm capped out on something else, so it's not actually my changes that are doing anything. 15,000 is probably 1,500 is probably too many. Okay, apparently not. So it's probably discarding too much stuff. So we probably need to multiply the range by times. We probably then also want to wrap that all in a. Same with you. That times 10. I think I can just times 10. I'm not sure when the multiplication is, but yeah, that should work. Maybe well, actually the smarter thing to do with that would be just to wrap it like that. Right, so instead of, you know, multiplying it by 10 and then picking a range that's 10 times bigger, instead we just pick a value between minimum and maximum and then times that by 10. Really, we should pick a value between 1 and 10. Please just go away. Quick fix. Quick fix. Okay. So they should make the map 10 times bigger, which we should probably also not be drawing circles that are outside of the view. That would be another. I guess technically we don't, because we sample every pixel in the screen. Right. So it definitely slowed down having a lot more circles, but I think it's only because it's checking from. Right, so we're now at about 150, right? Because I think we still check every circle. Oh yeah, because we need to check every circle before we decide if every circle. Okay, yeah. So one way to do that would be just not to send the circles that are beyond a certain distance from the player to the shader. And we can then check that if the player ever moves. Anyway, but this is it. So if I turn this on, because it still checks every circle and sums up every other circle. So if I turn this on, like even if then off the screen they're still getting checked and summed. Same as that's what this is doing. Basically, like for every circle, check to see if it's even worth checking. And check to see if it's... Anyway, did that make my frame rate worse? That's kind of funny. Alright, that didn't really help. Where are we spending most of our time then? Probably stuck here. I'm just curious if it actually is optimizing. So 148. So we say like, if I said like let r equal circle dot radius, right, like this, times 1.5, right? Then we said well, if we just said like vec2, like just create the data and then reuse. I have no idea if it's gonna again, we kind of like lost a frame there. Interesting. Anyway, if c is less than okay. So we should probably generalize this to be like can I like, is this a thing I can do, like import? No, let's see, WGSL, I don't think I can, because that's why everything's like array length. Yeah, it's not like Googling it, the fact that I have to type it that way. So like we can do like FN, so we want something like this distance circle. So length so I mean, is it just a general thing? So it should return a bool, and then it should return if length of this minus this. No, if the not length, distance. If the distance of this minus this, of this and this, the distance between that and that is less than, or then return true. And then we say distance circle. That's what, it's not how that works. It's equal distance circle. I think I got that backwards, but you gave me more frames, but I think that's wrong. I'd have to shrink the, yeah, there's no blue, which means that I've got that wrong. So we actually want the other way. Distance circle. It says if the distance is greater than that. There we go. Okay. Right, yeah, if the distance between them is greater than the radiuses combined. I want it to be slightly bigger than the radiuses combined. But only because I kind of want to make sure that, like, I think the smoothing, if they just almost touch, will smooth the gap, and therefore you need a better smoothing that, like, you kind of not do that. Anyway, we're supposed to be adding color. That's what we were doing. So, I kind of want to pass in like maybe a debug thing. Can we bind that to like group 99 or something? I don't know if the groups actually matter. If I said like group 99. And then we like at bindings uniform, custom phase items. No, this is just overrides. No, that seems too hard. I can't be bothered. I'll just manually fucking flip things over. Alright, so circles. We also need a color now. Color. Which is a vec3, I guess. Oh, didn't like that. Yes, because buffer structure size 32 added to the end of an unbound array. If that's the last field, ends up greater than the given min binding size, which is adding to one element of unbound array. Interesting. All right, we're gonna go here. We go, hey, can we say that a circle? Question is, for a circle, I guess we have to get the color of the color. We have to get the color here because we can't give the color. It's, we could give it its own component, but you know what, sure. We'll actually give it its own component so we're not passing shit around all the time. So we're gonna get a SDF, and then we're gonna go like struct shape color, like that. So we give it not a vec3 color, and we have to like derive we can derive clone and copy and component. Okay. And then what we can actually do there is maybe color. There we go. Okay. Oh, this needs to be public as well. Whoops. Like that. Okay, cool. So apparently you still can't find it in scope. Import color. I said bring in the color. There we go. Right. Then when we extract color. Okay. Okay, if you go shape circle, we go, hey circle, when I extract circle, I want you to give me access to something like option static shape color. Okay, so then we go here and we say color. Now I feel like I want you to have like a resource, but I also don't care. So color. Yeah, map or and then circle data doesn't have a field called color, so we're going to say pub color. Color is white. Okay, wait, the trait bound. Okay, so we're gonna make color a vec3, I guess. Vec3, I think I can have vec3, right? Yep, and so then your color is vec3 1. So you return 1, and then okay, does into work? I don't think it will, but no. Okay, dot linear to linear RGBA into maybe? No. With red, with blue, with green as you so. The fuck does with U32 mean? Okay. To vec 3 converts to a vec 3. How do you do that? Just red, blue, green. Okay, cool. That's exactly what I want. So, question: does color have that? Can I just call to vec 3 on color? No. Okay. We have to make sure we're actually in the right color space. All right, that should work. And we do that, and then plus circle data in, which is really funny because like never used because I'm using it in the shader. Okay, then we go here, we go, hey, so we have a circle. Okay, so how do we blend color? Blend color. Shader. How do I blend color? Apparently, if less than twice the max, color AB. Step dot no How to mix pixel colors. I don't know how to mix colors. Like I don't need them to lerp, I just need them to blend. Is that a function? Like, can I just say and then blend? Sure. I don't think that's actually how you do it though. Something tells me that when you blend colors, you kind of want to like emphasize the colors that are high, and so like if the color's 0.5, you want them to split evenly. But if it's like one's 1 and the other's 1.75 and one's 2.5, you actually want to be like higher than a half, because the 7.5 shouldn't outweigh the, like it should be a logarithmic scale, I think, or like not exponential. Anyway. We can add a component thing to the thingy thing. So if I hit E, open up the editor, come over here and then go, hey, so we have a circle and we have a this and that. We're actually not doing anything with it, so that's funny. Shape. I kind of want to like multiply the color by we're just gonna go to the editor and we're gonna go editor, please. So now like mod editor. We're gonna go right config debugger sessions like this, and then we're gonna go create the editor. Oh yes, apply. Hot control into that. I'm gonna go plugin. Forest editor. I just want to move the stuff in here because it's so we're gonna like app dot add underscore plugin Bevy editor, please edit plugin. Like that. We just want to do that, but I want to now go to here, go like lib and go config features editor. Okay, and then we're gonna mod editor. Now, how do I do this? So I want the default feature to be editor. No. Editor. Like that, no, in a feature called editor. Equals this. No, it's like this, and then it's like depth. We need to grab our Bevy editor, please. I think it's this. I think this is how we do it. I don't actually know. I haven't done this in like young. I made a video on this like way back when. I think it's like this, and then we say optional true. Like that. Okay. So now the editor is only available when you have the editor feature set. By default, the editor feature is set. Okay. So then we go back to here and go like lib and then go like editor, please. Okay. You apparently it's spelled differently. That's concerning. Me and my inability to spell. Editor. Copy. Default editor. Editor, please. Okay. Save. Lib. Paste. Why are you not working? Code is invalid due to config directives. Feature editor is disabled, but it's not. Okay. Are you gonna turn it on now? No. Why? Alright, we'll just make the file ourselves. New file mod editor.rs. Okay. I don't know what your problem is. We're gonna go plugin in it. And this is going to be SDF editor plugin like this. Okay, like this. Okay, go. There's like it's a right. There's a way to be like app dot init plugin, like plugin. Okay, annoyingly, I'm gonna have to like restart this, I guess. I don't know what's going on with it. Not you. How do I restart you? Experimental. Why are you not working? Failed to pass manifest in OBS. Okay, you don't like this because feature edit includes, which is never declared. No. Okay, because that's not how you do it apparently. The AI lied to me. It's not how you do it. It's like Bevy. Edit, please. Not like that, I don't think. Well, apparently that is how you do it, maybe. Alright. Dot. Add. We're doing a plugin. Plugin. Is plugin added? Get added plugins. Add plugins. Okay. Is plugin added? Returns true if the plugin has already exists. Okay, so if not, add Bevy to please default. Okay. Okay. So then we want to go something like we need to like do something. I don't know. We probably want to go use Bevy editor please prelude and then bring in all that stuff and work out what exactly I need to do. There's something I can do, like I can like add something. App dot add component component. No, okay, so register required components, disable component. There's like an on add component or something that the editor gives you. Okay, it's the editor plugin. Let's have a look what the editor plugin does. It puts something somewhere, I'm sure. Build. Okay, so match window, editor window, placement new window primary. Add plugins, editor plugin. If default window. Okay, so it's probably the editor plugin. We say if plugin added default inspector config plugin, easy UI plugin, window editor always active, insert resource editor, active editing. Editor event, init resource, internal state, post update, editor set UI, update systems. Okay, so I think it's this resource, the editor resource from the code. Okay, so add, add underscore system. It's gonna be like startup. It's gonna be like red store. Add component. Okay, and then we're going to say fn register add component, and then this is going to use mute editor res mute editor. I'm assuming I've just not pulled in the right type. And then we can say like editor dot always active filter insert in Windows state viewport interactive state. Honestly, there's definitely a way to do it. We might have to search the repository for it. Add underscore com. No. So I think it's going to be probably in like editor lib. Great. Editor window. Add editor window. Okay, so we're looking for just all the things with trait in them. So there's only 3 instances of the word trait. Go in here. You have 1 instance of the word trait, which is name, UI, menu. This is actually making an editor window. So this is in... Okay. Let's go to the GitHub. So go here, grab this, paste this over here, and search this repository for trait. Apparently this entire repo doesn't contain the word trait, which is very incorrect, but anyway. Crates, I'm gonna guess it's editor core, then we're gonna go script, then we're gonna go editor. Trait. Apparently not. Okay. Script lib. No instances of the word trait there either, and editor, no instances. Okay. So it helps if you spell it correctly. So there's 1 instance there. Inside editor there is no instances, and inside of lib there is 3, right? No? Yeah. Okay. That's very weird. I have to like paste it in again, because if I just... What the fuck is wrong with that? Okay, that's weird. It's all buggery. Okay, so it's not in core, which means that maybe it's just in editor. We go, so you've got assets, examples, and script. Controls. We're looking for something that's like add. No, that's UI add. Okay, so lib add. Added a window, add plugin, adding plugin, added a window, okay. Maybe if we go to their examples, they might have an example explaining 2D, 3D mixed, basic, breakout, controls, empty, loading, separate windows. Basic? Maybe they don't actually have it anymore, and then I'm just wasting my time trying to find it. But I'm fairly certain there was like a... Just myself. I'm fairly certain that you are then also going to add add underscore plugins Bevy SDF edit preload editor SDF edit editor plugin like that, and we're gonna go to get the SDF but we're gonna go here, we go. If you happen to have config feature equals editor, then what? No, it's not called forest editor plugin. What the fuck? SDF editor plugin. What is your problem? Alright, alright, so we have a look. I'm gonna go here. We go, okay, I'm fairly sure I can like right click and I can go add. Not in scene. Right. Right. So what we need to look for is probably something along the lines of not in scene. Because that's something very specific to the editor. Annoyingly, when I search it on GitHub, it literally just doesn't find it. Okay, apparently I'm like the first person to search on this repo because it's saying it's not indexed, so it's not working. So I'm going to go back to the original. Can you take me to the original, please? Okay. Then we're going to search. Whoop, that's not how you do that. Not in theme. I think I made this component. Okay, so Use default window scenes not in scene. Okay, so it's probably going to be in the default window create then script hierarchy add.rs. That might help. Yep, impl add item. Okay, struct name add to entity. So how the hell do I do that? Name bundle add window state struct add window info window add UI button context.state add window unwrap. Okay, so is it the add window state is probably what I want access to, maybe. Nope, it's empty. UI dot menu button add UI add UI state map add item add here. I think this is add entity, not add component. Maybe not. Add empty. Add UI default core state dot add rendering core add. So add empty. Okay. Add window state. So presumably if we come back to our editor here and we say, hey editor dot state window state mute, can I say let sum equals window state mute, and then we want to go add window like that, else one not found. We're not there. Mute state, I think. Is it probably gonna give me a reference? Yeah, I don't need to mute there. Alright, so we have access to the state, and then the state basically says we just need to be like state.add add bundle named add component. Okay, so state dot add. Okay, so the name is a string, so SDF, and then the add item new component. Okay, where are you pulling this from? Component. Interesting. So you're using something add item. We go to add item. What else does add item have? So it's new, add to entity. Okay, so add render, add new. Not shadow cast. Okay, so let's have a look what it looks like. So it's add, then we add rendering, and we add an item. Okay, so if we add to SDF, we can go like circle. So that's on you, and then if we right click like here, we can like add. So I think that kind of works. Empty. Did that spawn an empty entity? I don't know. I don't think that did anything. I don't think I can spawn things in. Add not in scene. I don't know what I put that on. You click on you. Add. Not in scene. There you go. Okay. What the hell does add empty do? Nothing. I don't know what the point of add empty is, but okay. So we're going to SDF, and we're going to add component. The component is SDF DF circle. Circle. Add component circle. Thank you. So no, that's Bevy prelude circle. Yes. So, well, first off, use SDF shapes like that. Crate. There you go. Ambiguous. Okay. Circle. Okay. Bring in circle. So you're saying you don't implement from world. Okay. So we can just derive default. Derive. Well, we don't want to derive default because we don't want it to be 0. So we're going to import default for circle with a radius of, let's say 10 is the default radius, just so it's not tiny. Because okay. So it's fucking clippy. Ignore unused. No, that's not how you do it. I don't remember how. Allow unused. Never used. No. Function check. What do you mean function check is never used? What? Okay. Functions? No. Do I have to do it on every single one of them? Probably. Oh. That's here's if it's true. Okay, it's not even. Function check is never used. Check. I don't know what that is. Clippy. Never unused. Unit collection. Round. Oh, fucking no. Yeah, there we go. Clippy. All. Nope. Apparently it's not a clippy. Can we just allow all? I mean, I'm assuming that's a thing you can just say. Lint name all is decorated, but may not have any effect in the future. Warning. Renamed and removed. I love that. It's like, I turned off all lints. And it's like, no, but you like, this lint is disabled, so more lints complaining about the lint being gone. Okay, I use the preload. Okay, I used it more. So what we're doing, so we added the editor window. So this is registers add component, so we can add circle, and then we also want to state dot add SDF, and then that's not what I want you to do. You need to add color. SDF DF color. Shape color. Shape color. Cool. Shape color. Alright, now we have to go implement shape color. Import We can keep it default actually, because the shape color being white is fine. Default. So we also have to register the type. So I guess if you add the editor, we'll do things like what? No. That happens out here. Anyway, app.register type circle app.register type shape color. Okay, so you need to reflect. Reflect. Okay. Let's see what that looks like in terms of our editor. Now, I don't think you want me to click and whatnot. I'd have to add custom code to the editor to make it detect a click. I think I probably could, but like that seems like a waste of effort at this point. I need to get like the actual fucking thing working now. Okay, so we go here, we go, hey, so I can like click this one and I can go, here I've got a circle and I can change the radius. Which I think I could always do. I must have registered somewhere else. Global transform. Let's talk about that. But normal transform, so we can move you around. We can then like right click here. We can go like add. That's not there. Am I not adding the editor? Maybe. I don't know. I didn't like that. Oops. Okay. Why are you not here? So we have the editor. I saved you. We go in here. Okay, there's like a, I give it like a pretty good chance that I'm not actually doing this. So this is going to be editor SDA, the forest plugin, editor plugin, and then the forest editor plugin adds the editor plugin and adds the SD editor plugin. Okay, so should get some nice colors coming in. What? No, I don't know any colors. Oh no, don't listen to me. Add SDF shape color, and we can make the color. Well, technically we'd be able to find it because it'll be white. The issue is that the circles are very spread out at the moment. I really need to reduce the size that they can spawn in. Just purely to make it like more likely that I can see them. I need to be big enough that they spread out, but small enough that I can still actually see stuff. So where's that FD? No, it's spawn circles. There it is. We need them to spawn. That's not spawn circles. Spawn circles within. We spawn here. Here. So we're gonna say, I don't know, maybe like 3 times this current screen. I mean, the trick would just make it that you can actually fucking see them. Okay, so now there's lots of them. It did kind of impact our frame rate, or did it make it better? It impacted it because 240 is low. Because there's lots of shapes that are now touching other shapes, and like so therefore are close enough to do the merging. Right, we have to actually add one with the color, don't we? Let's fucking add shape color. Right, now your circle with a shape color of white. I don't think I use the shape color, so that would probably help. So you can, if less than this, return red for the first shape. Okay. Discard. Okay. I mean, technically discard's correct because if you get to the end, you discard. Yeah, discard. Discard.
Nothing you keep doing over here, you know.
This.
It's in the shed, one.
Okay, discard like that. Okay, so there we go. Now we just discard. So if first, okay, so we want to return circle.color like that. You didn't like that. We want to go vec 4, and then oh, what the hell? How did I kill the comment like that? That was a bit weird. Comma 1. Okay, so let me just red, and then we have blue one for merging, just for the sake. Okay, so now they're all white, and well, they're all white. Then we have to set your color to something other than white, and then work out which one you are. Nope, and then apparently I just can't see it. That or I didn't update it. Oh, you probably didn't update it because we don't actually check to see if it's changed, which means that it's here, your extraction. No, here, you're extracting. We need to say changed. So we need to be like 4. No, yeah, you check that. It's circle your filter. Your filter is or changed shape color. Like that. And then that should spit out a okay, so then we have to go here, and then we can go, we need to add a shape color. Add shape color. Do that, make it red. Now, the issue is, did it update it? We could add, yeah, the red one. Yay! Alright, interesting choice of things. So I guess the next thing would be to blend the colors. If it's first, you just return your color. That's a bit silly. We shouldn't really just return your color. We should maybe, though it does add to the complexity of the time or whatever. So we say like your we can say like let color equal color. I know it's var color equals color. I guess what we'd do is we'd say color equals 0. Okay. So we do that, and then we say if first for that's hilarious. I can't fucking spell for my life. First. I love the spelling mistakes that sort of sit in my work for ages before I notice that they're not even right. Okay, if first we say color equals that. No, don't fucking color it blue. Okay, if first do that, and then at the bottom here we can just say if color, then just return no, you just return color. No, just return color. Return color. Right, do that. So, well, first off, we don't even have to do that. We can just say if C less than 0, color is equal to that. Okay. I don't think I need any more. So that should mean that it looks exactly the same, except they're now black here because they're not the first iteration. Right. So then we want to go let var. I should be able to calculate it from J actually, rather than assigning and reassigning. Is that J equals 0? Oh, well that tells us. No, we know how many we found. So var found equals 0. And we go hey. If you get to here, found plus equals 1, and then here opt smoothing. See, the issue is I don't actually know what numbers are coming out. Like, assumably quite big numbers, so I can't just use C. But what I want to do, and I want to call you like dot, like you're a float now. So what we want to do is something like calculate the SDF, and then we want to go if C is if C2 is less than 0, then color equals vec color equals yeah, color blend is not 1 over found. I don't know why. I think else no. Just
Yeah, not even half of it. Can I come here so I look?
yeah, RGB. Why is it saying? So you're saying you can only take in a float. Okay. Okay. Fine. We'll make you a vec3. Vec3. And you're a vec3. Like that. And then you return a vec3. Like that. And I think that works. I don't know. You expected a comma, found a F32. F32. Something like this. F32. Hey, that works. Okay. So, I don't know why it's still black. Because we're blending. No, we should be blending with black and white. It's probably found it quite late. Okay. I don't want to look through it twice to find the found. That's the annoying part. Like, how do we blend the color?
Oh, how much of him you can draw?
Pop smooth.
Stop playing games, you fucking dog.
Well, since we know it's round, we could just take the smooth value and that wouldn't work either. How do I blend it? Okay, so blend it. We say found plus equals 1. Calculate the distance to the circle, and we say if the other circles. Okay, no, actually that's not right. We just work out the distance to the other circle. Actually, I don't think that's right either, because I think we're just blending the color no matter what now. I mean, kind of. The issue is you should be you should just be solvable white. That is kind of the effect I'm going for. My thought here is I think I'm blending, so I think I need this to be like, do the smoothing. And if C is less than 0.1, right, it is less than 0, which means you're inside the blended part, blend the colors. See, it doesn't quite work because they're all the same color, so maybe we should make them assigned random colors as well, just to see what it looks like. So we want to say shape is color random. Is that a thing? No. Okay. Color. Ooh, yeah, hue, saturation, lightness. We want the hue to be RNG.gen range from 0 to 1. 0 to 0 to 1.0. 0 to 1, saturation. I want to say that saturation is 1, and lightness is 0 at 5. I don't know if that's correct. I think it might actually be the other way. I expect it to function pupil struct. Shape color. Oh, yeah, no, you should just be a unit type. Color. We just need to tweak wherever we were grabbing the color out and say that you don't call the color, you call it 0. Apparently it's private. We could probably just do that and then make it derare. Lib. It's yep. And then we say you are derare. Like that. Okay. Can I initialize private field? Okay. You. Okay, but you import shape color. I don't know why I didn't make it public. It would have been fucking easier, but anyway, no. Pub. Yeah. Cool. So I'm gonna go like that, and I go. They should all just be random colors now. I think they're actually all going to be white still because I think it's the other way. I think you want the saturation to not be 100% because I think we have a GIMP and go like color picker and go, hey, if we hue saturation lightness between 0 and 1. If we said so this is red, right? We want hue. So this changes the color. Saturation is 100%, and I think this is lightness. So I guess yeah, that is actually correct. I guess the saturation is 0 is white. That doesn't make any sense. I'm pretty sure it's this way. Like this would be a saturation of 0, but anyway. It also seems to go between 301 and 365. So they're all red because I said pick a saturation hue between 0 and 1, and that's just red. So yeah. That is hard, but they are like bright enough so that is it the lightness. I want to set this to 1 as well. I want them to be nice vivid colors, but I feel like if I do it wrong, it's going to end up the wrong color. 365. 360. 365. I always fucking mess it up, don't I? Now, the issue is because we're doing that inverse, where yeah, okay. So because we set the, so I was correct. You can't set the lightness to 1. If I set the lightness to 0, I feel like it's going to be all black, which doesn't make sense because fully saturated is not. Yeah, I think this is what we just did, and then we want this. Nope, they're all black. So that okay, I don't get it. What the fuck does the saturation do then? Anyway, let's just do that. Give us nice colorful balls. We need to like not take the reciprocal or whatever. Like it works, but hey, look at them. They're very colorful blobs. See, it's much less noticeable that it's doing it when they're Okay. The other issue is we need to make sure that it's fair, so that we definitely need to make it just like an even amount, because what's happening now is that because this ball is going, oh, this one's less obvious, where was the big one that did it? This one. Because this big one is going first, it's drawing all this in like a lot of blue, and obviously the one of these is going before the other, and it's drawing this quite pink. And then obviously the green one's going like last, so it doesn't get to color this at all, but it's still going before this one, so it gets to color like all that. So it's because we're giving priority to whichever one we found. So instead we should just blend it between 0.5. I don't know if that's even, as in like, I don't know if blending up 5 and down 5 gives you the same color, but it should hopefully be better. If anything, it made the colors really vomit worse, but so you because you're winning, so we have to work out how to work out when we're in a union, and we blend anytime we're in a union. That's the issue. We said we found you, so we're keeping your color. So we can set color to 0. We don't want to use found anymore. I think we're going to go first. So we're going to say like color is black, and then we say let first equal C is less than 0. I don't think this actually matters. Apparently we were using found somewhere. Oh, we were adding one to found, but we're not actually using it. Alright, so I just do this, because I want my first for letter. So they're black if they apparently don't blend right. So whichever color is done first doesn't blend with the other colors below it. And because it's already picked a color. Okay. Okay, so wait. Of the circle. So it means that you never get to here. Which I guess means you're done last. Whoever's done last? No, because it has to be first, because you've already picked a color, you don't get, I don't think the other colors get to overwrite. So we're getting to here without it finding any other colors to smooth with. This is less than 0. Blend between 0, between the current color and the other color. So that implies that they're not doing any blending. And since we go from, oh, I think we go from J to I, don't we? Yeah. So it means the first color that gets done, we kind of want to go the other way. We want to go J equals I, and then while J is less than array length circles. Yeah, I don't know how much the compiler actually does anything in this, because like, am I better off storing this outside to make sure? Ooh. So the issue with this one is we're checking every other circle. Okay, so maybe we only want to. Well, I was gonna say maybe we only want to do this if the other color is, because we only want to blend where they overlap. Because what's happening here is this bit's getting done one color, and then it's blending with this bit over here because this is still technically inside. Because we only want to check where it wouldn't. But we need to make sure we only want to blend the color if okay, so we need to blend the color differently if they're both. So first off, let's go with, like, before we blend this, if C2 is less than 0, blend at 50% and then merge C. That is actually a kind of really cool effect. I kind of want to commit this and go like what looks cool, because if I it's got like a weird cartoony effect to it. So what it was, we're leaving it black. Also, K seems to be part of the reason that the edges are smooth, which is interesting to me. So now they blend. So what we need to do is blend the color differently based on the new smooth value. So maybe if we take the original C, can I maybe maybe so we blend at 50% if C is below 0. But what if we blend by So C is less than 0. We blend by C2. Well, F30. You return an F32, don't you? I think. I'm pretty sure my this returns a float. Right? Well, that does. So obviously that must 2, yeah. Okay, so we did like C2 divided by C1, like the difference. Unknown identifier. C. It's just regular C. Right. What does that look like? Well, apparently nothing, because it's, I think, direction dependent again. Okay, that looks really fucked. What if we did C divided by C2? No. It's also not doing the blending anymore. Like, it is because the blacks do it. So we only get to here. This only happens. The blending only happens. The blending only happens if both are true. So I need to work out like how much we are inside the other shape and blend inversely proportional to that. So can we instead, if we get to here, I want to go color equals. No, we want to make it black. White. Go with white, because then it's really obvious where it's done because it hit both. Can we just do that? Okay. So if C2 is less than 0, white. Apparently, the answer to that one is all white, which is incorrect. You also shouldn't be blending between color 1 and color 2. Okay. So first off, color. If first, then color equals color, right? So what's that gonna do? That still leaves everything white. Oh wait, that's because no, the spheres are all randomly colored. So I don't know why that's not working. We're coloring everything white if C2 is less than 0.1. Does it think it? So if I turn this off, it'll go back to being colored again, right? Weirdly. I think. Okay. The hard thing with this is I need to make sure that they don't color in the other shit. That, or we just like gotta stop them from discarding the shit that's being drawn. Because it's kind of what's happening is that you get drawn first, and then you also color all this in, which is incorrect. So you're just setting that to black. So I'm gonna say like, hey, if this is less than, can you just set yourself white? Now, my issue with this is why does this happen? Why does the part that shouldn't be colored in become white? Okay, so. Oh, because we're checking to see if any. Right, we need to smooth. And we need to say, hey, if C right, we need to go here. We need to say like maybe let C1 equal pop smooth. We just need to smooth those out, so that we can do something like if C1 is less than 0. So it's still all fucking white. Why is it all white? If I feel like I was supposed to be returning. Is that what's happened in like one of these previous ones? Like before. What do we have here before? Like, shut up. We were blending the color. I think that worked. So like, what's happening? I don't think you touch the shader. It was good copy here. Okay. I don't understand why, like, the color is always at least negative. Like, why? How is C1 always below 0? No matter what. Well, actually makes sense. Because if you're inside the shape, then you're at least below 0. So you compare with any other shape, and any shape... okay. No, we need to try and isolate... if C1 is less than... C1 is less than C0? Z. Okay. Still colors everything fucking white. Less than C2. Still colors everything white. Okay, if we get rid of this, we stop coloring shit in. We color every ball very rainbow color. So why is it doing that? Why is, no matter what, if you're inside one shape and you check to see if you're inside the other shape, you always seem to be inside both? The smoothing kind of makes sense. Oh, it's probably to do with the fact that my smoothing actually expands the shape by 15, I think. Right, so it's like if C1... okay. So like that's always true. What if we said if C is less than C1? That's not always true, is it? Oh, that's... okay, that seems like a rounding error more than anything, really. Yeah, I don't get that one. That definitely seems like a bug. It's probably got something to do with it because we're like doing times divide. Just times this to that. Clamp half plus half times d minus 1 times divided k, 0 and 1, and then take the max of d1, d2, h minus h times k times h times 1 minus h. Oh, mix. Maybe I should use mix instead of blend. Mix. Can I call mix? First off, if I do call mix, does it like fix some of my problems? Not really. Didn't really do anything. Right. If C1 is less than 0. But I think to get to here, it's always true. No? We should probably also turn that back on. That would help, wouldn't it? Okay. So we need to say like at the bottom here, like C equals C1. Right. So what's happening is that you guys are getting there first. So if C1's less than 0, we mix them, which means that you end up coloring this shit in. So what we really need to do is say like, if C1 is less than 0, then your color is first. We're gonna say like if C2 is okay. What happens if we say that? If C2 is less than 0, only if C2 is less than 0 do we mix. I think we actually want the opposite of that. We only want it if C2 is no, yeah. So if we're actually inside the other shape, you're doing it right. Yes, is your maybe and the C is less than 0. Mix only if both. No, not all. Well, that's kind of done the opposite. And okay. Hey, look. Kind of. Now, how you end up? Okay, now it's putting black. Right. So first off, if the color is black, we just need to discard. So if C is less than 0, So I think that's incorrect. Because C ends up being less than 0 if you're inside the other shape. So I think we want to get rid of this. Okay. Interesting. So now they blend, but they don't cross each other. Like they don't blend into each other. So what we need to do is maybe be smooth. Okay. So what if we did let CV equal C1 divided by C. Let's see. C1's always going to be bigger. So what we want to do is actually go C divided by C1. C1 will always be bigger. And then we want to mix. We want to color equals mix color and other color by CV. Don't do that. I want to know, what does this look like? Kind of cool. So we only want to do that if okay. I don't know how I've got like weird imaginary shadows. You're also on the wrong side because you're obviously reflecting the pink off of this. Right. We only want to do this in here. Okay, and then we need to invert that. Does flipping C and C1 invert that? No, can't. Not really. No, not really. C1. I think it's probably blending with the color underneath. So we definitely want to go C divided by C1, which actually isn't probably correct at all either. But yeah. So how do I flip that? I think maybe it's actually C2. So we have color mix other color. Well, yeah. Right. So you're in the wrong side. We want you to be flipped. We want you to mix that way. So maybe we should say other dot color mix. Well, maybe. Oh, well, the other thing is we're also mixing the color twice. Maybe that's fucking with it as well. Let's fix that. Let's go like this. Let's remove the fact that we're mixing the color twice, because that would explain why, like, mix. Why are you saying that? As invalid arguments. So mix other color 1 CV. Wait, what? Why is it suddenly invalid though? Like, isn't it working? Okay, maybe this was the one that was working. Okay, so this works, so now we can remove this and go, okay, so, so the blue and the flip there. Okay, so if we went back to C1. Okay, so that's correct. We just need to flip, so it's like one minus C1. C1 might be a negative number at this point. I don't fucking know. Hey. Okay. Now we need to go back to using. So, we need like C equals CV. No, C1. C equals C1. Ooh, yes. Okay. So we blend them. Okay, else if C1 is less than 0, we need to do something. And then I think we just maybe always return color. I don't know. I need to just blend the same thing again. Else if C is below 0. Okay, and then we need to, again, we need to like C equals C1. Because otherwise it won't draw the blending. Okay. So we need to say this color when we do this. We don't want to set that if. Okay, wait. So right, I guess if maybe it's here. We say like if C1 is greater than 0, right? Continue. Continue. Right, I think I'm getting close. So if I get rid of that continue, we end up with nothing changing. Okay, so I'm just trying to think, because what's happening is we're coloring it in over here because we're like, hey, this shape, this color, this sphere that we did first, okay, this sphere is done first, so it fucking colors this all in green. I was like, well, I need to not color this in if C2 is less than C1, continue. Continue. Okay, with that. Oh, right. How are you doing this? Like, what the fuck? Okay, can I get you to return white? Where the fuck is C? RET turn back. Or I did that one. Right. So you fucking yeah. I hate that that's a compile error. Okay. So first off, apparently there is nowhere where C2 is less than C1. Where is it greater than C1? Everywhere. Now, that's got to be because when we do the smoothing, that doesn't make sense, because it's physically possible. It's possible to be inside this shape without being inside this shape. Okay, so if C2 is less than C1, which is apparently never happens, if C2 is less than 0, wait, what? Well, that's confusing. Offset and other. That's actually really interesting, because that implies that when you other is J, I plus 1, maybe. Hey, okay, so the issue was that I was checking itself as if it was the other. Right. So that means it's probably now possible for C2 to be below 0. Okay. So no, not C1, which is the blended space. Okay. So it's kind of weird. Okay, again, we're back to that. It never happens. Oh no, it does. It happens here, which is the wrong way. If C2 is greater than C1. Well, that's kind of the opposite we want. Look at you. Okay. So C2 outside. So if we said C2 is less than C1, returns white. So you would just never, like, your blended is never below. Which I think kind of makes sense. I feel like I must be getting like outside of that space somewhere else. So when we blend these, okay. So where is this green coming from? One thing. Okay, so this is not working. What we need to do is we need to say, hey, first off, let's comment this out and go, okay, if C2 is less than 0, Okay, so and then do this, and then do this, and I'm gonna say okay, each color, each just its own. Okay, and we're gonna say if okay, now if you get here, so this is if C2 is less than 0, color equals vec 4 1. So if both are below 0, so that's only where they overlap, which is what we kind of want, where they overlap. So this is where they overlap. Okay. Now we need the blend to happen. Now where's C1? So then or C1 is less than 0, right? That's the other way. So that gives all of that shape, right? Okay, what if we say where C1 is less than C? Okay, that expands out. So where C1 is greater than C. That gives us really weird artifacting. Okay. Both these numbers will always pull C1 down. The C1 will always be smaller than both of them because it's like a expanded cloud above them. So I'm going to say maybe something like, get to there, color that white. Okay. Okay, so otherwise we're going to say maybe color equals, all right, what do we do with color? So circle the color. All right, if I do this, what happens? Vec 4. Okay, comma 1. Okay, so doing that, we get to here and we go, okay, so they're back to being their own color again because I guess this overrides it. Else. Just trying to get it so I can color stuff in and work at exactly what I want to do. Okay, now this is only coloring in the highlighted set. Okay, so then we want to say, when we get to the end here, C, but this blends each one. See, so then you do this. So we want everything that's blended. Okay, so then now we're getting errors. So it's specifically setting this. So this is fine. And we say if C1 is less than 0, else else if C1 is less than 0, we're going to say color equals color alright, we'll color dot r equals 1. Just color dot again. Color vec 4. Okay, let's make it vec 4. Let's make it, I said 4 0. This will make it black. Okay, so if C1 is less than 0, and C2 is greater than 0, and C is greater than 0. Okay, apparently that's nowhere. Wait, I don't get that one. Wait, maybe it's this. Maybe turn this into an OR? No, that still just colors the main one in. It's probably because you're always just going first. And so you're always lower. And C is greater than 0. That should only give us the blended section. It doesn't. Okay. Unless this is recoloring everything in. So let's just not fuck with the color. No. Okay. What the hell is going on? So if C1, this doesn't have the blend. Ah, right, okay. So if C1 is less than 0, right, and C is less than 0. Right, so we need to say like, we need like an output somewhere outside of this loop when you're like, wait, B equals 0. Right, yeah, 0, yeah, okay. Then we're gonna go here, we're gonna say, okay, so, well, okay, V equals C. And then we say if C1 is less than 0 and C is greater than 0, V equals -1. I guess V equals C1. Your var V equals C1. Okay. And then we come down here and we say if V is less than. Okay. How does that work? So we still have the issue of it all blobby over here. So we've gone, hey, now we're getting our blending back, but we're blending into the other shape too much. So we need to say and C2 is greater than 0. So this should only be the sections we're blending, right? Okay. So anything that's white and anything that's black needs to be blended. Everything else needs to stay the color it fucking wants. Right. So only if you end up in those two if cases. Right. Right. So if you're white, we need to blend it, I think based on the distance to the nearest one, maybe. I don't know. So this should be, because you're completely inside, I don't know, when we will just blend, yeah, because we want like a gradient tapering off. We don't want them to like, because otherwise you can just see exactly where they intersect. So what we would want is some kind of like outline around this, like some kind of halo-y effect. Anyway, let's make the blend. So when we get to here, if you get to here, your color is now set to a mix between color and vec or other.color. 1. Now with CV, we'll just do half. Okay. So obviously not correct because it's blended a lot of green, and you're blending quite green. And you're blending green. Now, mainly it's because I don't know what color you're supposed to be, but this is definitely not too much in that direction. So we need to blend by CV maybe. Oh, that's just turned it black. So in this case, so in this situation, which is that CV is negative. So dividing by a negative number. So typically, and you're greater than 1, which means that you are the smaller number. CV is the smaller number. The abs of u divided by u. We use CV then. Okay. It's still incorrect. This is correct. This is a bit weird. This is extra weird. So why is the red getting to dominate? Probably because the red's going first, is my assumption. No, green's going. All we need is like what? Okay, so in this case, we know that both C and C2 are positive, so we can say that. What if it's C2 divided by C1 divided by C? What if it's C divided by C2? What if it's the max C and C2 divided by the min of C and C2 divided by the max of C and C2. See, I think the issues were still blending back to black, which is incorrect. So I think we need to say that the starting color is just always the color. Maybe that's what the problem is that because if you're not the first color, so your color gets set to the mix of the two. That's actually might be what's happening there. So we need to say that the color is always just equal to the current circle's color. Okay, so now I think you're inverted because it seems like the bit that's closer to the green is more orange, the closer to orange is more green. Right. So we need to invert this. So this becomes vec for other dot color and 1, and you become color. No, it's still blending it the wrong way. It's interesting. So maybe we should stop taking the min and the max. Maybe we should just take C divided by C2. Other way. C2 divided by C. That looks promising. Because it feels like they're the right color. This is fucking wrong. Wait, the color we should blend by is probably not the value of U. Though that kind of does make a lot of sense. We should probably be blending by distance. Distance? Come on. Distance. So it's like the distance from offset to circle.center divided by the distance from offset dot offset and then other dot center. Okay. Now we're getting like a red and a green, but they're all getting the same blend. That's interesting. I was expecting more of a gradient. From offset to the center. So we need to take like the difference. The issue is because of the order that we do things in. It's like it's always going to end up with this weird ordering problems, because it's not deterministic which order they happen in. So we need to work out. Okay, what if we did something like in this condition, color it. Let's say color equals vec for 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, right? And in the other one here, we're going to say else if C1 is less than and C2 is greater than 0, color it white. Right. But what? Ah, right. 1. Right. Okay. Right. You don't have the issue because of the ordering, but you have the issue because of ordering. Okay, so we have to say and C2 is less than C1. No, C2 is greater than C1. C. Just C. And so you see, so that colors anything that's white is wrong, but that's because we need to say and C is greater than C2. Okay, so where it's black, well, first off, where it's black is an arrow, isn't it? But where it's white is overlap, apparently. Right, no, you should be 0. Okay, so where it's black, I think, it's a hard thing to, okay, so I'm thinking it's black here, it's grey here. Apparently it's a grey here. It's interesting. Where it's white, it's overlapped. Alright, maybe we should work on the white first. So where it's white. Okay, so if C2 is less than 0 and C1 is less than, they overlap. Okay, so to do this overlap, we need to say that the color is just equal to the color, what do I say? That's horrendous. It's just mixing. Maybe we should, no, because we have to mix its own color because we don't know what the fucking other color is. Like in that, like if it's multiple loops in. Okay, so how is this? Okay, so okay, color equals max. Alright, so where they overlap, how are we saying this? So we're using color and we're mixing color with CV. That's incorrect. We want CV to go back to being like, I want to like C1 divided by C2. I think was the best one. I don't remember. One of those two. But to tell it it's the wrong order. I think you're the other way. We want C2 divided by C1. Kind of, yeah, I think that's right, because now they're sort of blending from bluish into yellow. Okay, so that's blending correctly. This is the right thing to do, is to mix one color. Now the question is like, where there's multiple colors blended together, does it work? Not really. The orange kind of dominates. Yeah, where there's only 2 colors intersecting, it's fine. What's happening here? Oh, fucking no. I think there's a ball under there that's a different color. There's definitely a red ball there. And for some reason, that red ball really gets to dominate right there. Interesting. So where it's black, which is the bottom section here, the pink ball should be picked, but I don't know if the pink ball's the second ball. We can work out it's black. So the merge is less than 0, so they're drawing merging stuff. And C2 is less than 0. And C2 is less than 0. How does that work? Well, there's never a point where C2 is less than 0. And wait, what? And C1 is less than 0. It means we're inside C. We're inside the main ball. And the main ball is less than the other ball. Which is probably why we're not getting these colors. Okay, so we're not using white anymore. So let's just go, hey, 1. And go, they shouldn't, well, first, also, you should probably do that. That would probably explain why we're not getting the solid. Okay, white. I'm very confused how C1 can be less than 0 and C2 can be greater than 0. Well, that makes sense, actually. That's the we're only overlap. Ah, yeah, okay. So you're not inside the first ball, and the first ball, or the second ball, and the second ball is further away. So this is closer to C1. C. I want to name you C fucking 0, but no, closer to the first circle. And then we're going to say closer to second circle. Right, because C1 is bigger than C2. Okay, so you're closer to the second circle. Right, so the white implies you're always closer to the second circle. So this means that the red circle must be drawn first. Okay, which means we want to blend from that color to that color based on the difference in distances. Okay, so we're going to say, first off, I think CV should come into here. Because that means we can have a different CV depending on which mode. We're going to say, like, let CV equal. Okay, so we want to go the distance, the difference between you to you. So we want you to be the primary color. So I think the CV is equal to, so which number's bigger? We know which number's bigger. So we know that C2 is bigger. So we want C divided by C2, because we know that C2 is bigger. And then we want to mix the color from, we know that you're the primary color. So we want to mix from, we want to mix from color to other color based on CV. Wait, why are you dividing by C1? You should never be dividing by C1. First off, the black isn't even doing it right. Okay. First off, you should be C, not C1. Right? I feel like I'm wrong there. Let's just go with color. Color equals vec for 1. I'm starting to like realize I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. Anyway, so what's happening? I don't think the colors are blending correctly anymore. So why? That's interesting. Why does C1 work but not C2? We've said that this is where they overlap. Why would C1 work but not C2? Okay. So you're setting color to mix. You're setting color to black. Or why is there so much white here? That's the real question. Why is there so much white here? This is definitely not blending into the red. You're blending from the wrong color. Your color is color 1. So if C2 is less than C1, so where they overlap. Let's just go back to setting your color. Color equals vec for. So we want to set everything else to black. So, well, first off, apparently we just never do anything now. Oh, it's because it never compiled. There we go. Alright, where it's white, they're overlapping. Right, so we have to blend the overlap. And the overlap should just be blended, I guess, 50-50. No, it needs to be blended based on the distance to the center of the other. So we need to say, like, the CV is the distance from the center right. We will need to know. Okay. So, and C is greater than C2. Okay. So let's I'm actually curious, but this should work actually. If we just say let CV equal. So we know that C is bigger, so we say C2 divided by C. Okay, so we're blending this half, right? Okay, so C is, so we're blending this half, which means we want to prioritize C is bigger than C2, which means we're inside the shape. We're inside 2. So we want to blend from other. So we want to interesting. Okay, so I'm thinking like we can go into here on both of them, and we want to say we go if C is bigger than C2, then we know we're inside C2. So we say like let CV equal so C is bigger, so we want to say C2 divided by CV, and then we want to say color equals mix. Okay, so 2 is bigger, so 2 is the primary color. So we want to go vec for other dot color 1 and color mixing CV. Then we want to do this. Yeah, okay. Nothing else should set the color. Can we just set the color? Color equals 0. So it's black. We don't set the color, it's black. Okay, now it's just always black. Well, that's a bit dumb. Okay, set the color to white, because apparently if we set it to black, we have nothing to blend to. Nope, that still doesn't work. So if C is greater than CV, I guess we never... I guess V equals the min of C and C, or min of V and C1. Okay. So again, it's all still just fucking white. Why you never... Okay, if so they're both negative. Color equals the mix of other dot color. Okay, what if we mix color and other dot color? Right, we need a vec for. Nope, vec for that one. Okay. So it's not really working. If we turn their colors back on, which I think it's just doing this, and before I save this, that little one should be red. Is that right? No, the little one's the bubble one. Okay. So I definitely have that backwards. Swap this around. Because the red is the purple's over there, that's for sure. Okay, so we definitely want to mix from other dot color to cut this, put this here. Okay, I'm going to say color. Right, it's still, I don't know why it's stuck white. What the hell is CV? Okay, can we mix 0.5? Okay. 1. What do you mean? Why? Why doesn't like that I put just the number 1? Okay. Can you not be white? Is that the problem? If I make you 0, you still just stay 0. Well, because you just blend completely with that one. If I say 0, you just... Okay. So you get to dominate. So we say 0. Oh my. Okay. And if I say you're white, do you actually look any different? You shouldn't. That's the point. It does, because it stays really bright. Which means mixing doesn't work like I think it does. Okay. Well, first off, that does mean you should probably start black. And then we go, okay. So the amount that we mix you needs to be like by CV. Does that work? No. 1 minus CV. Okay. Now when I turn that color back on, you better be red. That didn't like that. Oh, wrong one. It's this and this that is. You're not red. You're blue. Why is the red side on the blue? That's what I don't get. Why is this gone pink? Okay. Well, does this work? Not really. You end up quite red. Well, it kind of should, and then it should blend into the blue. So maybe if once we implement the other one, like else, yeah. C is less than C2, then C in another color and CV. No. 1 minus CV. I feel the feeling that CV is too small in this particular situation, and that's what's causing this. Just getting lighter. This is like 0.5. Can I just say that V is always equal to the min of... The answer to that is no. Right, because it's only if we want to set the color that we can do that. Okay, so... Okay, so blending them at half is just too much. Now, my thought here is that probably C and CV are too close together. They're two similar numbers. The issue with this, I don't actually know what the value of CV is, because we could probably blend them by like 0.9. Would that make them really bright? Okay. I need you to be black to begin with. So 0.9 appears to be quite a little bit of blending. Okay. So that's a tiny bit of blending because we go from mostly the other color to a little bit of this color. If we put in CV, does it tell us if CV is small or big? It's like black, which means that CV must be greater than 1. No, wait, yeah. Yeah, because it's starting black and you're getting to that, which we put in a small number. But we've said that C is the bit... What? That makes no fucking sense. That implies that CV is greater than 1. Or it could be negative. Okay. We know that... Oh. Oh. Yeah, no. That would... They're both negative numbers. If we flip that around, if we said C divided by CV, C2, does it give us that? Okay, and then it goes closer to black, which is, so it blends more into the pink, and this one should be blue, so, well, Okay, so as we blend into the other color, so if I put CV here, right, we're blending more indigo, which I think means we need to do 2, by the way. 1, because we said that 2 is bigger. Okay, so it's blending closer to black, which is closer to that color. You're the wrong way. The black here implies that we should be using the base color. You're blending correctly. You're blending the wrong way. Is it 1 minus CV? No, I don't think that's correct. Okay, it is 1 minus CV. So you blend that way, you blend that way. The middle is closer to the blended color. And the issue is that it does kind of rely on the fact that, like, we're not iterating through every single shape. So maybe we should iterate through every single shape. I don't think we return... So maybe we should just start at 1. Start at 0. Iterate through everyone. I don't know if that blends it better or worse. I think it's going to kill my frame rate though. Can we drop down to 90 and then we say like 5 plus 1, and then we're up at 100. So it kills the frame rate. And does it make any difference? So let's put it somewhere I can see it. So when I save, I don't think it changed the color like at all. Right, -1. Hello. Not having as much success today as I was yesterday. I feel like I'm going crazy. Alright, so that tells me that when we get to here, we can mix the 2 colors. So we can probably go back to just turning the normal color back on and see what it looks like. Alright, so we're blending way too much into the... Wait a second. That kind of makes sense. You're blue, which is because we flipped you. So you should be... You should just be CV. Okay, now we have a blue line there and a pink line there, which means that it should be the opposite sides. Opposite sides. How do I get you to the other side? 0.5? 1? No? Plus? How do I... Oh. We're giving you too much strength now. 2.1 minus. And then we said we gave you like you'd be like 0.5 plus, I think I don't know. Getting a bit hectic there. No, okay. So we need to, I think blending by CV is correct. Maybe this is where it'll get corrected by doing all of them. We should probably go doing all of them. Where is it? 4, okay. Wait, why are we doing -1? That's probably not helping. No, okay. So let's just go from 0. Let's go through, iterate through all possible other circles. Right. So why are you on the wrong side? Well, the obvious answer is that you should never be able to get above half, I guess. So we want to like take the min of that and 0.5. And same with you. Like you can never get more than half. I still don't feel like they're blending properly. Okay. They still don't feel right. I feel there's another one over there, so it's not really good. This yellow is really obvious, isn't it? There's like a seam here. Like they're not blending off like I would want them to. This one's even wonkier, but I think that's because again there's another ball under there somehow. You see what I mean? Like it gets brighter in this center section here. Why is it doing that? I think we need to maybe take in the distance. Like, if C is greater than, maybe we should take color. So this is saying that we're closer inside 2. And then we should take other the radius and divide it by the abs of C2, and then use that to do it. Maybe. Can I just set your color? I'd say your color is equal to vec 4 C vec 4 of CV. CV is 1. Alright, so apparently it's just white, which is incorrect. It shouldn't be giving you 1. So radius, right, the absolute of the distance divided by the radius, because the radius is bigger 1 and we want a number below 1. CV equals to other dot radius. Okay. So that should give us a grade. More white here. And then if we do the same thing here, where we say CV is equal to E, so CV is now the absolute of C divided by the circle radius, and then your var vec 4 is equal to CV is equal to 0. Okay, so that's saying blend more of this color when we're here, blend more of this. So blend them evenly here, blend more of this one here, and blend more of this one here. Right, which means we should be like mixing. So I think, so what we would say is we want to go like color. Mix. So in this one, we want more color. This is other color. See it. So we want that the other way. We want more of you mixed with color. Interesting. Very much incorrect, but because we want to invert that, don't we? Because what that's saying is as we get further from the center, we're giving it more power. So I want to say like 1 minus. Right. And then we want to flip that back. So we want to go color. Then blend it with that color. Like that. Right. Nope, it's done it again. So the issue with this one is that we're adding the most purple when we're as far away from, as when we're as close to the center as we can from you. Interesting. So it's basically when we're as close as we can get to the center of you. The other thing is that it could be that the purple one's actually doing the issue. Maybe when we do this, it'll flip it back the other way. Unlikely, but so it's absolutely 2. So C is bigger, which means that C is outside. So we're in shape 2. So we take the absolute of 2 divided by the other radius of 2. The other thing is it could be that we're supposed to take the circle's radius, but that doesn't seem right. We're going to mix. So we would want to like vec for other one in color. Now we've flipped the blobs, which is fun, but not what we want. We want the complete inverse of that. That's what's annoying me about it. See, that seems right, except for some reason, as we get closer to these edges, I don't know why the purple tapers out here. Like, why does it blend better there? Okay. So I'm thinking C bigger than B is correct. This one seems right. It's not got like a hot spot, except it's blending off to the edges, but I'm not quite sure why it's doing that. This one is the issue. Why are you having an issue there? Maybe the idea is we're supposed to do this. Blend from the other to color. That -1. So that makes blue there, so it's definitely would be the other way around. Okay, so we still got that hotspot. So we need kind of the opposite of this. Again, if we swap the colors, it would 1 minus C by circle radius. What if it's supposed to be no? Okay, so C2 smaller, which means we're inside C more. We're more inside C. So then we take C, we divide it by the radius, we get our blend color. See, the issue is now we've got this thing where we're blending more of it while we're closer to the edge. The opposite, which is 1 minus, which is what we're actually doing, which is even more bizarre. So the closer we get to the edge, the more we blend towards this color. Maybe we need to do the max. I think it's actually min, but anyway. We want the we want the other one. We want min. No. It has made it more blue. It's like entirely blue now. It's almost always 1. It actually makes it more confusing. This side seems right. So why is this side not doing? I mean, technically they're mutually exclusive. Okay. So CV equals absolute of C divided by circle radius. Now we can't do radius divided by, because in this case C is less than C2. So we know we're in the second circle. We know we're here. So we're just blending too much from this one. So what if we flipped that around? Right. Right, so now it's almost always purple. I think purple's the color we are. So okay, well we know which one's purple, so we can go back to black. We know that if it's black, it's the okay, yeah, so the purple is adding it back. Yeah, well that seems right now. Wait, I'm confused though. I am actually very confused now. Right. No. Well, it's almost exclusively purple now. Yeah, I don't know why that's doing that. Was it 1 minus C? 1 minus CV? Well, the other thing is we should go back to what's okay. To be honest, I don't know what I've done to change that. I didn't think I changed anything. Swap those two around. The issue is now I think it's just always purple. So if we go back to our blending. Okay. So now you've got the hotspot back. It's just that you're just never adding the blue. So we needed to take the min of that and 0.5. No. Max. Okay, max of that. It's interesting because they're actually the mirror image. So this one's brighter in the corners. Alright, so then if we just start with the correct color. Oh, can't assign to it twice. Okay. Okay. Well, actually, that's kind of fair, because that means that, like, in theory, we can start with black. So we need to blend the other color better, because we need to add blue. Maybe instead of blending other, we should just blend vec for circle dot color. Right. This is definitely wrong. It's fun and interesting that it seems to want to blend blend the corners like that, and then we blend the first color like that. So for some reason, I'm not sure why, the corners like to be more purple. For some reason, it thinks that this corner is closer to this circle than that corner is closer to that circle. I feel like I need to somehow get rid of this max, because this max I feel like is handicapping me somehow. Did it compile? Okay. So this I think just made it all purple again, which means that it should be maybe CV. No. Okay. Well, first off, we're blending from circle color to circle color, so we can say like other color. Okay, so they're mirror images of each other, which means it should probably be other and circle. There we go. Well, no, you're not wrong though. It's weird, but like that's what we want, but we want to flip the colors because we. No. So I think that's what's happening is we have a hot spot here and it's just less obvious because it's a brighter color, and cold spots over here. So this is actually incorrect. Right through the middle. Yep. So what I'm not getting, why are we getting a gradient? Okay, so what if instead we just said, hey, can I just say like, so your color is black to begin with, let me say black. Okay, so now I want the color to equal mix of color and let CV equal. So AI reckons that, but other color CV. Interesting. I think what the issue is, we need to like discard the color if it's the wrong side. Like can we like somehow be like if C is less than the okay, so if C2, which is the other one, is less than C, discard. Right. Which is actually the wrong side. We want the other side because the other side looks better. C's C2 is less than C1. So, okay, now we get the normalized gradient here. This looks correct. So why is this never getting drawn in? We start at 0 on the J every time. Why like you go through every circle? And now I'm just discarding, I'm not coloring it in. So am I just ending up filling it with a different color? These should only take effect if C1 is less than C2. I think because V is never... okay, so V is... V and C and V and C1. So I'm guessing V is just never getting set because these values are not order. Alright, so if we just card there, can we just like not use V anymore? Like, can we just get rid of it? Can we just always return color? Okay, that doesn't work, but that's kind of funny. So we need to say something like, if V is less than 0, but we just need to make sure that we set V. So, I mean, the absolute of that one. Okay. I don't think that's actually the right way to do it, but it is kind of nice that the AI just sort of spat out an answer that works. Okay, how do I get this back? To get this back, I need to, I don't think it's going to work here, because see, it's getting quite green, which makes me think this is going to, as it blends back, it should turn more green, but it's going to end up being, well, it should get less red. Okay, we gotta work out how the fuck, so I'm discarding anything that anywhere where C2 is less than C1, we discard it. Okay. I think what we need to do is somewhere we're setting V. Where do we set V actually? V here. But we discard here, which means we never actually get to here to do the V, and the V is never set because we never get into here, which means we need some kind of thing of like if C. So if I set V equal to min of V and C1. Okay, so now we end up coloring everything in black. Okay. Well, if we discard, I think we abandon the entire shade process here. Which actually means we never get here, so I think we actually want to just go. Can I break? Instead, so I think discard like no matter what happens, like the pixels is never drawn. Okay, so then we want to stop setting V here. Okay, so it's kind of working. Okay, these are getting colored in early, I believe. So what's happening is that I think the blue one's being done first. If I remember, the blue is being done. But the issue is that the blue is continuing to grade into the green when it should transition the other way. So what's happening there, I guess, is we need to say this is if C2 is less than C1, we're inside the other color break, and we break this loop, which means we still return the color of V as less than. Now when do we set V? I actually don't know where we set V. Okay, so color mix is this. Where the hell do we set? So V equals C. Well, that seems wrong. We should say V equals 1. 1. Okay. Which means we very rarely draw V. I think it's because when we're in here, we want to say, so we say V equals C1 if C1 is less than or greater than. Okay, so we want to say, I guess if we get to here, V equals C1. So, no. So we break that outer loop. So this is for every pixel. So if we find... So you equal. Oh no, wait, no, we need the min of v and c1. I actually think with the max, but the max of v and c1. No, okay. Oh, because it'll never go below 1. You want the min. Can I put more than one? Like, can we take like C2 and C? Like minimum of all of them? No. Can we take that? The min of C1 and C and C2, and the min of V and C1. I need to work out how to not do this one. So we're breaking here, which should break this loop, which means whatever V is set to, which means we most of the time just don't color it. If V is less, oh, wait. Okay. Oh, we only need this card if we get to the end, I think. So when we return a color, if V is negative, which apparently V is negative if we get to here somehow. Okay, what if I said you don't we said if C2 is less, so what if C1 is you only get to here if if C is greater than C2. They both have to be below 0. Okay. Yeah. So apparently according to this, C is never greater than C2. Which makes very little sense to me. It implies some. Oh, I'm guessing because if distance. So no, that's just saying if the circles are too far apart. Offset self and other, and then your other. So I don't get that one. If C is less than 0 and C2 is less than 0 and C is greater than C2. C is less than C2. How does that never, like, how does it never happen? Oh, but this would be why it never happens, is because I've basically said, yeah, so you apparently never happen. No, apparently you never happen either. I guess I'm never setting V, am I? So it's like V equals the min of V and C1. E, okay. So I need you to be the other way, where only do it when C is less than C2. Okay, they transition towards black, which is more confusing to me than anything else. So I guess technically this only runs, this bit here only runs when they overlap. Let's get rid of all this comment stuff and work out like what exactly is going on. So you are drawing where they overlap, which for some reason, are we blending between the original color? We are, which might be a mistake. Let's get rid of this. So, so with that, I think the implication is that the color needs to be the original color. So we need to say like bar color equals circle color. Right. I don't know what's happening here. I'm just going to assume there's a tiny circle there and it happens to be cyan. And so it's like fucking up the right of the edge there. Alright, so next we need to not discard their main color. So something needs to decide when the main circle is. If I just do all this, it's just like it never fills the circles in. So now we want to go. Okay, well, I guess else if C1 is less than 0. Can I just do this and just say V equals C1? V equals C1? No. Okay, so we need to make sure that if you're going to color it in, right, wait, we need to make sure that C, which is the one we're currently doing, and C1, C is less than C2. You can only fill the circle in if C is less than C2. Right. You're working. You're broken. Why is that the case? So, because C1 is true, but why? How is that? So it means that you, I guess, and you have to be like filling all this in. No, you use a you. So you have to like fill in all of this. And at some point, somehow. So here, while you're here. Wait, so this number is the most negative. Maybe it's that one. No, maybe that's what's going on. No, that was very backwards. Okay, no, okay. So color, color equals base color. You only draw the base color if C, which is this number, C is smaller than the other number, which means that like, so if we pixel here, the right, so I guess can we like, can we remove that restriction where they overlap? Hey, it still doesn't feel quite right. And you run into this issue where because there's multiple circles, like the priorities are getting a bit fucked up because someone's like this one's obviously blending with the cyan one more than it's blending with the yellow one below it, so it should really be using the color that the current one is. The same happens here, so it's blending with the blue more than the green because of the order that they're blending in. I don't get it. Well, okay, and then how do we do these two? How do we do these two? So you're saying that C1 is below 0, which means we're drawing the edge, but we're outside of the 2. And this is the closest to first circle. I think we actually just take the absolute value that we were getting here, which is like, can I just do this? Does this just work? Because if this just works, we can just blend those into the same. Oh, we're gonna put on both. But I don't think I'm doing it all now. Yeah, because I'm not. I'm gonna say it was me as what? No. That kind of works. Except your one. Yeah, you'll see one and you'll see one. I'm gonna do this. Okay, so you blend, and I think I need to flip probably. You're saying that this is the closest circle first, which means we probably want to go one, C, ab C plus B. That feels like it's backwards. The orange is on the wrong side. So that would probably be, that means U2 and U0. You're the C. No, that now gives the one color more dominance. Oh, god damn it. I'm gonna say, fuck that. Do that. Now we just say, what does that look like? Lovely. it needs to blend better, but like it's just turning into a fucking mess because I don't blend in the colors right. Yeah, I don't get it. That's the issue. I don't get it. Like this works. That doesn't work. But why doesn't that work? Okay, which of these is setting the color? It's probably you. So why don't can we just do this always? Is this a thing that we can do? Apparently the answer is no. But why is the answer no? Yeah, it kind of works. I feel like we need to say something like I to j. No, I plus 1 to j. Well, now we're just like missing entire fucking colors. All right, because we don't do something. Is we only draw that if that's true. Since J doesn't come, no, but each circle should. I don't get that one. That one doesn't make sense to me. So I'm saying NC is less than CI, RC2. Whereas like we draw every circle, so at some point every part that's inside a circle should be below. So we. It could be that CV is ending up negative. I'm probably also just not getting color multiple times. And this is why I feel like we should just not do color. How do I blend evenly? So something's going wrong, right? Oh, we do use V. What if I just said color is just equal? Like, what if I said bar color is equal to VU, and we said like V is equal to 0. Right. V is equal to 0. And color is equal to color, and then we go, hey, so color is equal to color, and V is equal to, I guess, 1. Yeah, 1. Divide, because then we divide by 1. We go, okay. So, well, first off, color is equal to vec 3 0, right? And then color is equal to 0. V is equal to 0, right? And then we say if V is greater than 0, then return goddamn spell vec 4 with color and 1. Okay, so you don't like that because apparently I'm trying to set the max of something. All right, so stop doing that. So this is the blend coefficient, which so what if we said if the distance is close enough to actually measure it, get this value, get the smoothing value. Okay, then we say if CV is less than 0, which implies we're inside the smoothed shape, we then want to take the absolute of 2 over the absolute of 1, which may not be the best way of doing this because I don't really know. So this should imply that every circle, because like no matter what, every circle that has an inside into another circle will get run here. This will always be inside another circle. Now the issue is you might run into smoothing issues where we just never get to here if you skip other circles? Possibly. So I feel like every circle needs to run through every other circle. Right. And then if C is less than 1, then color, can I say plus equals? No. Mix. So we're going to mix color, right? Because we're turning color into a vector now. Color and CV. Right. Where CV is the absolute 2 plus the absolute 1. Right. And then we want to say, if you get to here, vec. Wait, what? No. Vec is plus equals 1. Right. Interesting. It looks stupid, but that's because what we're supposed to be doing is divided by V. No. Okay. Somehow, also color divided by V. We probably also want to make you, no, you're float. Cool. Wait, no, don't mix the, no, okay, well, you do mix the colors, but it's no, it's just circle dot color and other dot color mixed by CV. That doesn't seem right because we're taking the absolute of 2, so we're saying CV. So how do I get it? So I asked AI, not using code, calculate the middle point between C and C2. No. It needs to be between 0 and 1. No, not amp. It needs to be 0 if C is negative and C2 is positive, and 1 if C2 is negative and C is positive, and somewhere in between if they are both negative. Wait, I don't know what this is doing. Cool. Select 0, select 1, absolute C divided by C of 2 plus C is less than 2 and C is, and C is less than 1. Maybe. Let's find out. I don't know what this is doing. I'm assuming select is picking the one in the middle. So I think this might be a bit backwards, but it seems better. The issues we're doing like this again, where we're coloring this in because like whatever color it's coming up with is filling that in. So what we need to do is find our two obvious blobs again. Kind of lost them. Okay. I mean, this is kind of good. So what we want to do is something like so if C is less than 0 ampersand and C2 is greater than 0, color plus E equals circle.color. Right. If C2, I guess we should else if, because if asked else if C2 is less than 0 and C is the other color, and then apparently we blend them at half if they're not, which is very incorrect. But then we blend, don't blend. We do it. Okay, that looks hideous and it did not work at all. If we get rid of this blend and we only add these, if you actually add the color, what does this look like? Highly incorrect. Is it because this? Nope, that just makes whole colors go away. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. We add your color. We add circle 1. If 1 is negative and 2 is positive. If okay, can we say if so this is only happening if C1 is true. So if C is greater than 0 ampersand and 2 is greater than 0, and I return vec for 1. So I just want to return white if so here's the issue. You should never return white because you're always entirely inside. Because you're any circle. Right. So it's not C1 between you and the other right now, which means that at some point you get positive C value, which I mean you should be impacting this, but like what you should actually be doing when this is the case, well, I guess this is the case where you just blend it at 50-50. Well, actually I don't know, what is it? What does it translate into on the actual scale of, like, this is white, this is yellow, because it's just blending at 50-50, and then it's getting divided by half, which is just not how it's supposed to work. I think what we want is actually this should use the if C is bigger than C2, then I want to say var b equals 0.5. Right. So if C is bigger than B, then we want the absolute of C divided by the absolute of C divided by C plus B. There we would be. Yes. I want that to be B. Thank you. Okay. Else we want the absolute of C2. Okay. Now, does that blend? Oh, really? well, I guess it does. It just blends more gently. But like, what we actually need is that it's to be like the distance. We need to. Okay, so in this circumstance, we're inside one and outside the other. So we add them together. So if they're both positive, and we're in there, so maybe we should just. Right, we need to work out which color is closer. So we need the. Okay, I guess if C is greater than, which means that technically if you're bigger, I actually think it's the other way around. Alright, it still doesn't make any difference. So this C means this is the close okay. Second no other is closer. Circle is closer. Okay. So we are blending from circle to other. So if circle's closer. So we want to do something like right. We need to go like so let D2 equal distance from circle center to wait no what? No it's C2 divided by other dot radius, right? That's how that worked. I think because we know it's positive. U divided by radius, and then we say let C2 equal circle divided by radius. Right, then we say if C is bigger, then B is, well, this value has to be less than 1. Well, doesn't have to be, but like going to be less than 1. So if C is bigger, then we use D2. And if you're bigger, we use D1. Does it, no, not really blending by distance. Well, it probably is, but it's just like blending so gently. Alright, so what we need, so like this is one's positive, one's negative. Okay, so then I guess it's like, technically this is just not even else. Okay, so we're gonna do like, we do exactly the same thing here, but we're just gonna do this. We're gonna take the absolute. We're just gonna go. Okay, hilarious. So this is very weird. I'm gonna take the absolute because I know that these are both negative now. Okay, so if C is bigger, closer to 0, means we're inside 2. Yeah. Just make that throws me. If 2 is bigger, that means we're actually closer to other, which I think means the other way. You'd be D1 and you'd be D2. I think. No, that seems backwards. Okay, because if C is bigger, then we're closer. Yeah, closer to 0, the closer to the edge you are. It's if C2 is bigger. No, I know it's positive. If C is bigger, which means closer to 0, because we know that they're both negative. Well, actually, we don't know that they're both negative. Well, they can't be opposites, and they can't be the same. Can't both. They could both be 0. And which case we'll find out because we'll divide by 0. Okay, so let var be b. Okay. Var b. Okay. So if C is close, so if C is bigger and C is closer to 0, which means we're actually inside of other. Right? We know that they're both negative, which means we're inside both of them. Can I just say that, like, if you're in this situation, your color just equals circle. Dot color. Can you do this for me so I can, like, fucking work out what I'm doing? Okay. So we're just, so this one's drawn first, so this entire section happens. Well, actually, that we should be returning. That could be like half my problem is that I'm not returning if C is Well, so you have to go through all of these though to work out if any of them make it. Oh, okay, so we need to say if V is less than 1, if V is bigger than 1. So my point here is wait, but how did C1 get set? That's confusing. Because you're like, this pixel's checking here and here. But like, you never got set. Yeah, so I'm not quite following that one. So so you're saying only when C0 is set do we ever set any color? Okay, so can I just say, hey, color? Let's like return. Okay, well, it's not returning those big squares. That means that these conditions are only true when we're actually inside of a circle. Now, what's throwing me is how the hell we get to check. Like, how are you checking into this circle? How are you having any impact if this can only be true while we're inside the circle? It means while we're in this circle, we're somehow finding this circle. While we're in this circle, we're somehow finding this circle. Which doesn't make sense, because the only way that, like, this circle is the one that's actually fucking with the color. Because it's the only one that checks the square around it like that. Like, it's this that's stopping the other shit from checking. So it's like, if you don't meet this condition, just fuck off. So, SDF circle offset. So we get the color and set it to 0, and we set the var to this. So this yellow circle is somehow changing the colors, but it can only do that. What? How are you doing that? Am I giving them an opacity? No, because I've said this, because I was thinking like what could be happening is I'm blending the colors back together later, but no. Okay. If V, okay, so we discard, yeah, okay. Oh, I don't get it, I don't get it. Is this C, center color, plus V. Can I start fucking with the colors? We could. We could say like, if we get to here, we say V equals 1. And color equals color. No, we want to make it white. Color, so vector 3, white. Make it white. So if you're inside the first circle but not inside the second circle, inside the first circle, not inside the second circle, that's where our color difference is. You inside the first. Well, first off, does that mean that my distance checking is just wrong? The distance between the centers is greater than the distance between radius. So for you to turn it white, you have to be inside the first circle, but outside the second circle. Okay, wait, interesting. So you're inside the first circle and outside the second circle, which means you're outside the first circle and inside the second circle. Outside the first, inside the second, which means you're drawn first. Which means you must be doing all this. Which means somehow V is being set to something other than 0. Maybe I do need to just go like start at I. It's probably still going to do it because I think it's finding itself. Well, now you don't even find. Okay, now so we're missing a whole bunch of shapes. Now, so you have to start at 0. Each one. Okay, so well, if it finds itself, it should just add 1 to its own color and continue. Maybe we move to say if I equals j, skip the same circle. I don't think that does anything particular. Okay, I think we can leave it because it doesn't matter. So actually, it did do something, didn't it? Yeah, it's got this like yellow line, and then if I equals j, skip the same circle, and that yellow line's gone. Okay, so that's an improvement. Okay. So if circle circumference, skip circles that are too far away. Okay, I need to work out why you are coloring this in. I'm assuming it's because your C2 is less than 1 and C1 is greater than 1. So if I do that, and I said, hey, like, can we make this a color equals vec 3 1 0 yeah. It doesn't like whatever I did there. Semicolon. Yeah. So it's red now. Right. And I know it's you doing it, and you're red, which means that somehow second circle is inside the second circle, but outside the first circle. But how is your C1, which is smooth? Here's what I'm not understanding. Okay. So what that's telling me is, first off, you should probably never be setting this color. Oh no, because you do need to set that color, right? Let's say this does nothing now. Okay. That seems fine, maybe. I don't know. Okay, well, if we turn the color back on in here. Well, here's the issue. I don't think you should be. So if I turn this on, you're red. Okay, so if we just turn this from doing that, maybe we'll get color back. Well, stop setting B to 0. Okay, so first off, we do that. Now you'll be yellow, and then I want to turn this off, which is the bit that's actually broken. Okay. So first off, you're a yellow circle. Okay, I think we have to add based on circumference, radius, sort of thing. Because otherwise, what happens is, because you're completely inside, you just make it all yellow. You don't blend out from like where the circle is sitting. So you're adding the yellow, which is that you need to add So this is saying that you, circle 1, are inside. So you're, but somehow you're outside of circle 2. Circle 1 is inside. We're inside circle 1, but outside circle 2. Which means it must be this circle doing it, because we're inside of you, but outside of you. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Where are you coming from? Because I feel like if I turn this off, let's just make it think darker. Okay, so that's coloring that in. Okay. So I think that's fine, because that's saying like where the circles are not near each other. This is fine. Okay. You aren't doing anything. So if I turn you on, apparently you're still not doing anything. So, ironically, okay, so this implies a certain level of you shouldn't be touching this. Okay, so we don't set the color there. The colors are correct. Now, somehow, oh, there's a fucking third circle. That's what's happening there. Alright, so this doesn't want to have its colors set at all. Okay. So it seems like this might just be a continue. That's fine. Okay, let me say if C is less than, so they're both less than 0. Which sections of color are we talking about here? What disappears? Nothing, apparently. Oh, you're just setting the color. That's why you're just yellow. Okay, you're just setting the color. All right. So first off, what are you doing? If they're both positive, this is the like ring. Apparently, you just can't see it all. So this is that they're both positive, which is interesting. So if I set the all color equals vector 3 1, it makes you white. I can't find it, which is odd. What if we said v plus equals 1? Hey, okay. Okay, so it's these sections here, which is annoying because again, like what I've worked out is there's another circle here. Okay, so this needs to blend between the colors. So that's that section. So this is the smoothing. This is the smoothing, which is good, okay. So then we want to come over here and we go, okay, so you, I'm 90% sure I don't want to touch you. You're just the wrong colors, which is fine. That is a invalid situation where you're inside 2 but outside of 1. Don't touch the colors. What happens if I... Yeah, every time I change that color, I know exactly what that is. This is which is the bounding box, which is weird. But it makes perfect sense. It means that you're outside of yourself. Okay, so we have to color the smoothing in. So to color the smoothing in, how do we do that? Color the smoothing. All right. So what I want to do is I want to say maybe just do the 50-50 at the moment. So what I want to do is I want to go like nothing. I want to say something like this. So first off, V gets +1. then we come here and we say, hey, if C is bigger than B, then we want to say color plus equals. So get rid of the color. So plus equals vec 3. I'm gonna go 0 for now. Just, I want to do that. And then you're doing something, so you're not compile. Okay, so both of them do nothing at the moment. So what's happening is I just want to know, so this is black, so do we add the VAU? So we added nothing and then divided by an extra 1. Okay. So what I need to do is make sure that we pick the left side gets the left and the right gets the right. So we need to add to the color, which again, only because there's a second sphere. So so this is if C is bigger and they're both less than 0. So C being bigger means we are closer to B. So we need to say that you're adding the color is other dot color. Okay, other than color. Right. And then you get circle dot color. Right. So that should mean the yellow gets the yellow and the blue gets the blue and the red. Okay. So they're correct. Now we need to work at the distance, which is, so if C is bigger, then we want to say let D equal the absolute of 2 divided by the absolute of these two, and then if we blend by D, right, what does that look like? That looks about right, which means we want to go this one. We want to flip the other way. Let's say the absolute of C is these two, and then we're going to blend the color. Does that look right? That looks right. Maybe not. This looks a little bit too much across. The red looks like it's going into the purple way too much. So I think maybe if we said color. Like, is this obviously wrong? Yes, that's obviously wrong, because now we've got a purple onto the red. Okay, so well, that makes me interested if I go C2. That seems like it's fixed it. Right. So that means they sort of blend across. You blend across, and you blend across. And you have an issue that's unrelated. I don't know what these are doing. Now, my curiosity is, should I be adding D instead of V, like a D? Because we only blend it a little bit. Like, do we add D? Because we blended from other to self. That makes it like look really quite pink in there. And quite yellow in there. Maybe it's the other way. Maybe I'm adding too much. So instead it's 1 minus D. Kind of depends on how high the number is, but 1 minus D means like blend, the opposite of blend. Now you've gone white, which is odd. But I think that's actually, that seems like it might be correct. Because I think that implies that it's outside of the... Where lots of circles intersect, this is not working. See, where it's on the outside, it's not working, which I odd. Can I just like say, in this case, color which equals vec3 0. I want to go black, mostly because if I said it anything else. So the black is where they overlap. Okay, so, and that's it. That the black is just only the overlap. So what the hell is this white coming from? Like, why is it white? That doesn't make any sense. It's adding too much value is what it is. So let's just add 1. I think, no. We add the blend, so we have to add 1. There, the white goes away. Okay. The white was just, we just add 1 because we added 1. Right. So the black is where there's overlap. Where can I go? So this here, this is the overlap. 100% overlap. Okay. So I reckon what we can do is we can say like maybe let B equals absolute of C and B, and then we say that color plus equals blend of color in D, and then val plus equals 1. Well, it's clearly incorrect because we've gone the wrong way. So if we said C, no, because you see, I can't tell if it's because they're just the colors are too similar. Like these ones are blending nicely. Where was that one that's like completely in another? This looks a bit fucking yucky. What the hell is going on here? It's because these are getting blended by different amounts that it's causing issues. Okay. So what I need to do is I think blend by like the distance from the center or whatever, because what's happening there is it is sort of blending funny. All right. To be honest, I think that's what this needs to do too, but this isn't the smoothing. All right. So what you need to do is 100%. So I think what we need to do is work out like that. Let D0 equals, so we know that C is negative, so we want the absolute of C divided by the circle dot radius. Right, and then this is, yep, and then, oh, okay, so then we want to go, if C is greater than C2, if D is greater than, if D0 is greater than D2, I don't know what that's going to look like. Probably nothing good, but we can go to this, go to this. Okay, what does this look like? Weird blending, but that seems right. Like the fact that like the orange half is in the orange half and the blue half is in the blue half, it's not doing that right. This is even weirder. What's happening here, I think, is if D0 is greater than D1 plus the color. So we don't want to just plus the color. We want to that's the percentage from the center. So I kind of just want to set the color. So we want to say like, okay. So can we just say, because this number should be less, so we can say like color equals V dot 0. No, vec 3. So D1 is smaller. So I only want to use D1. And then we say, yeah, V equals 0. And we don't add. So we say, hey, if D1 is bigger, you're grading it the wrong way, I reckon. See, you're white here and you're blue there. Well, it depends what circle you got. You're closer to the center, it becomes, okay, no, closer to the center is whiter. Yeah, that's what we want. As it gets closer to the edge, it becomes less of the blend. Okay, so next we want to say that your, and so actually if we do this, and we say that your color is equal to this, but instead we use D0. Okay, so it means the most color is blended. That's wrong. That's what I was thinking. The most color is blended where they seem, which is the opposite order. So that's correct for this one, which is weird. So if it's fully inside, the most color we want is in the center. But that's because you're fully inside. Because you're actually doing the opposite. Because you're actually, like, as you get closer to the center of this circle. Oh, yeah, no. Okay, so this is maximum blend, whereas minimum blend. Okay. That seems right. Now the trick is blending them in the correct order. So blending them in the correct order. So instead of just equaling, you're gonna plus equals, and same with the plus equals. I'm gonna say you're going to mix circle color by di, and see if the AI got that right. Does that work? Green is sort of blending into the green. The red doesn't seem to be doing anything, but I think that's correct. Okay. Maybe it's not, though. Okay. It's definitely not, because that's too high. Like, that's just a vibrant ass blue. That's a vibrant ass orange. It shouldn't be... Well, that's actually confusing, because the overlap is still there. I guess it depends on which one got done. Like, yeah, so you're backwards, because you're white here, and you're pink here. But maybe that's the issue, is because we're dividing by one. So other colors. So if I want to mix, if I mix by D0, they should flip the. So D0 is the bigger number. Which, if it's the bigger number, implies it's the further out number. Well, actually, I should have known, because I was, yeah, you're D0, because you're the number we want, what we want to blend by. You're very vibrant. I think we want to go the other way. I think D1 was right. It was D1. And then we want to say, like, color plus mix D0, like that. Well, you're just equaling one now, which is going to break all the colors, but, you know, good try. So then they're still not quite blending together properly. I think what the issue is that we want to not add all of the V. Like, maybe instead of mixing the colors, we should just say it's other color times D and then plus D1. So I think when we're like adding a full unit of time, then we say other color times D1 plus D0. That doesn't seem right. Is it because it's supposed to be like same color, maybe? I don't think that's right. We should always be adding the other color, because we should be blending. Color plus equals other color times D1. Okay. Yeah. So other. Now they're just not blending. Alright, so one of these is breaking it. So is it you? Are you the one breaking it? Well, they're kind of both breaking it. But okay. What if it's supposed to be D0? D0 is larger. That seems backwards, because like you can see like the blues on that side and the pinks on that side, which means you're adding them in the wrong order. So we add this and we say D1. And then we're dividing by too much, which means it's D1. See, it still seems wrong though. Like, why is the blue so vibrant over here? You shouldn't be doing that. So we're saying color plus equals other dot color. Maybe the issue is that we are we might be just overpowering it in the sense that, like, every time we add a different color, we're adding like less, not necessarily adding equal to each channel. I think that's the idea. We're supposed to be mixing the colors instead of just adding them together. I was thinking adding them together might just work. Doesn't seem to be. So color plus equals circle mixed to one, right? Like, right. So what if we instead said the color just equals this, and then I just want to say like color equals vec 3 1. So whatever's here will just be bright white. Apparently it's just everything. Don't do that. Just return the color. Okay, anything that's white is getting hit by that first clause, which is if C is less than, okay. So that's just if you're part of the main circle that doesn't overlap. Okay, so if you're part of a circle with no overlap, you're just that color. So because this color just equals that. All right, how does that look? Bad. Well, we need to set that we found a color, I guess. So we can say V equals 1. We say if V is greater than 0. Okay, so it just sort of sets the color of each to its own. Well, that's actually the question, isn't it? Is if I go back and add the set color, color equals vec 3 1. Set you back to 1. Okay, so it does mean that, like, if there is a second color underneath, it doesn't turn up, which is interesting. No, wait, that doesn't make sense. Okay, everything else should just be discarded, but you know, it turns off. Everything goes white, right? No, turn it this way. I need to find one of these other ones. So same with you. Do we see that spot? Because my worry is that the order of operations, yeah, they see that spot goes away, which means that there's an order of operations issue here. That goes away, which means, annoyingly, we need to be completely inside C and not at all inside B. Maybe? I don't know. Something tells me that there's something in this, right? That's our problem. Why are you getting captured by this? B is less than equal to 0. No, negative 1. Why are you getting caught? You're not inside a circle. If C okay, we just need to be like, hey, ignore this for now. If C is greater than 0,
return. Okay, cool. Right. This is more or less the complete opposite of what we want. Why is that the case? Did I say c is greater than 0? Okay. Okay, so that's exactly what I want. So if c is less than 0. Okay. Well, see, the issue is that we need to do the logic if the blend is less than 0. So it's if c1 is less than 0. Right. Which is do the blend. They're all blended together. Right. Okay. Which is what this does. So we can put this down here. Go, okay. Turn this back on. Turn this off. Okay. So if c is less than 0, means we return these colors, but the issue is we return all these colors too. So I think that's the bigger question is, how do I get it to not return this bit here? I'm assuming it's if it's greater than the smoothing value. Well, we could also just say that, yeah, why am I doing this? Why not just say like that r equal radius? Can we just say like if distance offset and circle center is greater than r, then circle dot radius. I'm gonna say like maybe, yeah, that's not, it was greater than circle radius. This should mean there's no okay. I think a lot of my issues go away as soon as I stop drawing shit that's like well outside of the circle. Okay. So now it's got no smoothing. So what we need to do is probably put a const up here. Like const k equals 15. Okay. So I'm assuming if I add k plus k, that's one k. Right, so it just sort of buffs them up. The thing is that that's not actually how much they're smoothed by, which implies that I could probably get away with less smoothing, because you're obviously really eating into the other circles. Maybe. Doesn't look like it's quite very smooth. Maybe it's half k? K divided by 2? Even that seems a little aggressive. Okay. Interesting. It's quite slow. Okay, so we get the distance of the circle here, and I feel like I can probably skip a whole bunch of stuff if I just said if c is like less than k, continue. Continue. How can I not spell con? wait, okay. Skip the circle left to control. So, I don't know what V's being used for. Okay, wait, so we need to like initialize V somewhere? Maybe? I don't know. No, you're setting B. So like, so you don't like that cause I don't know what I did with V, but it's gonna var V just equals 1, please. Right, so now we're like sampling the circle here. Oh, nothing's appearing. Is it not compiling? No, it is. So we just need to. No, it's if C is greater than K. Color. Excuse me. What did I? Oh, I must have accidentally removed something. That's not good. I must have selected something that was like closed, and it's like deleted a whole bunch of shit that I don't know what was there. Okay, well, that's exactly what I did. I just removed things for some reason. So if C is less than 0, then no, then continue. Continue. Oh god, I'm gonna try to do this again. This is continue. Okay, good. Skip already inside. No, it's if C is greater than 0, skip it. Right, so again, our smoothing disappears, but that's because we're skipping anything that doesn't have it. So if we go say skip anything that our smoothing value is greater than, where C is greater than K, which means that like the other circle can't possibly pull it inside. Right. I'm hoping this will work better because we'll have a whole less like muck of like shit trying to override the shit. Okay, so then I need to go. Okay, so your color is equal to 0. Well, why don't we make your color equal to circle.color? Okay, your color is equal to circle.color. Right, and then we want to go, hey, check these other circles. Skip yourself. Check the distance. To be honest, I really want to just trash this and start again. Yeah, if I could trash it and start again. Okay. Do it. Trash it, start again. Okay. So we get to here. We go, okay. So this is what we would do to return our color. So we're gonna say if this is true, if C1 is less than 0, then V equals 1. We didn't apparently initialize V. Okay, var V equals 0. So we set V equal to 0. Why don't we just set var true for our false, and then true, and then if V, return the color. All right. So it doesn't do anything except add the blobbiness now. So they're just doing the merging, which is weird. Yeah, see, it went like some kind of fucking weirdest thing there too. But I think that's because there's a little red one there. So, and then you've completely consumed that one with your color. Interesting. So, first things first is that we set the color only if, okay, if C is less than K. Okay, so what we need to do instead is set your color equal to black, right? Because we never override the color. I mean, we should be able to see this pretty easily, that everything should be black. Right, everything's black. Yep. Okay. So then we only set your color if C is less than 0,
we say that your color is equal to the circle color. Right. Okay. Good, good. Which means that we only have to worry about treating the color for the blend. Okay, so what we want to do is like work out all the different colors. So all the different sections. So we come down here and go, V is true. So we're gonna say if, so this means you hit with the smoothing. If, because we can only get here if C is below 0, or it's small enough that C2 can get it to here. So we're gonna say if C2 is less than, okay, let's say like less than 0. Let's make this like white. So color equals like 3, 1. Right. So with that, we go, okay, anywhere that the two circles overlap, it's white. Now, here's the interesting thing. You can see it's not just where they overlap. It's anywhere that the K would be, which is not what we want. We only want what would otherwise be at, okay, so ampersand, ampersand, C is less than 0. This is only the exact overlap. Okay, so inside both circles, right? Which means we shouldn't have any kind of circle trying to push its way into the other circle. There's a tiny fucking circle there. Okay. Anyway, so we can probably just blend those two colors together and say, hey, that's inside. What we would next need is some kind of, it's not correct. Oh, okay, it is, yeah, because the no, it's not, because the order of operations here, the order of operations here just dictates that see how like this one's drawn a black line. This black would be our transition point, but this one didn't, because obviously the green circle was drawn first, so it draws its transition line through that one. But then, so I need you to draw the transition line here. So we only want this if it's below 0, but when do we want white? We don't want, okay, so it's technically black. It's always going to draw black. So if we get rid of this bit, it's black. The black circles are in both spots, regardless of the order of operations, right? No, they don't have it either. Okay, that's what I need to work out. How to get this black line to continue. I need the black everywhere there's a transition from one to the other. So how do we get that black to come back? So when do we set the color not white? When it's inside, which means we can't do it here, because if we do it here, we can't check to see if B exists. So we need to say get to here first before we set the color. So if we get to here and say do it, what happens? Okay, nothing changes, I don't think. So if C is less than 0, ampersand, ampersand, and C2 is greater than 0, it still doesn't go through. Oh, that one's just completely, that one's wrong. Okay, so it's definitely not, that's not that. So we only want to set the color when we get to here. Okay. So we don't want to set it just in color. If C is, and so and C2 is less than K, other way. Alright, we already know that C0 is less than, so it's the other way. because that's only drawing it where the circles are overlapping, which is kind of what we want. Which means we only want this where this is greater than k. That seems backwards. Okay, so if C, well, so we already know that we're in somewhere. So C is less than 0. Why can't I not reason about this? Okay, so C is less than 0. So with this here, through here. Obviously, this circle is drawn first. So if it's if you only get to color in if and B2 is less than negative k. No, because that only fills in where it's overlapping. It's kind of, we need the inverse of that. So greater than negative k? No, okay, so apparently C2 is like always greater than negative k. Okay, what about where C2 is greater than k? That does something weird over here. What? Where C2 is less than k? No. So less than negative k? No. Greater than negative k? And C2 is less than 0? We want the opposite of that. And C2 is greater than 0? No. What about if we just like start working more the other way? We're gonna say, if, well, what if we said only you can only set that where C is less than negative k. Hey, that worked. Not really, no, because we've just made the line thicker. We didn't actually continue this one around. Where C plus C2 is less than k. I feel like that's gone the other way. It's an interesting effect, but not what we want. We want the opposite. Negative k is, no, that technically works. Less than negative k. Other way is greater than negative k. No. Kind of, but not really. Okay. What if we said the absolute of C plus the absolute of C2 is less than k. Invert that. Is less than negative k. No, that's always going to be true. It's less than, it's greater than k. So, no. It's interesting, but it's not quite there. What is it? What do I, okay, so I want to go where C2 is less than 0. Well, so the thing with this, we know that we have like we have to be close, right? But we don't want to color it in unless C1's actually interesting. So we want the inverse of that. Okay, so that gives us our inside sweep, and so we need to get that and is less than 0. No, I did it backwards. Okay. Wait, okay. So it's kind of the opposite, isn't it? Okay. So how would we get the inside slip? You can't set the color if C2 is less than K. No, we want the opposite. We want this all to be black and that all to be colored. So where C2 is greater than K. No. Oh, fuck it. Guessing that this is C2, and so C2 is greater than K. The issue is that you are coloring the whole thing in blue. Why are you coloring the whole thing in blue? I need you to like. I don't know which one the original is. That's the problem. So what else am I coloring in black? Maybe I'm confusing myself with something else. So I'm leaving it black unless I'm coloring it in. Which is fine. Inside other circles. Which actually isn't inside other circles because there's this big blue strip here, which is confusing. Okay. Right, which probably just means that you're doing something, which actually means that you're probably doing something. I don't know. This is driving me insane. Okay. Yeah. So if C1 is less than 0, the thing is we already know that this is, so okay, so what we need to do, just go, first off, stop coloring this shit in. Okay, I need you to, and C is less than 0. No. Okay. So I need every circle to check every circle, which seems backwards. Maybe if I stop getting every circle to check every circle, I plus 1, so just check higher. Okay. So you colored that in black, which is funny to me. And the funny thing with that is that you actually are saying it's okay. What if can't discard all the color, the pixel just doesn't get colored. So we're skipping them, so we do have to do this. This has to start from 0, we just missed stuff. Okay. Distance circle to circle. So distance from 0 to is greater than plus 2. It was just K, isn't it? It's plus K. That's interesting. Maybe we just don't cull distant circles until we know it's working. I don't think that changed anything. I feel like there's a lot more small circles. Wait, there is. There's definitely way more small. Okay. Why are all these small circles getting culled when I do my distance to distance culling? Like that's what's happening, right? Like if I move it on the other screen so I can see it happening. If I cull distance to distance circles, yeah, they 100% just disappear. Wait, the whole thing looks very different. That probably explains a lot of issues. It's like suddenly like this orange with the black spot comes back. What the hell? Like, see, there's a missing big chunk. Okay, do they come back if I just say this, if we just ignore this, we just set this. The little circles don't come back. The orange circle came back. This one came back. But the little circles didn't come back. Which implies that, one, there's something wrong with my logic about other to other. Or circle to circle. So circle to circle, it takes C1, C2. The distance between... This better not be squared. Distance is greater than the radius 1 plus radius 2 plus k. Which is saying that if the distance between right. Which obviously makes them not render, because if they're too far apart, but it's like it doesn't matter if you know when you're anything else. This only happens. Alright, so we return early if C is greater than K, we go, hey, like there's no way the other circle can make you get here. We set this to false, and we say if V, we use that else just use just return else if C is less than 0. Now we still need to check that. Return exact circle. So basically, I was only rendering circles that were close enough together to have a second circle. So that could have been part of what was fucking me up, but probably not. Okay, now the small circles say when I put that in. Okay, it's really slow things down as well, which is okay. So we do this and we say I can probably break here as well. If C1. The issue with that is like if C1 is less than 0, it implies that we're now inside a circle. The issue is we don't know if we'd be most inside circle. And that's probably what I need to do to get some of this logic to work, is actually like make sure that I set the color. So these ones don't have black lines because these ones aren't merge targets. Okay, so this black, which is being colored in anytime C2 is less than K. Okay, so what if we would have said only color it in if C is less than 0, which makes the most sense. Only color it in the color of the circle if the circle's already, if it's inside the actual circle itself. Let's get rid of this because there's no point doing that. Okay, so you only color the circle if you're actually inside the circle. It needs an AND condition so that we don't color the circle if if the other circle is going to intersect you. So AND C2 is greater than 0. So that's you're not intersecting the other circle. Okay, so we've got some black back. Not enough. I think this is the K doing that. I don't know. No, why are you doing that? That doesn't make any sense to me personally. So you're not. So you're coloring black. Right. Okay, what if we say you're greater than K? What does that leave us then? I mean, that should be like everything black, right? No? That made even less of a difference. C2 is K. C2 is greater than K. But okay, but I need you to come into this circle, which is, I guess. Wait, greater than K, we made that shrink, didn't it? No, we'll push it that way. K times 2. It's still pushing it. That's what I'm not getting. Why this circle not hitting here? Because we're probably setting something we're not supposed to be setting. But we probably shouldn't be setting true out here. We should be setting true in here. Right. We should then return. We need to set. So I'm gonna say, like, if C is less than 0, V equals true, maybe. The issue is we're setting the color no matter what. That's what's happening here. Is that this is filling in a whole bunch of stuff and then setting the color. Okay. So what we should do instead is to say if C okay, so C is greater than 0, C is greater than 0, and C2 is greater than 0. Set V to true. This means it'll draw the outside mergey stuff no matter what. Ironically, I don't think that's actually what it's doing. Okay. So this is if outside of both circles, blend the colors. No, just if outside of both. If outside both, but in smooth. Okay. So I'm not quite. Oh, this is 0. My brain. Smooth. Okay. So I don't understand here, which is an issue. We need to keep track of the smallest value then. So we need to say, like, that var s. So we're going to say s equals 0 and var b equals why do we like negative 100? Negative 1? Okay. And s equals like 1. So we need to keep track of like the smallest value. So we're saying, like, let c equal, so if c is less than 0, s equals min of s and c1, b equals max of c and b1. Okay. And then I'm going to do nothing with that information. So we're saying, hey, if you get to here, then we say if s is less than 0, return if no, return wait, you return white, and then if b equals 0, you return 0. Okay. You don't like that for some reason, because they're integers, not floats. Okay. So the only ones that get affected are the ones that are here. So the only thing that gets hit apparently is that s. If you end up in here, s always ends up less than 0. Okay, that's good. So we can keep track of the lowest s. I don't know. That's the issue with it. We gotta keep track of the lowest or something. Maybe. Fucking. Maybe we keep track of the lowest color. So we could say, like, most negative. So be like var SC, smallest color equals circle dot color, like that, right? So the smallest color is the circle color. And then we say, if we get to here and we say, hey, if CI is less than C, is less than S, then S equals CI, and color equals other dot color. Okay, and then we get to here and we say, hey, then we're going to say that you just, since circle is itself, and then we check V and we return color or C is okay. So we're going to just say we still need V to be set, which is good. Okay, so we can say V equals true. We found a color that fits, so use the alternative. And then otherwise we return the base color if just C, like so. If we didn't find a merge, maybe. Yeah, I think we only want to do this if C is positive, maybe. I don't know. No, we need to blend even if C is negative. We only want to go in here if like so we want to say like if we only want to set this is that C is greater than 0. A bit greater than equal to. So the idea is that we're going to set V in here. So we're going like if we find a C1 that's less than 0, so it is like a blend part, but we weren't already in a color, then I want to see what that is. I could have just left it. Why am I like this, friend? Texture dimension, something's gonna work. Okay, so we're getting like a little bit of blendy color. Blah, blah. Okay, so a little speck of red for some reason, and a speck of that's interesting. So the red being there with our S is the other color, right? So we actually want this to be color dot circle dot color. So that should mean that. Okay. So again, because the red went first, the red dominates and took over. Like the red did everything. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to say if C is less than. If C, if this is less than this, if S1, if CI is less than S, set the color to self. B is equal to max. Okay. So you only set BC. Okay. Right. So what I'm thinking is we actually don't want to do this. We don't want to do this because if we don't set V, we don't want to draw it. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, hey, V tells us what color to return, and we return color if V is set. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so what this means now is we can go up here somewhere. We don't need V anymore because we do this. So to set this color, I think we want to set. We want to say we're going to do something different if the colors. Okay, so we're going to say this is circle dot color. So we set our color to circle dot color, and we set V to true, right? Which means we're going to output the value. So we're going to say we're going to color you the color of this circle. If for some other reason, for some reason we don't say, okay, well actually you're technically going to be C is less than 0. So if we're inside the current circle and we don't say otherwise in this loop, we're going to color you the base color. And I'm going to say S is equal to 1. Okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to go through here. We're going to do that. So if we don't override it, which we're not going to at the moment, means that basically anytime you're not a a loopy circle. So any circle that doesn't touch another circle is getting drawn by the looks of things. So what is setting you V? What sets V? Okay, so don't do that. Right, so now everything should be getting drawn because we never unset V. Now we're gonna say V equals C is greater. Okay, so no, we're gonna say if C is greater than 0, V equals false. No, if C2 is less than 0, V equals false. Right. So now we aren't drawing anywhere, we're inside both circles. But we need to set V true. Okay, so first off, we get here and we say, hey, C is less than, if C1 is less than this, so then we're going to say here, and we're going to say, hey, if you get here, we're going to say V equals true. Maybe. Is that going to work? No, that's going to end up with a real funky result. Okay, so what I'm saying is that if you're inside both circles, don't render it. Which is weird, because it's doing like weird looking thing. Right. Here. Okay, so what I need to do now is get the smoothing back. So how do I get the smoothing back? We need to set it's true here. So can we say like else V equals true? I don't think this is gonna work. Because this means that like if it I mean, it kind of worked. No, because again, we're getting back to this circles. So we don't. I shouldn't click the game. We need this because we don't want a circle drawing where the overlap is.
Yep.
If so, if C2 is less than 0, okay, what is it? Yep. And C less than 0. So now it will only not draw the overlap. Okay. But it's still not drawing the smooth. Which is weird, because this is set to true. And this says if C1 is... okay. So else V equals true. Right. So now it should draw... No, it's doing it again. I don't want you to draw... So... Oh, because it's the next... Okay. Okay. Else. Okay. So we're gonna need something to indicate that we... What's up? Okay. We need to like be less restricted. No, we need to set it's true somehow, but not unset it. That's the issue, is we keep unsetting it. Like, we can just do another variable, but this is making it really flow. So we're gonna say like has underscore C1 equals false. And then we say, hey, so if C2 and V2 set false, else well, okay, then we need to do something else. Like, we need to go like here and be like, if not has C2. Has C2 equals true, and V v equals false. Equals true. If not, so what that should do is set it. Okay. Yep, fucking almost worked. So we want to say something like e is less than 0.1. Is this 0? So not b, c. Well, I guess technically you just initialize u to v, don't you? V, don't need to do a check. Okay. Still not working. So what's happening here is we're trying to like say, okay, have you already set this? If this is true, if this becomes true, so if this hasn't been set yet, we can say, hey, you hit this and now it's true. We should initialize you to true, like this, true, and we say change you to can see one, right? And then we say if can see one, we say can see one equals false. Well, technically we can say v equals true and then can see one equals false. Can see one equals false. Right. So if you get here for the first time, if it's the first time you've ever been here, you set this to true, and then you say that you can't do it again. Then we check and we unset you. So we might unset you immediately after we set you. But the idea is that rather than checking a whole convenient thing, it's like if it's the first time here, we can set it, and then okay. So it's kind of working, but not really. Why are you getting this big green strip through here? Probably because it doesn't equal either, which means we're actually drawing. Okay, we're drawing the blend. We're just drawing it in the color, right? So at the moment, where this is the overlap between two circles. Okay, the overlap between two circles. Now the issue becomes that I have no way of knowing which two circles are the closest two circles. So this is where we need to do like the blend the colors together so that every color, if we're in this step, we blend all the colors. But only if we stay in this step. Okay, and then we say if C1 is less than S equals C1, and otherwise we say color equals to the circle. So if C1 is less than the most extreme so far. Okay, so we probably don't want to be doing this. Which is destroying itself. Okay, so what I need to do then, I guess, is somehow we need to pick the we don't use S, that's why. And it's not color. We say if C1 is less than S equals this, and then it's not this, it's SC, which is smallest color equals not circle color, it's other color. Right, and then we say if S is less than 0, else return RET URN color. No, wait, no, you return vec for color, comma 1, like that, and then you return SC. Okay, so now it should return the smallest color. Ugh. This indicates a much bigger issue of like floating point errors or something going horribly wrong. Because it should never get a value that's that causes that kind of error. Okay. So if CI is less than, maybe we should start you at 0. That might fix it. It's saying like the first time it finds a color, it's setting it. Didn't really help. If I guess maybe it's like maybe S should start at C. Maybe that'll help. Nope, I think that made it worse. I don't understand that, but I don't know what I'm doing. It's dumb. Okay, so what I need to do first off is work out why are you doing this? Saying if that's less than 0. If S is and C is CI is less, C1 is less than C. Nope, it's I don't get why these numbers are like this. It's probably an order of operations thing. Need to not to fucking overwrite themselves. Okay, so you can set this to true, and then you can CI true, and we say, hey, the overlap of 2 circles. Skip that. Okay. Okay. Next, we go, hey, we are in here. Which I'm gonna say, like, I think this whole SI, this bit can go because I think it's doing nothing but confusing things. So you want to return color. Okay, so what the hell does this do? What do you mean? If CI less than S? Okay, right. So basically, if we get to here, these don't exist anymore. That's why. Right. So now we're drawing our mergy spots. We're not drawing where there's overlap. So we do need to work out this section here, which is set because can CI. So skip overlap. The can CI. So we need to work out like okay. So we need to like here and be like to work out the color. We do need to work out the smallest distance. No, we want to blend the colors as we go. Which is where we need to add an average. Add an average. Which means that we need to say like the color, which is just the color, circle.color. Why am I vec3ing a circle.color? Just take the circle.color. Okay. Weird. Okay. So what I need to do is so we have our base color. We go, hey, if we get to here, we go, okay, we're CIing. Now, that's the issue with setting color here. Is if we can CI, we should probably set color equal. Well, I guess if C is greater than 0, color equals vec3 0. So what I'm trying to do here is basically if we hit a CI, like we want to then work out what this color should be, rather than, and we don't want it to be biased by the fact that we're already inside of another color. Interesting. Okay, so if right, okay, so if C C is greater than 0, then we come in here and we go, if C2 is less than 0, and we say like color equals other dot color. Right. That should have changed that, I would have thought. So if C is greater than 0, else. Color is black. Right. So that should mean that it's whichever other. Ooh, that's what I don't like. Now we're ending up with the situation where we're having multiple things blended together. So I think we should need to start with 0, then add each color based on the distance from the center of the circle. So the, like basically, so that okay. So if C is greater than 0, then color equals black. Equals vec3 0. Basically, if you haven't already set the color, if you're going to set the color to, if you're outside of the main circle, set the color to black, and then we treat everything else like that. Okay. So b equals then a true, and then we can set this false. Okay, so when we get to here, we're going to skip overlaps for now because I need to work that logic out separately. So what we're going to do is we're going to work out how we're going to color gradient the ring. So what we need to do is add to the color up here. So we need to be like end of R, and then and it's going to equal 0. Well, I guess that could equal 1. Which I feel like I'm going to run into that same issue where we're going to like go down here and we're going to go, hey, can you say color divided by T? Right? Which, as long as we don't increase it, it would always just give us the same color. And then when we increment T, it's going to be because we added to the color. So to do this, if can, okay, so do this and we set this to this and this with this. And I think we have to say T equals 0, which might cause rounding errors. No, it doesn't seem to care. The GPU does not care if you divide by 0. If I get 0.5, I'm assuming it's going to make all the colors brighter. It did not. If can, okay. Right. Actually, I do wonder. First off, if this is even working properly. Oh, that's a lot of overlap. I wonder if can C should be what if I made you not B? What does that look like? Pretty much the same. I just feel like that's a smarter way of doing that because it means we won't clear colors unnecessarily. Okay, so what I need to do now is we need to go if C is greater than is less than 0. Okay, so what do I know? So yeah, I don't think you should be. Right, so we're setting it to false because because another one's coming in and drawing it. That's why it's here. Right. That should be fine because what we're going to do is we're going to basically take the amount of U that's added and we're going to subtract. Oh, yeah, add it, and then the amount of U that's added. Okay, so when we get to here, so what we've done is we've found a value. Okay, so can C means, if C is greater than 0, it means we have no other colors, which means we're adding only external influences. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so when we get to here, we say, if C is greater than 0, we want to say, okay, so if C is less than 0, we see less than 0. So it means we're outside. We want to go. We want to say C divided by. So we want to say color plus equals circle dot color. We want to say let L equal we want to like C divided by circle dot R radius, right, times L, and then we want to say that T plus equals L. Right, so if C is greater than 0, so basically we're adding okay, so now we're adding on the color that's missing. Right, what am I doing? Okay, so basically we've removed all the other colors. We're adding yellow. Now, it should also be adding green. So we're only adding the color if so the reason we're only adding yellow is because the green and the blue are actually inside, and we're saying only if C is positive do we add the amount that C is beyond. Then we're going to say if C2 is greater than 0, we do the same thing but with C2, which is the other radius, and then don't blend. No. We plus equal other color times L. Right, so now we're you motherfucker. Okay, we need you to continue then. Continue. Okay, continue. Skip the overlap. Thank you. Right. No. Okay. So you said that default. What? Okay. So they're mixing the colors together, which is kind of funny, but it's because you're only supposed to be here if C1 is less than 0. If can C1? No. I mean, the obvious thing would be also else. Would probably help produce that. So now our banded lines are correct, but the actual colors are fucked up because if C is greater than 0, ampersand C2 is greater than 0. Now you're only doing it for everywhere. Okay, so and you're less than 0. And then we do it on U and say ampersand C1 C is less than 0. So now we should only be doing it. No. Because you're doing it on every fucking circle. No. That doesn't make any sense. You're only supposed to be doing this if C1 is less than 0, which means that you should only be where the fucking lines are merged, which means that this fucking blue circle shouldn't be touching this pink circle. Why are you doing this? I think it's because we can and we set this T to 0 here, maybe. Maybe if we just leave T at 1. Don't touch the other color. No. Okay. What the hell is causing these colors to do this? If you get to here, can you set color to color equals vec 0? Make it fucking black. Vec 3. The yellow one here is adding yellow to you. If I go to the cyan's adding the cyan. It's an order of operations again. But why? The yellow should never fucking add to this. You shouldn't see the yellow outside of this little band here. So if C is greater than this and Y and which means you have to be outside yourself and inside the other circle. Outside yourself and inside the other circle. Outside yourself, inside the other circle. But the blue's doing it right. How is this green fucking circle touching the yellow? You're outside yourself. Oh, because you're outside yourself and inside the other fucking circle. No, but the C1 shouldn't be true. Okay. So you're ignoring the overlap. Okay, so if I set this to by default, you're false. Right, B is false by default. Which means that any time that this is set to true, it's because we got in here. Now, the first time we get in here, we set this. So first off, let's get rid of these two bits of logic. Go, hey, we just set the color to black. This is all the shit that's treated as having a C1 so this is all the stuff that is C1 less. Hey look, it becomes fucking yellow because you can't see one if it's already set to false, which is confusing actually. Right, no, yeah. Wait, what? No, that's actually even more confusing, to be honest. What? Is C less than 0? Ah, wait. Yeah, C is greater than 0. So if you're outside that circle, you said that's C. Okay. And set V to true. Alright, so this is all the stuff that could be goddamn touched. So let's go here and find out exactly who is meddling with what. Here's what I don't understand. So this kind of makes sense because we're adding the blue and the green and the yellow. So this one works. It's the if C1 is less than 0. Okay, so why are you doing this? Why are you adding all these extra colors in? So can I just get you to set a color instead of modifying? I just say like color equals vec 3 1. So anything that's white is because it got hit by that one. Don't change the T. Just T equals 1. Anything white hits this, which is that it's outside of the. I think I needed to have this one. Maybe no, that doesn't seem right. So okay, so you're less than 0. So you're inside the first circle and inside the second circle, which is wrong, isn't it? I think it should be this, inside and outside. Don't touch this. Can we start you black, please, so I can see what I'm doing? I just need to comment this out and say bar color default color. It's white. Okay, so if it's white, it hasn't been colored. If we get to here, which is the outlining stuff, we set it to white. So the only stuff that we're currently coloring in is where we are outside of both circles. Outside of both circles. Right, which is this bit, this bit, this bit, this bit. Yeah. Okay. Now, you are coloring a lot of pink in here, which I don't know if I appreciate. Why is that doing that? Weird. So you're supposed to be C, because we're outside of C, and we're outside of. So we're outside of C, and when we're outside of it, so you need to add both. So we need to like say add that one. So outside of both circles. Then we say like let C L equals color. So you make you var for a second. Var. This is outside of both circles. Now it should look better because it should blend both the colors together. It should be blending the colors of all the circles that are nearby, and based on the distance that circle is from nearby. Now, the issue with that, I think what's going to happen here is, yeah, it's the other way. So the further outside we are, the more we blend you in, because it's this. So it's actually, we want to go like, if I said radius divided by that, maybe, and then 1 minus, so then I actually think it's radius divided by C plus radius. Is it this? Okay. So it's circle to radius. Circle to radius. Is that how we do that? I think so. Because that would be that this divided by this would be 1, but then we're going to make it this much bigger, which means it's slightly less than 1, which means we add the full color, but basically divide the full color. I think that's how averaging works. I don't know. So it's like circle dot radius, because it means that as we get further and further away, we become less and less. We add less and less. E plus. Not C2. And this is also it should be other dot radius, which is probably also fucking shit around a little bit. No, maybe not. Other dot color. Okay, so that's outside of both, and then so the blue is there and the green is there, and this is the blue one, and this is a different color. This is like merging yellow. This is merging oranges, pinks. Okay, so let's turn the colors back on so that I can look and go. Does anything look really wrong? This kind of looks bad. 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 I think it's adding too much. I think it should be like, okay, the value will always be less than 1. So I think it should be like 1 minus. Maybe. And like the reason we're doing 1 minus is because is 1 minus would give us like a value much closer to 1. So like whereas this value is like as C grows closer and closer to infinity, as C goes to infinity, this goes to 0, which means that when we're really far away, we're adding a little bit of color. But if we do 1 minus, that actually might be backwards. As C grows to infinity, yeah, I think that's backwards. Yeah, because now their little points are blue. Okay, no, we had it right. Not 1 minus. As C grows to infinity, the value grows to infinity. What that really means is we then like multiply by like 0.5. Like we then bias the whole thing down. That's 0.5. That's 0.5. Okay. I still don't like that, but I think that's working. But it looks reasonable. Okay. Some of the colors look pretty shitty, but I don't think, because it's like mixing like 3 colors together. All right. So this is outside of both circles. Next, we need to say if C is greater than 0 and C2 is less than 0, then we are, in fact, inside of other circle. So you wouldn't take C, you'd take C2 divided by other's radius. C2, if C is greater than and C2, we would want to take so circle other dot radius divide by C2 plus other dot radius, right? Well, this can go to 0, can't it? So if we're at other dot radius and C was, so if C2 was 0, just no, it's less than 0, but if C2 was 0, we would get 1. As C2, as we get closer to the center of the other circle, C2, which means we actually grow bigger, so it's 1 minus, no, so we get 1 minus, and at the center of the circle, right, which, because we're down here, so it's point minus center, and then distance minus circle radius. We know this number is negative, so this number at the center is negative. So the biggest that this can ever get is negative. It's -1, so a negative radius, and at negative radius we are dividing by 0. Radius divided by 0. Okay, that doesn't sound right. So right now, if it's at 0, we divide, we get 1, which is not correct. I think we want the absolute of C2 divided by the other dot radius. So that means that when we're at the exact center of the other circle, we divide by the radius, which gives us 1. When we're at the edge of the circle, we get 0 divided by we'll get, let's go like -1 divided by 10 would give us 0.1. Okay, so that means that the L then is then the percentage of the, and then we say not circles, other dot color. So does this still look right? Kind of, not really. Like at least there's no glaring mistakes. So the blending, so the red blends into the purple, into the blue. So we're still gonna have issues because the one color is not done, whereas so let's turn this off so that we can have a look and go. Well, that doesn't really help. We want to turn everything white again. That's what we want to do. We want to do this. Anyway. So everything white. So as you can see, like it all sort of blends, and then what's happening though is that the orange here looks wrong because the orange is obviously done. We're only blending if we're outside of one and inside the other. So we don't actually, the red is obviously drawn before the orange, so it's blending into the orange, but the orange isn't blending into the red. It should still have some red in it. Maybe. If C is greater than 0. So we got, because we're starting at white instead of the base color. So I'm assuming if we swap back to starting at the base color, does the orange look like it blends in? No, it just starts orange. Why? Why are you not working? Is the orange just drawn first? I guess the orange is probably just drawn first. It's because this is only if we're outside of self and inside of other. So because of the fact that this is like this, and this is probably going to be slow, and this condition is mutually exclusive, we'll say else. Okay, and then we need to flip it around and go else. If C is less than 0, ampersand C2 is greater than 0, we are inside of this circle. Now, here's the thing with being inside of this circle. We're probably already true. We're already going to be drawing it because we're inside of this circle. So, the thing with that is it, yeah, I think we still have to do it, because if we don't, well, see, that's the thing. We're saying we're outside and we're inside, and we need to draw the gradient of the other circle. But as you can see, like with the orange circle, it's pretty obvious. We have to do the inverse
Because otherwise, the orange circle gets drawn first and just draws itself, and then it fucking goes on. Whereas the red gets, I don't know what they're drawn in, that's the problem. But like one of them's getting drawn before the other, then it's sort of blending in. If C, so inside the other setup, so the thought would be to take the absolute of C less than 0 and the 2 and add that on. Okay, so I think the idea of this is to try and reinforce yourself. So like let L equal the absolute of circle radius, and then inside of both circles, and then that adds both circles together. Well, that's probably the logic I want, isn't it? So center of the orange gets quite orange, and the center of the blue gets like a little bit more blue. So the idea is that they're kind of fighting their way back, and because you start black, which you shouldn't, you should start white in this particular scenario, but you should start the same color as the circle you're in. So what we need to do is work out what condition we're reaching, which I think is just that we're skipping this, we're specifically doing this. If I just didn't do this, we would leave anything that's inside both circles, the overlap between circles. This wouldn't get done. At the moment, we're just not doing this. And then the next circle, which is actually how we know that red one was drawn next one comes in and draws it in. It's because we're ignoring this. Whereas if we left this in and actually drew this, the orange actually drew this in. Interesting. So what we're doing basically is we're adding more to itself, to anything that's inside both circles. If C is less than 0 and C2 inside both circles. Wait a second. How are you inside both circles? Are you hitting yourself? No, we skip you if you're the same number. That concerns me. We absolute of C radius. Right. I guess technically, because as C gets closer to here, no, but like it shouldn't be doing this because it shouldn't be able to get inside of both. I don't get it. Yes, inside both circles. And it is inside this. It's this one, right? That is adding that one. It could be this one. Okay, it is that one. It's this that's adding inside of this circle. So why are you coloring it more orange? And who the fuck is coloring more orange? I guess it's this red circle must be coloring this circle more orange. Which is concerning, because it implies that this red circle colored this orange circle first. Oh no, it's inside itself. So this orange circle is coloring itself more orange into the center. And this one's blue into the center. Okay, that's probably actually what I want. Maybe. I hope. I'm hoping that when I turn on... So this blends self, and then, again, it takes the absolute of self, and then, so that kind of implies, I hope, I think this is a good idea. So what this is doing is saying, it's like, if C is less than this, if C is greater than 1, so it's a black. I think we don't need this. I think we just say, hey, if C is less than 1, well, no, it's not. It can C. Just set C and then set T equals 0. Right. The idea being that you will slowly fill yourself in with the other colors. Right. So you heard the slight issue of if you never smooth anything, which is fun. We're going to say V, and so I'm going to say V is just less than 6. Okay, yeah. So basically the idea is if we ever hit a C, we say can C, set U to Right, so we just want to say can see is just true. I think it is true. Okay, I don't know what that looks like. That doesn't seem correct. Maybe though. No, because it should still blend. Right, so it's because it sets itself black and to 0. So maybe what it should do is set itself white. What if we set your color to white and 1? What does that look like? So then if I go back to setting you to your default color. That doesn't feel quite right, but we're also still skipping the specific overlap section. So what happens if I go, hey, you're actually 0. No, 0 and 1. What does that look like? They get darker towards the edges. That's fun. That's because it starts at 1. It's obviously getting to quite a high number, hence there's no gradient. Actually, it's kind of interesting. So it's T and 1. So if we start T at, like, let's say 10, say, you know, like, it gets darker. It must be an exponential, right? If you leave it at 0, then it always ends up all the same gradient, which is interesting. This murky color is pretty which might be, well, maybe we started at like 0.5 and 1 and 1. No, just started at the same color, right? 0.5 and 0.5. Interesting. I'm trying to get rid of the murkiness there. I feel like once I stop skipping the center, because this here, oh, don't carry this. This here is what will fill in with the center color, and that's probably why everything's ending up white. Is this is only the gradient that it tries to put into blend. It tries to color itself more orange is what ends up happening. So if I just like stop skipping that white's not really supposed to be there. Why is that white there? Is it 1? That should make it even brighter, won't it? Yep. If I set you to 0, 0. It's not quite working how I want, but it's better. Right, so something about, what did I just change? It's getting exponential towards the edges is part of what's happening here. So we were skipping anything that overlapped. So what's happening is something here specifically is not triggering. This white ring, if it was working properly, this white ring would be all the way around, or not all the way around. What is that white ring? That white ring is where something is done first. I need you to stop being like. What's done first? What color? So something, one of these is done first and is done wrong. It might be this one. You multiply it by a half. What if we give our gradient back at, let's say, 1 and 1? Alright, so something's still doing that first. Can we just start the color at 1? Thank you. And then define it twice, come on. Okay, no, you're still overriding it. I'm gonna do this. Okay, yeah, something there is setting that color. Something's doing this first. whatever it is, comment this out. Okay, it's not you, is it? If I said color equals black, equals vec 3 0. Okay. So it's definitely not you. Okay. So you're in the clear. You don't touch it. It's outside of both, I think, is what it is. No, it's outside of one, inside the other. Outside of one, inside the other. I reckon it's you. So I just come here and say color equals vec 3 0. If it suddenly becomes black, yeah. So you're done at the wrong time. Well, you're not done at the wrong time. You're done in the wrong way. However you're determining your color, you should blend into that orangey gradient. So what are you doing? Which one is this one? You should be blending into that orangey gradient, but you're not. You're just basically white. Now, what's drawing you? The red circle. So it needs to be orange, which is the other. It's the absolute. Okay. Other. So can I turn off the others? Can I just say, don't do this. Don't do this. This. What if I don't do this? Okay, then you end up drawing it anyway. So I need to say, well, you don't do this. You just, I just need you to say like be false. I need them all to say be false. Be false. If you don't set the color, then I don't want wrong. V equals false. Ooh, okay. Actually, that may not work. Well, it might actually work then. Right. So that means that the only thing that's set in the color is you, right? You're the only thing. Yes. Okay. So I need you to be like a gradient to orange, but you're not. You're too close to white. It's because you're basically just adding nothing. Now, did I change something up here to fix that kind of thing? Okay, first off, let's have a look what you look like. So let's say you don't get to write nothing now, and then you draw this in. Okay, what do you look like? Oh, you're a bunch of fucking tiny little lines, so that it doesn't help. Well, annoyingly, now it's just white. The only bits that are filled in are these little tiny bits of lines. What are we defaulting the color to? White. Okay, let's default the color to the default color in 1. Okay, so you're drawing red, you're drawing like purple, blue. Interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna do this because it's, you know, why bother? Doing it twice. Okay. So that's interesting. Where'd these dots come from? I don't care. Okay. So if C is less than so let's skipping stuff. So we are now currently drawing it in the color that it is representative of. Right. So I don't think these need to really be drawn. They don't do anything, you know. But anyway, so now you draw nice white, vibrant lines. So I need you to, so this is orange. So you need to be orange, like grey orange. So if we start black, whatever that's actually is what we do. We need to say that you're equal to 0 and you're black. So you're 0.
it? Because it's fucking it became ints again. What? Okay. So now it's all black. All right, then we go to anything else. We go one of these is not like the others. This one. Right, turn you on. What the hell do you do? Well, first off, you just fill it in, and so now it's orange. I mean, that just seems right now. It's orange, and then these ones are red, and then orange, and red. So, is that just what I have to do? Is I just need to start black instead of starting colored in? Like I do this, and then you end up with these sort of hideous colory bits in there. So something's wrong with this. This needs working because it's blending this stuff wrong. But maybe it's because we're not adding all the other layers, and it's just sort of ending up blending something on the top wrong. It could be that these are getting discarded as well. So now you're this color, and then we're going to go. Final thing we need to do is fill in the center. This is where they are both inside both. Okay, so something's wrong with you, and it's because like I'm giving like a priority to something. Something's really wrong with you, but again, it's probably because I'm prioritizing two colors. Like I'm prioritizing the center more than the outside, I think, maybe. So we could do like the absolute of C. So what you do is if C and C, so if you're inside both, we could like take the absolute of C. Is the absolute of squared number divided by square, the absolute of a different squared number the same number? Like if we like say 2 divided by 4 is a half. Is that that's the same as 2 to the 2, which is 4. So yeah, and then 8 to the 2 is 64. Wait, no, 2 to the 2 is 4, and 4 to the 2 is 16. And then say 4 divided by 16 is 2.5, which is 2 divided by 4 is half. Okay, so we can get smaller numbers by saying, like, what if we took the absolute of C times... Since we use these numbers, like, all the time, we can probably say, let A equal the absolute C, absolute C, and let B equal the absolute of 2, and we say that would be B times B divided by other dot radius times other dot radius. What does this look like? What? Unexpected. Where is this unexpected symbol? What? B times B. Ab CB. Oh, okay. So this would also be B times B divided by. What does that look like? Okay, that's getting interesting because that's implying that they was actually making a difference. So then you are A times A divided by circle radius. So this is then it's just blending much more nicely. Now what I'm interested in is the fact that like the orange is not so the C, so that means it's A divided by times okay. Blendy. Okay, BBB, AA, BBB, AA, BBB. So this is circle radius times. This is actually different. This one doesn't. Which actually might be why this one's, out of all of them, the one that's different. So this is if they're outside of both. Okay, outside of both. How do we do when it's outside of one inside the other? We take B times B divided by other radius. So that's if it's outside of self, inside of other. This one Okay, so, but outside of both. I feel like there's a better way of doing this. Outside of both. Which I think is the one that's currently messing with our values. Outside of both. Outside of both needs to be... We need a value that as it gets further away, gets smaller. Which I guess just becomes... Is it circle? What is that? Circle dot radius. So this number is going to be greater than this. So plus a times circle radius plus a divided by circle radius times circle radius. So then we plus color L. We add B. And then I think it's 1 minus. 1 minus. Okay, 1 minus. You're the wrong way around. Green and blue. So it should be circle. But A is C. Weird. See, it's like it's the wrong way around because the green's on this end and the blue's trailing over here and the red's over there and the blue's over there, which means you're the wrong way around. E plus L. So it's circle dot other dot for upper and circle. Is that right? Well, it looks better. Okay. Purple. I don't like that that's happening. That's implying there's something still fucking wrong with this goddamn thing. Why? Why are you like this? I don't know why it's still doing it. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, no. See, it's doing something wrong. Something in the order of operation is incorrect. It's causing it to like. It works really well if there's only 1 or 2, but as soon as you get more than 1, like it's something like fucking something causing this yellow to seam itself just sharply there, annoying me. Did it will I divide the radius, right? Like when I look at this, I say that the I feel like it would work better if I did this. Like divide by circle radius. Because now it's like between 0 and 1. It's gonna break everything. But that seems like it would be easier to reason about. It's not really. Distance. And it throws me even more is the fact that the K value has an actual idea. It sharpened right the fuck up, didn't it? Okay. It makes me feel like either I need a really, really big K now or a really, really small K. 100. Nope, see, they're getting bigger, but they're like just, they've still got sharp corners. So, does that mean it needs a really, really small K? 0.1. Nope, that's 0.01. Nope. It's still at sharp edges. Okay, that's weird. Never mind. 15 was the number. Always 15. Smooth edges. Da, 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 da. What do I need to do? I need to not divide by something. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to fix this. Well, let's go here and go blending. Kinda works. Right, let's search. Kind of work. Okay, commit this to main and see what the fuck happens. Okay, what's next? What's next? I don't really need to add extra shapes, so I think that the performance is gonna fucking tank. How many circles are we playing? Like 1500 or something? Like a lot of circles. Yeah, okay. He's playing a lot of circles, which are doing 100 FPS, so it's not gonna really tank that much. Maybe it will, I don't know. I kind of want to make it 3D in a bit, but I should really add just more shit first. So, alright, so we're gonna go over here and we're gonna go, hey, what's the formula for a line? Maybe, I don't know. There's a exact box, a box, rounded box. The plane. P. Return n must be normalized. N. What is n though? Height. N must be normalized. What do you mean plane is that? Bring a point and you need n. Which I guess is the normal maybe? Plus h. I don't know. Alright, let's work on adding a square. Library, no, not you. No, not you either. SDF circle, okay, mod. Okay. So it shouldn't be that hard to add new shape. So it's gonna be like a square. And well, fuck, we'll add a triangle. I don't know how to do a triangle, but we'll add one. Yeah, I fucking know. So just return self here. So this is gonna throw me some errors, telling me where I need to go find my different bindings. So fucking circle, no, shape, square, or triangle, no. Please just return an actual, like, just do this. Except you need to be squares. Squares and triangles. Thank you. So next we need to go up here and be all like did you like just not put a number or something? Okay, so you're complaining that they don't exist, which is easy enough to fix because we just need to go up to here and be like doop, doop. Squares and triangles and squares and triangles and squares and triangles. I'm trying to remember where I defined my module there. Hub mod where and triangle. Okay, so then we're gonna create you and create what? Go away. And that, and you had a suggestion down here, please. Yes and yes. Okay, and then we're gonna go here. We're gonna go triangle. You are instead going to have a width of 32 and a height of 32, like that, and that's how you find a triangle. You do it about 10, 10. Triangle new, yep. Sure. Alright, let's again, import let's struct hub to the crate, struct triangle data, width, height, position, color, cool, and then we're going to import extract component for triangle. I'm going to say triangle data, and then query for self, global transform, and optional shape color. You're going to query filter that. Yes, changed. Okay. Extract and say triangle, triangle transform color. Let triangle data, triangle width, triangle height, translation, and color is one like that. That seems really good. So he's going to come up here and we're going to go use Bevy prelude. Like that. Okay, and then apparently something like shader type again. I think we have to derive shader type on you. I think derive shader type. I think is how we do that, and a component on you. And then you also need to derive component and reflect, and probably like other stuff too. Shader, yep, import that one. Okay, so that should be the triangle basically done. So we're gonna go pub struct square, which has a width and a height, and we're going to import default square. We're going to say square new height component, get shader type, and yep, cool. Derive shader type, width, height, position, color. I think it's actually pretty good that it can do this. I did need to actually read it though, because the number of times that I've been fucked over because it wrote something that looked about right but didn't actually properly derive debug kind of copy. So we need to also use like the fact that it didn't stick Bevy at the top. So use Bevy prelude, like that. Cool. That's an interesting thing I just considered. What if I go here and said package dependency package dot dev dot dependencies, no, package dot this is that here top level S, no, F3, three. I think that's how you do it, and then that'll cause Bevy to compile at a faster thing. I wonder if I'll get like a much higher frame rate. I don't know. We'll find out. Anyway, so we have squares and triangles now. I don't know if that's all the data I need, but we're gonna go here. I'm gonna go mod. We're gonna go to is it higher up? Is it lib? No, BSDF. Somewhere there's like the plugin. We have to like define in the plugin that they exist. Where did I put the plugin? Buffer shaped 2D buffer. There, plugin. So we have to app.register type square, register triangle. In the render app, we need to add the extract. Okay, no, well, we could register the. No, I've already registered the shading color. Register app.add plugins, extract plugin square, and then extract plugin triangle. It's like that. Okay. Then we render app and we update circle data. Okay, so render app add update square data and run if square data changed square data. Remove triangle. Okay, and then we say render triangle Okay, so we need to go to our square and go fn, no, update square data. Okay, so it says take in a square, global transform, optional shape, and then we say square, triangle, color, query, mute, square data, square data. Yeah, no, you need to also get a new buffer. No, buffer. Square shape buffer. You don't need to be mutable. I don't know why you're fucking. Why are you iterating mutable? You fucking weirdo. Okay. Here would typically calculate the buffer for any square. No, you say buffer dot. Okay, so we're updating them. So we're going to say buffer dot squares. Why? So we didn't bring shape 2D buffer. We're going to bring it in, and then we say squares dot clear, and then we say buffer dot squares dot push. No, dot push square data. Okay, so that should work the same, I think. Okay, I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna go. Sure. And then we're gonna go fn update triangle data. I'm gonna go pop. Pop. Super. Pub super. Okay, square doesn't implement get type registry. Okay, so yes, because you don't implement reflect. Reflect. Okay. I'm gonna come up here and go, why are you complaining? Because triangle data is not in scope. Square data is also not in scope. Import this, import. No. Don't change it. Import this. Okay. So then we have the data and stuff like that, and then we go, hey, square. What's your problem? Car private. Okay. Create private type. Fine. Square data is public. So it's triangle data apparently. Needs to be public so we can fucking get it out. Alright, this, I mean, in theory, who knows if it actually will. We definitely need to update some other stuff I'm forgetting about. So we have a square, I'm switching vector and velocity and update square. It's probably in our update buffers, right buffer. So right buffers, we're gonna be like or self dot squares dot right buffers and so triangles right buffer, and then when they do their right buffer, I think they only return when they need to actually do it. Okay, so we go to mod, we go. Okay, so right buffers, binding, we bind triangles and squares. Okay, so we write all the buffers correctly, and then we come here. So I think that should be about right. And then the editor, I think you register shape of color. Be fine. Library, and we, okay. Now here's hoping. Yeah, I don't know what you're complaining about that not being a default implementation. Display data. Yep, no, that's fine. I should probably get rid of some of this shit just to tidy it up. Cool. Okay, so work out what else is going on. Yep, cool. So if I display that, fine, I'm going to go import t shader type before noon buffer. Okay, you stop yelling at me. Okay, so if I now said like run, it's gonna apparently take forever to recompile. Oh, because I told it to do it in release mode. Or debug. Opt3, that's the word. Anyway. Maybe that's when the... Look at the CPU getting destroyed. It's not very good for the GPU. My shader is terrible. Okay, how do we do? We are going to the shader. We need to fn find the function plane box q. So vec q is the absolute of p minus b. I don't know what these are. So I'm assuming if I say like SQ box, because apparently there's a difference between a square box and a not square box, we need p, which is a vec2 and a size. And then like it knows, it says like let d equal the absolute of p minus size, which is what they're doing, and then return the length. The length of the maximum of q. Okay, they haven't quite done that, but I think that's because they're working in an extra dimension. So they said, oh, don't worry. So they said return the length of the max of q and 0. So q is the q. This is a d. So return the max of d and 0. Yep, that seems to be what it's doing. And then plus the min of the max of x, y, and 0. Apparently that's how you do it. I have no idea. So now we have to have like a bunch of distance functions. So fn distance for a square. Square. Okay, so d is the absolute of position a minus position b minus size plus size times half, max of x, y greater than 0. That's not how you do that, but okay, maybe. The max of x, comma y is greater than 0. Maybe, I don't know, that might work. I'll test it later, but anyway, we also need like a distance, this distance square, square circle. Oh, circle square. Okay, so the yeah. So, we got 1000 FPS, but it's error encountered. The 2D phase rendering command should bind group is not set. This is likely a bug. Okay, so let's check this for a second. So the absolute of the square. First, look at the center. This is the distance between this and this is greater than the radius times plus k. Yeah, we probably should add the plus k somewhere. Anyway, so the distance. First off, don't take a look that way. So just say that the distance, the distance between s dot position 1 and s dot position 2. Okay, so we need to make squares. So struct square, which is size, position, and color. I don't know if that's how I have it laid out in the thing. We should probably double check that. I'm not gonna fuck myself. Square data. No. So it's width, height. Okay. Size. Okay. Size, position. And then no, it's you actually size is vec2 square dot width and square dot height. Okay. Square dot, no, dot width and square dot height. Okay, you trying to change the thing that I just changed. No, that's not how it looks. Go away. What? I don't think that's how that works. I feel like I just noticed that this is not actually how it works. The update circles just takes in circle data and passes circle data in. I thought it was a bit complicated. Okay, so no, you just have access to circle data, reference to circle data. It's not even changed. It's just you have access to circle data. No, not circle data, square data, because you're a square. Square data. And then, once it's not changed, it's just you have access to the square data and you have access to the buffers. That's all you do. No, it's not changed, it's just square. And then you just say, you have access to that square. Then you just say, squares. Push square. There you go. The reference is square. Yeah, it's behind a shared reference. It's also clone and copy. Oh, not square. Square data. Your clone and copy. And then we have to do triangle, well, because the triangles has the same thing where it's like, it should be triangle data, not changed. I know that the AI is like smart enough to know where I'm going to change things next. Go away, and then it's triangle. Can't be moved because it's not clone and copy. It's clone and copy. Okay. Now, the issue with the squares and stuff is that you actually need to take in rotation. You get a width and a height, so triangles actually get to be special. So you probably need a rotation hub. Rotation, because the circle obviously can't rotate. Rotation. You get a rotation as well, which is square data. And so you, when I extract the square data, yeah, we say sure. Rotation, transform, rotate, rotation. Yeah, cool. Wait, Euler. X, Y, Z. I don't think it's X. I think it's Y. Z. Z. It's the rotation around the Z axis, because Z's forward. Oh, well, that's what it's done. Okay, it's 2. Yeah, it threw me off because it's 0 indexed. I do that. So extract, and we say, hey, triangle, can you please grab a rotation, which is the same thing, X, Y, Z, and grab the Z. All right. I'm gonna go square. I'm gonna go like size and rotation. Okay. Now, that's the issue with the box, I think, is that how do I do that rotation around the box? Like, how do I make it rotate? Ew. Okay, well, we'll work that out. We'll just start with normal squares for now. So when am I not? Oh, so I'm not setting you, which is this is error encountered while rendering the 2D plane. Come on. Shape bind group is not set. This is likely a bug. So where do we set the shape bind group, and why did we not have the shape bind group? I feel like you were supposed to be printing more coherent error for me? Because that's up here. Shape bind group not set. This is likely a bug. Yes, but if let some bind group custom shader ref pass set. Okay, so what's happening is it's throwing an error and then immediately spamming the fuck out of the console, so I can't see the error, and I'm not going to do it because it's 1000 FPS, which means like even if I was a fucking speed demon, it's going to fill the console in. Oh no, it didn't. Okay, cool. Where did you have an issue? Where did you spit something out? Okay, so shader bind group not set. No, failed to create shape binding. Shape square buffer is not initialized. Yes, but why? Square. So why is it not initialized? Probably because it's got nothing in it. Right, and then it's failing and triangles and so we push bindings and binding. And it says shape buffer not initialized. So first off, when we call bindings, interesting. So to be honest, when we call bindings, do we have the capacity? I don't think we do. We don't have access. So when I say from world this thing, can I say world? And then say run device. And I'm going to go, actually, use storage buffers. Sorry, you don't get a default anymore. I'm just going to say device, which is then a reference to a render device like this, and then we say here, and then we say, hey, you need to be mutable. We say like, sadly, I have to say buffer dot reserve one device. Then we say buffer. Is reserving enough? Can I just reserve? I don't remember. Reserve, and then say, when we reserve, we say some buffer, create buffer. Yeah, so when we call reserve, we actually create the buffer. Which is what we need, because now we need to go, hey, render device, render device, render device. And then you should be good. Because it should actually be made now, even though we don't have any squares. Okay. Okay, he didn't like that. What is it? Number of bindings in bind group descriptor does not match a number in the layout. Okay, so where do we do this descriptor? Descriptors in like shader and then like pipeline. I think the pipeline holds the. So you do this, and then custom phase item buffer. Custom. Where are you coming from? You're coming from here, which is coming from here, which is coming from here. Is you. Go to you. Go, hey, when do we initialize you? Down here. Phase pipeline. Yeah. Yeah. We say, hey, you're a fragment. I think you need to get moved. So render device, create this. So I'm thinking, because what do you actually need? You don't need access to any of the data, it's a layout, which means that we should probably go, and then it wants a fucking tuple though. We definitely need to go something like shape 2D buffer um, get layout. Right, and then we're going to pass in the render device. Something like that. And we're going to say, cut this, and then move this here. Right. And we're going to go here. We're going to go, hey, you have an implementation. There you go. And then get layout, which takes in a render device. Render device and return the layout. And we do this, paste this, and we go, hey, render device, create layout, SD shape, SDF 2D shape layout, and then we need to like import this, and we'll qualify that one, and then we need to like import this one because we use it a bunch, and then import this one. And I hate you so much. Can I just make you? No, I can't. I think you're private. Yeah, why are you private though? Like, do you actually need it though, or are you one of those like you're just looking for an... Okay, you're looking for an array of entries, so I don't actually need this. I can just make the entries myself. Can I call it .build? I can. I can. Okay, cool. So we can go something like your type, you don't have a lifetime, do you? No, okay. So we can probably do something along the lines of let why is my brain decided? Let me okay, wait, no, let me anyway, let entries equal shape 2D iter dot map shape. We would want a something along the lines of you don't need this. I don't think you need that either. I don't think that's how that works. We're just going to say default visibility is this because I'm lazy. So I'm going to say, I don't think you would need this. I think you literally just say, you just say storage buffer. Like, they're all the same. So you just say storage buffer. Well, except you need the type. So we can call, collect into a vec, or we need to call like, shape dot layout. Shape dot layout like that, and then we're gonna go and visibility. Pass in default visibility, and don't have a semicolon on the end. Then you just need this, which is not really what you do. And then you go here and you just go, hey, you can have a reference to entries like that. Cool. And then we're gonna go, hey, can we go to shape here? And we're gonna go import shape. And we're gonna go, hey, and then layout, which then has the fun thing of being like takes in itself and returns a bind group entry. Except no, it's a bind group layout. Entry. I think that's how that works. And then we just say match self, so circle takes in so you take in this, I think, and then dot the build. You're binding 0. So it's, I guess, yeah, that's stealth binding ID. So that's how it looks. And are you taking a default visibility? Storage shares. Right, that's how that works. Yep, cool, qualify. That. Then we go, hey, got any grips? I don't know if I did it right, but I don't care. The compiler should be able to catch those pretty easy. Square data, triangle data, draw, binding. Okay. What's nice about making it so repeatable? So I don't have to worry about it fucking breaking. Entries, so bind group layout. You returned something? Yes. What are you saying? You're saying that create bind group layout. We need it to be filled with bind group layout entries which don't have lifetime. Right? You don't have a lifetime. So I don't know why you're saying that you need to implement into. What do you mean you need to implement into? No. Oh, I've got it wrapped in something still. You're dead to me. This is how it is. There. Passing the entries. That fucking get the layout. Now we go here and we say, hey, get layout. And then get layout's private. Okay. We'll put in with the public then. Okay. And then what are you doing? Nothing apparently. Okay, let's try that. Fix the layout. We should actually like spawn some shapes too. Hey, got any shapes? Okay, boom, boom, boom. Okay, so we need to go to main and we need to go spawn, even spawn squares. Square. Sure. Don't spawn. We're gonna spawn 500 of each, not 15. 500 of each. Okay. Sure. Width, height, range times 3. Sure. That looks fine. One triangles. Cool. I mean, the AR works really well if you've got a consistent API at least. So we want to say, cut this, because we kind of want to spawn all our shapes together. Okay, with our little thing, I have to add systems, startup. And it'd be like, spawn circles, spawn, squares. And spawn triangles. Okay, so then we're going to whoop, boop. Yeah, and when I run this, it should spawn a whole bunch of them, and they're not going to do anything because they don't exist in our shader. Our shader might even yell at us because it doesn't have the types. No, it didn't. Okay. We got about 400 FPS, so you know, struct. Triangle. Okay, I'm surprised it didn't yell at us for not having a binding exist. So we need your binding 1, your binding 2. Hey, look, it did it. Squares and triangles. Okay, it didn't complain. So that's good. So, I mean, I guess the first thing to check is to go like for each square. So in your frame share. So we go, hey, for every triangle, we should really try and cut this down. Yeah, okay. So if distance offset circle center is greater than radius plus k divided by 2. Okay, so skip anything. Okay. I think it says skip anything out of sight. Wait, if the pixel's further than, okay. So this is, we'll put a comment here, like, this is, check. Circles. Okay, so we need to actually do the, for I use 32, like, when you look at the var, I u32 equals 0, I less than array length circle I plus plus. Okay, we're gonna do not circle, square. Squares. Do something. Alright. So we need to go like check squares. Now I kinda wanna get squares rendering, but I'm also kinda like I want it'd be pretty dumb to do so this is check against other circles. Then annoyingly we'd go here and be like 4, and then we need to slash check against squares, which is 4 bar j u32 equals 0 array length squares. Square equals square, distance circle square, pass in circle, pass in square. Okay. C equals square offset minus square's position. Is that how that works? Your offset is view size divided by 2 plus view to offset. Okay. And then when we say distance, when I say circle, I pass in offset and I pass in circle. So minus square's position. You don't do that. You pass in offset and you pass in square size times 2. No, you pass in square. You just pass in square, please. You pass in offset and you pass in square. That's how circle works, I think. SDF circle. See, okay. Distance. Box. So how does the circle, what does the circle actually do? So it takes in a point and it takes in a circle. So we're going to take in a P and we're going to take in a square. So it's square. Okay, that's it. So we're going to take in the absolute of square dot size. Apparently times a half, but I don't think that's correct. And so we're going to say I'm pretty sure circle does the same thing where like length is point minus circle center. Yeah, I do. I don't know. It doesn't say anything about that. But how does it say how to do a circle? I just made circle up because I know that one. It's just length p minus s. Yeah, okay, so I did modify circle because I said length of p minus circle center. Right. Minus s. Right. So that implies that I do need to say like the absolute of p minus square dot position. So we pass that in. Wait, where are we at fragment? So we're checking squares against other squares or something? I don't know. I don't know how this works. No, we're trying to just render squares first because I think it'd be easier if we can see the squares and then combine them with the boxes. So for J, what? Wait, well no, we are inside here. Okay. So distance circle square. So we ignore any squares and then we say let c squared equal square box and we pass in offset and square. And then we say if C2, why are you called C2? You C1. Oh no, you're C2. And then we say we have to like let C1 equal smooth C2 and 15, and no, it's not 15, it's K. Have I fixed it on this one? Or is that what? No, it's okay, thank you. That's probably actually why my boxes went really sharp the other time. I was just smoothing them with a 15. Okay, so we say if C1 is less than A, and so A is absolute C and A is okay. Well, that seems like hell. Okay, so let A is absolute C, let B is absolute. Okay, if can C. Okay. I think that should be fine. So then we say V is true and can C is false. Okay. And we say if C is greater than 0 and C2 is less than 0 outside of both shapes, and then we say that L equals 1 minus circle radius plus just circle radius. Okay, we then L minus 1 times square. It's not square size though. I was just doing that to work out the distance. It's not square size. We need to work at how far outside the circle we are. Outside the square we are. Which is what B is? B is how far outside we are. We could just let the AI get away with that. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to work. It might. That. You're also setting circle color. Ooh. Oh, we set the circle to the square. I don't think that's how that we did it. I don't know what the AI is up to. It's been a bit of a goof. I need to get rid of all these comments because it's really plugging up the fucking. Okay. So what are you saying? So you're saying that I set other color from rate. Okay. So we set square color from the circle's radius. I'm not going to question you. Inside the other shape, which in this case is a square. So we say that the length is B, which is the amount inside the square we are, times 2, divided by. It's not the area of the square though. That's not how you do that. I think what we want is the. Maybe we want the size divided by 2. I'm trying to work it out because like the furthest you can be is half a square inside, like half a side inside. So multiplying the size by, I mean, it might work. Again, it might work. I don't think it will, but I'm not going to bother changing it until I like see that it doesn't work. Mostly because I'll put a note. Maybe to do fix this. It should be half x. Well, no, it should be half x. It should be min half x half y s squared. No, to the power to 2. I like how the AI is like, I can fix that for you. Min of times 2. No. Min of x divided by 2 and y. And y divided by 2. I like us trying to fix it, but I was like, I don't actually know if it's broken yet, so I'm not going to fix it. So inside this shape, so then we just take your radius, okay, and then inside of both shapes, and then it's the same thing. We want to do that one, okay, and we set that. So that means we can now combine circles and squares. Now I don't see any squares sticking to any circles, but that doesn't mean there's not any squares sticking. So now we have a lot of things, and so you're a circle. What are the odds that they're all circles? Probably pretty high, because I probably fucked up the thing. You're a square. Okay. Wait, I have no idea where you are, but we should probably just like actually render squares, and that might help. All right. So that's probably going to tell us that everything's broken, and it's fucking horrendous. Okay. So for some reason we can't. Oh, wait, are we inside squares? Check against squares. Check against other circles. Yeah. Okay. So that's all done inside of circles. Did I not save maybe? No? Okay. I'm surprised I don't see something going on. Anyway, check against squares. So, wait, I'm very confused. Where? Go away. Yeah, check squares. Do something. Okay. So, the very first thing we need to do, I guess, is calculate that we want this square. So our square, let square. Okay. And then we say distance square square. Skip squares that are too far away. That's not how that works. It's distance from offset to square position is greater than what is the maximum distance it can be? Because I know it's a squared, b squared, c squared is a squared, b squared is the distance. Like, what's the square root of a squared, b squared? But like, if I said like, hey, so like let's do this. It's a 3, 4, 5 triangle, right? Like, so if it's 3 on one side, 4 on the other, it'll be 5 across the hypotenuse, which is the furthest away it could physically be. It's technically going to be half that, but if we know that it's 3 and it's 4, if we just say 3 plus 4, it is always greater than 5. Like, is that's always the case, right? Like, I believe so. In my head, that makes sense. The hypotenuse is always shorter than the sum of the other two sides, because otherwise it would be a line. Hypotenuse is always shorter than the sum of the both sides, because if it reaches, I don't know, you get a triangle past 180 degrees, can't you? Yes, but you can't have a triangle less than 0 degrees, which would make the hypotenuse the same length. I'm trying to think if there's ever an angle where the hypotenuse 90 degrees is the greatest difference, but that gives you the greatest A to B, A B to C ratio of like 144. Because if you go more acute than that, then C approaches the length of A, which means that you've always got the additional B. And then if you go more obtuse than that, then A will shrink as, but yeah, so if we just, again, it's just about doing the bare minimum to make sure that it'll fit, which is we just literally say that the if the square dot thought it knew why didn't you do this in the first place, you bastard? I don't know what you're doing. You've assigned something wrong. Okay, anyway, so we say C square box offset square, and then we say if C is greater than K, skip squares that are already inside. That's not how that works. So what you've written up here too, it's skip circles that are too far out. C is greater than K. I assume, I don't actually know if this is the case, but it's skip squares that are too far outside. Okay. I assume. I don't know. God damn it. Well, now I see nothing, but that's because the shader crashed. Right. So we skip squares that are too far outside. Basically, if C is greater than K, K can't pull it back into that range. And we say the color is equal to 0, which is the default color. Is that what you do on? Yeah. Okay. And then we say that T is equal to 0, and then we say that V is false, and then the C1 can check against other squares. Cool. That's all we're going to do for now. It also didn't finish writing it then, that's why it's angry. So other square is J, and then we say distance square square. There we go. Skip squares that are too far away. S2, square box, offset other. Right. And then smooth them, and then if C is less than 0, do whatever this monstrosity is inside other side. Okay, we can do that, and then we can do that. I think that close it up. Probably not. We are currently at the closing of the for loop, which confusingly. Did you consume my for var if v? Is this one of my issues? Is that I'm checking each pixel with a shape until we end up inside a shape, and then I'm returning here, like v return, right? Which implies check against other squares that this should probably be out here, that we should check every shape. That might, okay, let's try that actually. So first off, are you compiling now? No, SDF circle point. Where is this? What do you mean? This isn't here, this doesn't exist. Okay, I'm curious if my issue is that I'm actually only checking the first circle. I'm checking that against every other circle, but I'm only checking the first circle. So what we can do is be like, hey, can you like do this? And then we say like, we need to define that V is, do we draw this? And then the color and T, which I guess technically means even can CI all need to be out here. Okay, so you're saying if V, okay, compile down. Was that my problem? Is that I was only checking the first shape that matched? That feels like that was my problem. Okay, well that's hours down the drain, but I actually don't know because it may not be the entire problem, but that seems like very much like what's happened is that I was finding the first shape that matched. Which, by looking at this and how tight these are now, I probably also can get rid of the whole squaring them to work out, like to emphasize the gradient, because I think, again, that was to do with the fact that, yeah, so we're going to go here, and we're going to, okay, so first off, you are my special little one that gets to go, boop, if the, you still work, okay, cool. So we get rid of your V, your T, and your can. So this again all goes away, because this is all about checking that, and then we go, hey, I don't see any squares. Oh. So first off, can I just say like, hey, if you get here, can you just like return sure. Yeah, okay. So if true, return that. So the answer is we're never getting here. What about here? No, that or the color is horrible. Can we just return one, please? Okay, so we never make it there. Why do we never make it there? I'm assuming because we just never get any squares. I mean, that feels like the most logical answer, is we're just never returning any squares. So can we like, hey, if array length squares equals 0, can you return color or no shaded to render? We don't get in here either. No, not if v. Just return this color, please. I don't know what that color is, but the whole screen should be that color, whatever it is. Is greater than 0? Well, now it's black. Well, I'll be. What's returning early, by the way? Something has to be returning early. Oh no, you're just setting the color. So we iterate through each of the squares. Where are we not making it to? So obviously we make it here. And then we go, hey, like, we get to here. Okay. We get it. Oh, don't duplicate it. We go to here. We say, hey, the distance from position to square. Hey, okay, we never make it through here. So we say, so the offset, the distance from offset to square dot position is greater than, and how do you get offset? You calculate this. Okay, so this is greater than square dot size dot x plus square dot size dot y. Well, what is the square sizes, by the way? Are these really big squares? Kind of. Maybe we can multiply them. Wait, why are you timing it by half? If I multiply them, it goes black again. If I add them, does it still go black? No. So what you're telling me is that apparently either my distance is wrong, offset square position is greater than square dot size plus square dot size. Well, the thing is well, if we multiply them together, it seems to work. So that's something. This was that, like the square root of a plus the square root of b is the square root of c, and then so the distance to c is always greater than that. Like, no matter what, I'm pretty sure that this should work, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's because it's greater than k. Like, is it literally just that plus k is too much? No, stop putting the plus k back. No, okay. By how much? Plus 200. Plus 2,000. Hey, look, it. Okay. Well, there's part of the problem. You're drawing a big circle around the center of the fucking thing. If the distance of offset. Now, why? Offset is u to offset. Well, that's concerning. View dot offset plus voxel output dot clip position. Now, why is that concerned? Because the fact that this does this implies a certain level of the distance from offset to square dot position. The distance from where I am to the position of that square. Unless you're saying that square is at 0, 0, they are wrong. Question, are there any circles outside this range? There are, so there could be squares out here, which means that this is definitely wrong. Or actually, technically it's not. Wait, no, if distance is less than square. Continue, no, that's the opposite of what I want. Okay, why? I don't get it. First off, now the whole thing's black because it's always getting here, because distance is never less than square. Alright, first off, let's do this, but let's comment this out so it doesn't skip, and we'll work that out later. I'm assuming it, offset's wrong. Offset seems right. I don't understand. The distance and the squares dot position. Okay. Well, now the whole screen's at least black, but that's because we're returning early. Okay. So, are we rendering squares yet? No. Now, where are we getting to? We're not rendering anything. Okay, so this is where we get to find out what happens. So we're going to say, hey, if c is less than 0, then return color divided by t. Now, the issue is the color is probably still black. So can you just return? Can you return 1? Okay, so that means that the formula is definitely wrong because it just never returns anything. Oh, well, it does, because it's just like a pile of squares in the center of the And they've got rounded corners. Okay. So that means that this is wrong because we're saying P, which we pass in. Okay. What am I doing wrong calculating the squares? So let's just say square. We'll just say P minus square. So this is, I think, one of the issues, is that we're taking the absolute of P. Okay. What is a minus squared opposition? Is this the problem? No. Okay. This could be very much wrong, but anyway, we're gonna go. Let's not do that. Let's say that D is equal to P. What if we just removed the square stop position, the whole dot? Oh, we just hey, don't render the square. Oh, it's not gonna. Hey, how's this working? It's not. Oh, it just always returns a number. I think it's always returning 0. Okay, so you're rendering a square, but you're a square at the center of the fucking room. So that doesn't make sense. So D, which is the absolute position, the square minus the square's size. Can I then just like can I just like also then minus square dot position? Like, is that how that works? I don't know. Nope. I don't get it. I think I'm just returning zeros, which is what's wrong with you. First off, let's get rid of this. And go, okay. So length plus. Okay. Alright. Something is terribly wrong. Let's say, just say, can we return d.x? What is that actually going to look like? Hey, you're like an infinite square up and down, which makes 0 sense, to be honest. There should be multiple squares, so this makes even less sense, to be honest. Okay, so we're just returning d.x, so maybe we should just like actually reason about this in a way that makes sense. So we absolutely so we're going to say that so d, that's square. So we're going to say d is equal to p minus squared opposition. That's our position in the world, right? And then we're going to say that the left edge is equal to d dot x minus square dot size dot x. Wait. Yes, times by 0.5. So that's the leftmost edge, and the right edge is there, and then the top edge is there, and then the bottom edge is there. So the top edge is not plus. I did minus. I think that's plus. And you're minus. I don't know. I inverted the coordinate space. So. Right, and then we're just returning d.x. Okay, so we're saying that if p, so okay, so I think I see where this is going. So we're only like LE. Anyway, I don't see where this is going, but anyway, this is too dumb. It's fucking idiot. Okay, so what we do is we go. Alright, so first off, I don't think that's at all how we're supposed to do that. So we say that the square is at position, right? The square is at position. That's where the square is. And then the left edge is x plus is x minus this x half the size, and then the size and the size and the size and the size. Okay. Then we say like that the LD, not LD equals so the left distance. The left distance is p dot x the position of the x minus the left edge, and the right distance, and then right, which is right edge minus x. Their x is positive. That'll give us, no, that's the wrong way. Okay, so I think that's it. I think it's this minus right edge. I gotta really reason this shit out. Okay, so we're gonna start, like, first off, having it all laid out the same way so I can do the same math. Top edge. Okay. No, go away. Go away. Don't return. Just ignore it. Okay, so we have the left edge, which is the x position minus the square. Okay, and then the left distance is the x position. And then if we are inside the cube, it's to the left of us. So if we take our current position and subtract the x, so if we're at 0, 0, and it's at -5, the distance to it is, in fact, -5. So we want to add it to ourselves, because if we were at -5 and it's at -5, no, well, it wouldn't. Would it not be at negative? I don't know. Well, I don't know. All right, sure. So if we're 0, 0 and it's at -5, I think we want it. The distance to it, we want negative being inside. So it's at, so the leftmost edge of the cube is at -5, and we're at 0, 0. Means we want to subtract, we want to add, because that means because if we were at 5 and it was at 0, now we want it to be -5. I feel like we need to, like, subtract the left edge. But if we're at 0 and it's a -5 and we subtract the left edge, that puts it at 5. Okay, no, I'm not following. And so for 0, 0 and it's another time, that means we're at 5 and it's 0. We're still, if we're at 5 and it's at 0, we're still at -5. So I think what we actually want to do is say that it's actually a left edge minus p dot x, because that means if we're at 0, 0 and it's a -5, then we subtract 0 and it's -5. And then if we're at +5 and it's at 0, then we subtract -5 and it's a -5. Okay. And so the right edge is going to be the other way. Well, I think the right edge is going to be, so again, we're at 0, 0, it's +5. Then we're at +5. And then if we're at, so I think it'd be right edge minus p dot x. All right. So if we're 0, 0 is +5, then we are if we're 0, 0 and it's +5, then we are at then the answer is +5, right? Because we subtract nothing. But if we're at 5 and it's at 10, we subtract 5 and the answer is 5. Okay, yep, that works. And then so I guess the same thing would happen. Would be LE minus PY, and you would be, so it'd be top edge, yes. Right, and then you would return the min, because negative means inside. Would you return the max? Look at this. So you return the min of the max of the max of the max. Okay, so you return the min between the max of left edge, right edge, left distance, right distance, right. So the maximum between the left distance, okay, so we want, maybe we want the max of the little right then max of the top D and the bottom D, and then the min in 0. So max 0. So we take the maximum of the left and the right. So I don't think that's right. So if it's left, we want to be -5, don't we? If we're inside the box, and so we're at 5, so I think this actually is the other way around. If it's at 0 and the right edge is at 5, we want the answer to be -5. So it's x and then right edge, right? Because then, so if we're at 0, and I think that's, if we're at 0 and it's at 5, the answer is -5. Right, and then if we're at 5 and it's at 10, the answer is -5. Okay, and then same thing at the top. So if the top's at, if we're at 0 and the top's at 10, so it's the other way, we want p dot y minus t, and then it was like this. Okay, so we then want to know, yes, if we're at 0 and the top's at 5, then we want to get -5. Okay, yep. Okay. So then we want to go, we want the maximum, because if we're off to the left side, then one number will be really negative and one number will be positive. If we have any positive number, we're out the other side of the cube, because all the numbers should be negative if we're inside the cube. So if any of the numbers are positive, which is what the max of the max does, max and a max and a max, any of the numbers are positive, then we're outside the cube, and so we will take that. And then we want the minimum of that and 0. That seems wrong. So we have the max of the max. So if either of these numbers are positive, we're outside the cube. If either of these numbers are positive, we're outside the cube. If either of these pairs of numbers are positive, we're outside the cube. Hence, max, max, max. I think that's right. I think we can actually just get rid of this minimum. I don't know what this minimum's about. Let me just do that. And it should just render us squares, but like kind of boringly. Well, I think they're all just rendered here, which means that we're not offsetting the x properly. Like I can tell there's more than one square there. We should probably get rid of that test square that we were spawning. That's Bevy UI stuff. It is to go. Okay, let's set up camera. It is to go so I can see the other squares more easily. Okay, so there's all these squares here. So first off, they're already tiny for some reason. So why is their position so close together? My assumption is that all the squares have somehow got some kind of weird thing wrong with them. They're all getting like numbers that are too small. So you return the max and the max and the max. Alright, squared up position. Okay, so I'm going to say something like if squared up position is less than let's say 100, can we return 100? So idea being, oh, I don't like that. You don't like that then? Maybe no, what the fuck? Else return that? I don't know. Do we need like length? Doesn't like that length. No, just say position.x. There. Okay. So now we have to find the cubes again. Well, the answer to that one, I believe, is that go to the 100. they're not getting their position set properly because they're all just at position 0. So update square, you just pull the square out, extract square. Translation, position to truncate. Can I please print line extracting square, no, I'm gonna say translation, and go, what the hell is wrong with you? Yeah, okay, format string. Why are all the squares at 0, 0? According to this, square data, global transform, affine, translation. So what I need to do is say something like, I have access to the, I keep writing this like I'm writing in Rust, and I'm like, I don't have access to this data. Like, I can fucking touch whatever I want as a shader, so I can just be like, check squares. Hey, if square dot position dot x is greater than 100, return any squares have a position greater than 100. With a position less than 100. My guess is I may have fucked up the shape of the data. They're all less than 100. So my thought is, did I not give squares rotation? So I said size, rotation, position. That may not be correct. Square. Square has a size and width. So size, position, rotation. Vec2, vec2, vec3. Size, position, rotation. Size, position, rotation. Okay. Hey. Fuck you. And then we have to fix the triangles as well. They're not rendering them, but size, position, rotation. And then we go triangle, and we go, hey, you're triangle data, which is width, height, position, rotation. Okay, as we go back to the shader and go, hey shader, this is what a triangle looks like. Width. You don't need pub, thank you. That's just because I copy pasted some code. Undo. Your tab. Width, height. Okay. So that was our problem. Let's go back to wherever the hell we were printing out that horrendous piece of debug code. Right. So what are we doing? We are going back to the shader and going, hey, can we stop filling the screen with bright red? Do this. Go, hey, can you not do that? Which means that in theory, all the squares should suddenly be, hey, rendering weirdly, like, all over the place. So first off, can we turn this distance thing back on? And get however many frames back? Oh god, frame time went down 3 seconds. We're at 270, wait, does it 270? 270 frames. And then we turn this off. We go, how much longer does this take? We lost about 20 FPS. Okay. Okay, so you can turn that back on. We're going to say, hey, you can come back on. And then if C is less than 0, return white. Okay, so first off, let's go back and let's just revert this horrible square function back into whatever the hell monstrosity I wrote. So, we want to do something like, no. Sure. That actually looks right AI, so fuck you. Right. So that works. Now you're not blending with these correctly, and you're also not doing color correctly, but that's a square problem. Now, why is the squares are not interacting with the circles is my next question. So this is check squares. Now why are you not working? So we say let square distance circle square. Can I return what? You're not going to compile because you fucking continue after return. So annoyingly, if true, and something like that. Okay. So what are you complaining about now? Don't you dare start sticking random. Expected a semicolon. Oh, because you need this to have a semicolon. Right. So all the circles are returning white because all the circles are, I guess, at least that distance away from at least one other square. So that, you know, that checks out. Okay. The question is, are any of them passing the distance check? Yes. Which actually is kind of concerning. Because none of them should be passing, because all of them should be at least so far away from at least some of the squares. Like, it's implying that all these ones that have color to them are either returning early for some reason, which I can't see them doing, because I'm pretty sure I explicitly took that out, so they can't do that. Which means that they're failing this circle square distance check every single time. Distance circle square, which takes the absolute of the center of the circle minus the center of the square. Okay, that's also just a terrible way of doing it. So we want the distance to be the absolute of these two. The absolute difference between them then we want the maximum between the x wait. No, we want b is equal to the distance. Why would I be doing absolutes and stuff? The distance of this between the center of the circle and the center of the square. And we want to say that if distance circle square is that the return, if the minimum, if okay, if d, this is just a number now, if distance, if b is greater than the radius of the circle plus the max of the, well, we'll just say plus circle x, circle size, circles x and the y, right? So again, we have a small issue that there are clusters of circles that are implying they are never more than that far away from any of the fucking squares, which is not a good sign. The distance between, okay. First off, that's distance square square. What are you distance square squaring anyway? Can you just return false? I don't know what you're doing, but distance square squaring. Okay, so I feel like something's using this. So if I just return, if I just said if true, return false. There. Now it's always failing. I need a second semicolon, which I believe is backwards. You should all be lit up, because if distance circle, so if distance is greater than this, we're skipping you, which is confusing to me. Distance, wait, okay, I'm not following this one. So if they're white, it's because they are running the square check. And to run the square check means that circle square passed. It returned false. Right. Return true. Which I think is the other way. So that means all the circles should now be colored in. Okay, right. which means that we actually, I think, want to flip this. So we want to say that the circle square returns true if it returns true if the distance, yeah, no, if the distance is greater than the circle. Yeah, no, that's correct. If the distance is greater than the circle's radius plus the square x plus the square, I think we just want to take the max of x, like not x plus y, of x and y. So I feel like x plus y is just going to give you. All right. So again, kind of confusing how any of them are actually passing that. Or is it one of those, like, if they pass it once? Okay. Is if they're colored, they're never passing it. If they're white, they've passed it once. Which, I think means that if they're white and have a... Okay, I guess that makes sense, doesn't it? It's only if they're physically touching a thing. What would we be looking for? Is we want the squares to be a different color. Maybe. So if you get to square, like if you happen to be a square, and then I guess if you get to here, can we return 0? This should mean that all squares come back black. Okay. Yeah, so if the circle touches a square, it comes back black. It comes out white because it passed the check once. Okay. I mean, that's plausible. I think that's right. You can just like not return earlier. That seems right. If true, return. So circle square check is working. It's still not compiling because I fucked something else up when I did that. Can you please take me here and find it? I typed 2-letter D's because I was tab backing. Okay. So now the concern is that the circles should be doing something. I think it's because the squares are winning in terms of like precedent. Like the squares get done first. Oh, no, first. The squares are returning early, and it's like it has to finish checking all the squares before you get the. So I am surprised that the it's not rounding the corner here. That doesn't make sense. So these guys are getting rounded. But that kind of implies that this is doing it wrong. All this does is set V to true. Yeah. But do I ever set V to false? Because if I never set V to false, it may just do its own. It may just do it every time. There was a reason to, though, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I fixed that. Maybe that was a bug and I fixed it. And the whole reason I'm doing the can see is... Anyway. Anywho. Okay. So let's do the boxes. Alright, so we say check squares. So we say, hey, you would do square, and if your k is, if c is greater than k, skip square too far outside. If c is less than 1, return white. Alright, return black, I mean. So you're just returning black, which is just not what we do. I don't think you have anything equivalent to that. No. So we need to clear to you, and we say, well, apparently, if true, you're just returning white, which is kind of funny. Check against other squares. Hey, the squares stopped having rounded corners, and they're now blending nicely into the cubes. I guess because the squares were overriding the cubes. I don't know about how I feel about that one. Okay, so how are our squares even doing that? Yeah. Okay, so check square. And we say check square. We say, hey, check against the squares. And we go, okay, so if of a square, okay, distance square square. Okay, well, distance square square, I'm pretty sure it just doesn't work. I have a feeling that distance square square has the same problem. Distance square square. It's the distance between you and you. It just, yeah, it's, well, first of all, it just returns false. Okay, distance square square is okay, so distance square square is, this is the distance between the two, and if d is greater than s1 dot size plus s2 dot size plus s I don't say, like, is that length? Like that? First, I want to know what's actually getting skipped. So, what? I guess not getting skipped. What do we do? So distance square square. And we say, hey, if you get here, can you return vec 3 or vec 4 0. If you get here, you're black. Okay. Is that saying C2? Right, can't have if true and okay, so lots of squares are passing this test. I guess all squares are passing this test at some point or another. Which, to be honest, wouldn't be the case. No, yeah, they should, because at some point they're all at least one square away. Okay. Okay. So I mean, they're all at least making it to here. So then we say, hey, it's a smooth, and hey, okay. We go, okay. So this is again one of those. If we get to here, can we outside of both shapes turn no color? If true, return black. Right. So I'm just trying to, again, reason about it slowly so I don't have to fuck with this shit too much. Is to go, hey, if true, return black. So black means if you're returning black, it means that you are outside of both shapes. Now I don't know how you're getting black because you're not outside of both shapes. But it's the blending between them. Okay. And you are clearly hitting something that's invisible. So are you. There's quite clearly something there. You're just eating it square. So I'm thinking, what do we do? Is we go, well, first off, inside both shapes. Return no color. I don't know what that's going to do. So you're like growing because there's a circle there, but then you're not actually, like, the circle's just not rendering. Eventually, hey, you're inside both shapes. Okay, so what we need to do is well, first off, sort of like returning black. So what the hell are you doing? So this is outside of both squares. So somehow we're setting the color to something really horrendous here. Can we just return color? Where's returning color? Thing is, I don't want you to ever return anything else. So can I like turn this off and then work out why the hell you're not working? Where was it? Alright, I remember to turn that back on. I'm going to return color here and say you what? Return does not match the return type. We need vec4 vec4 color 1. Right, so we do that, and then it should be returning. This is only going to return the stuff that matches this specific thing. Nothing else can get returned. How are you getting color? How? So you're first off returning black, which is hilariously indicating that this is not actually doing what it's supposed to be doing. So turn this on. Yeah, okay. So first off, why does that count as being inside? That is not how that works. If C is greater than 0 and C2 is greater than 0, outside of both shapes, not outside of both shapes, how are you doing this? So you're negative. This point is inside of both shapes, which means, one, my logic must be broken, because there is no other way to get that to happen. It's cool. Half size. It was half size. No, it's the size times half. And then Q is the absolute of P minus position, which I don't think is actually what you're supposed to do. Minus half size. Q. Maybe it's minus half size. Like, the thing is that it actually is lining up correctly in the sense that it's well, there go the rest of the boxes. Is it this? Nope, the boxes are still gone. I'm not quite sure I follow. Hey, look. No, it's very wrong. Well, what this indicates is we're doing some kind of really incorrect thing. So I think the absolute of position right here, which I mean makes the most sense. It's just relocating the pixel point, because we're passing in the point, and then we need to move the, I don't know, bounds. Maybe what we're supposed to be doing is subtracting the bounds, and then that's the half square, and then we say maybe B. No, because I'm sure the B has to be the size. Right, because we're still getting all the boxes. It's just when they overlap like this, they get negative, because that implies, okay. So I don't get that one. Well, it could be, no, because it's too big. I was going to say it could be the overlap, like the smoothing. But it's not. It's somehow, if the point is below one and above the other, they're both giving out 0. Okay, so first off, I'm gonna have to say something along the lines of C, yeah. So you'll see. I'm gonna go, hey, if both C's are 0, that the only time this can be set is if both C's are 0 and their rounding is below. But I want to go, hey, as soon as you get to here, if C is less than 0 and CC is less than 0, skip this square. It now discards this, which means it is in fact that they are both below 0. They are both below 0. But that shouldn't be possible outside of both shapes. It's, oh no, it's just inside of both shapes. The inside. I'm an idiot. Inside both shapes. Goddamn AI, filling shit in. I'm already blaming the AI, it's like my fault. I should have picked up that that's actually inside, and then this is less than, so this is inside shape. And then this is inside other shape, right? And then else less than, C is less than inside of both shapes, which is what that is, which is, so if you're greater than 0, you're greater than 0. Ah, okay. So this is less than 0, and this is inside of both shapes, and this is inside, this is outside of both shapes. We want this to be outside of both shapes, which is that C is greater than 0. Yeah, no, never mind. No, C is, I don't get it then. Okay, no, I thought that was, no, so C is bigger than 0. Didn't I just write out this, but I think I might have wrote that backwards. If C is greater than 0 and you're greater than 0. Okay, yeah, so it's still appearing. I'm gonna say, wait a second. Something else is causing this, because I'm not getting here. Like, I'm saying, hey, if they're both greater than 0, which is this condition now unreachable because it'll hit this first. We skip it, and it's still coloring it in black. So if I do this, it should stay black. Yeah. Okay. So that implies that. Let me just put this down here. We go, hey. Well, first off, you should be returning color, so that doesn't even make sense. Why are you black? I think it's because nothing ever sets your color. So if you're inside both of those shapes, inside of both shapes, oh, let's just returning black. That would be why. Hello. Well, it's still returning black, but so I want your color to be I think just the amount that they overlap by. So that would be what is var L equals, we want the absolute of C divided by, I guess we've got that, don't we? A, yeah, so the so we want A divided by A plus B, and then we say color plus equals square times L plus L equals B, and then other, and plus L. So we should now be coloring, come on, oh, I think these are just in the right spot. Okay, so now the inside is getting colored on a nice little blend. Okay, so instead what we do is, hey, don't put the color on us, I tell you to. Lovely. Oh, that's why I was getting confused, because it was returning a color when it wasn't supposed to be. Okay, then we want to return if I guess you don't even need the if true, you can just return the color at the moment, because I'm inside some if statement, so it's like as long as it's not the last thing I do. So just return color. I think I want to return color divide by T, because we actually want to know what the color would be, which at this point is nothing. That's weird. Have I moved outside of the zone? No. Well, I guess none of the colors. Am I returning? I am. I'm continuing specifically on the condition that I'm checking. Okay. Good job, me. Okay. So now we have this nice little blends around corners with these guys, and then they actually blend significantly nicer than the fucking circles. Which, again, I wonder if it's because I fixed that piece of code where I was like, I wasn't checking every circle, I was just checking the first. So you're kind of like bleeding into it a little bit. So it's not doing the corners here, which is because I'm actually not checking that, I don't think. So we say, hey, you're inside of shape. Inside of... Alright, so C is less than 1, but okay, so inside of this shape. Because, no, C inside of other shape. And then inside of this shape. C is less than 0. Alright, so this is, so we're taking B times B. Let L equal B times B divided by other side dot 1. No. Okay, so I think that's what so this is why I've written like to do. Make this the min of X divided by 2. So we want to say the so that should blend that a little bit better. Well, that's the thing. We want to first off return when we're here to see what that color is. We want to then not return anything else. Not anything else. Just know. So you're not really blending colors is the issue. So it's inside of other shape. We say other, add this. Well, I guess that's what we want it to do, right? No, what does the circle do when it's inside the other shapes? Check in squares. Check in circles. What do you do when you're inside of other circle? We say that your B times B divided by R times R. Can I just return? Color divided by T. What the hell does the circle actually do? The wrong thing. It should be returning some level of gradient, right? Because it should be blending. Because it's saying, while I actually don't know what it's trying to say. It's saying if C is greater than 0, add the other shape. I guess. So if the other shape is inside, B times B divided by radius times radius, color, LL, the color. Yeah, so you're not inside this shape, but you're inside the other shape. I don't think this is how it's supposed to work, but anyway. I guess it doesn't matter because it doesn't have to have a gradient. It would be nice to have a gradient, but I gotta work out how to get the gradient. Like, I think the only way to get the gradient would be to well, it wouldn't work with this particular situation because what I'm saying at this point is saying this is it drawing a circle from inside of a different circle, so it's only because you're in the wrong circle, which makes you the right color. So if I just turn off this return color piece, well, because right, you no longer render anything. Because it's this strip here after the colors have blended that I'm actually looking at. Which, I mean, I guess it looks correct. The idea is that the, I don't know what's happening here. The colors have to do the same thing if they're inside versus when they're outside. Like, it's inside this shape, but not inside the other shape. So it's like, well, don't do anything, just set the other shape color. This is how you, which is actually probably why something's looking a bit funky, is because I think, technically, the way I've got this set up, there's B times B and then other times other. So we have B times B and other times other, and then you can put this is inside of this shape, which should be this, except it's supposed to be square, square, times square, square. Also, we should really not do that minimum twice, like let min equal min times min, and it should also be a times a, and then copy this, paste it here, do that, and then it should be b times b, and we do that. Okay, what does this look like? You kind of pinky rounded. Okay, so we do need to go. Okay, first off, why you're returning early, so that's probably causing some breakage. Alright, now we have to go find where the square does it. Wait a minute, check against square. Check against square. So there's an issue, is that depending on whether the circle is done first or the square is done first. I guess circles are always done first, so I actually technically wouldn't see it. But it does cause a difference. So we're going to say, hey. So if inside of other shape, and in this case the other shape is the square, so we want to do that. Inside of this shape, it's circle. Okay, so then we say x is min square x square x. Just what we call u, square, yep. Okay, then we say it's b because it's upper. And we go that, and then go, okay. So that should mean that the squares do the same. Ooh, they don't. That's interesting. So if a square does it first, it gets a different color. That's actually quite interesting. So why is this? Am I just not doing the rest of the square right? Why is it darker? Because it was correct. What do we have? We had. Oh. Okay. What does the square do here? So the square is b times b plus square dot size to a square dot size. That's interesting. First off, because that implies, well, first off, I guess I'm saying first off, that implies that the only place that this is ever getting hit, like this is saying, like if I said turn this off, and I said return the color here, you're saying that this just never happens. It never happens with a circle. Wait, then what the hell's setting the square's color? I don't get that actually. Square dot size. It's because it's not square dot size. It's other. Inside of other dot size. Other dot size. I mean, it still doesn't make any difference to the color. Why is it so bright? Okay. I get it's probably because it's the only thing setting the color here. Maybe, I don't know. Alright, let's move you down here and go, okay, what do you look like then? Inside of this square. You're very bright and vibrant. You've got that, like, see, look at this blend in here. Oh, it's lovely. I don't know what's wrong with you. You're blending nicely, like it all just looks, oh, that's looking a bit dodgy. Let's ignore that one. Min, square, square. What I want to know is actually, if I say color equals vector 3, 0, if I say your color to black and t equals 0 before doing this, like I wonder what color you're actually setting it all. You set the whole thing to the same color, don't you? Yep. It's a nice color. Actually, it's probably just a solid color, to be honest, because I'm just getting the value not changed. Okay, yeah. You've all got that. Okay. So then that all looks fine. And then this is inside of both squares. It's not that much of them. Why are you like this? I guess. I don't know. It kind of makes sense. And then, well, you don't return anything now, so that's fun. I mean, the squares look like they're blending properly. I don't know what's going on here. I still feel like there are squares missing, but I have no idea how to track them down. Like... I also assume that they don't have rounded corners, because if they don't have anything nearby, they just don't blend. Okay, so there is still definitely some quirky shit going on. What is causing this? I need to like return just a color and find out where are you going terribly wrong. So it's almost certainly somewhere inside of circle. I should have cut that and not backspaced it. So we're gonna go up to circle and we go, okay, can I get you just return color here? Well, I've already got it, returning color here. Can we uncomment this? We need to turn everything else off. Okay, so you are the wrong color, but I don't think you're actually the thing that's causing the wrong color. I think the thing that's causing the wrong color is actually higher up, which means it's actually probably this that's causing the wrong color. If I go up here and turn this off, then these segments are the wrong colors. So that'll be a bit funky, but if I turn this off, now I'm returning them with just the first color that they try to choose. So you're definitely wrong. You should be quite orange. That's the problem. So how the hell are you doing that? And how do I fix it? So I'm taking the circle radius A plus A, and then plus the circle radius A, which is obviously incorrect. So we want a different thing, pretty obvious. So well, first off, why am I adding other color? It's circle radius A. So that would be circle dot color. And your other radius would be other dot color. Why would I ever want? Well, I've made it pink now, which is better, but okay. So let's just start again. So what is this doing? This is if you're not inside either of the shapes, then you want to take the you want to say circle dot radius plus A divided by circle dot radius. That'll give you a number greater than 1. So it's the other way. So it's circle radius plus A. So as you get further out, you get a smaller number. Circle dot radius. So that will give you 1 when the circle radius is 1, which is probably not actually what we want. We get rid of this part. This is the second part. So we're just going to turn this off for now and go, hey, you're drawing purple on the purple side. It should be orange, which is the confusing part. It should be quite orange. Instead, it's adding a lot of pink. I think what that means is that you're like adding primarily the other color. You've got like a nice pink halo there too, which is dumb. What did we add other? Yeah, I had other for a reason. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, okay. So it is definitely color dot. Oh, well, you know what's probably happening there. No, not color dot. It's circle. Circle the color. Circle the color. Color. Right. So what's happening there is I'm probably returning too early, and therefore not. Okay. So it's better, but it needs the other color added in to blend it right. So I'm assuming I can just do the same thing. I don't know what this monstrosity is, but we're just going to say do that. You can't do that. Do that. There we go. Okay, so first up, we need to return color. Right, so you're ending up quite pink, which is incorrect because you're all the way over there where you shouldn't be adding really any pink. So that's because circle radius divided by radius gives us 1. So in this point, you're very close to 0 because the only way to get here is if you're greater than 0 and you're greater than 0. And the only way to get there is you're like within k units of the thing. So I think the answer is actually it's just a, the distance of a divided by the circle's radius, right? Does that make the color look better? Probably not. Again, we can't return the color right away. Can we get rid of adding the other color? Which one is causing it? That's definitely looking better, but the pink is there's still a lot of pink being added. So you would then become B divided by other dot radius, and then add other dot color. Okay, yeah, way too much pink being added. So what am I trying to do? So the idea is that when we're a little bit up, or a little A, we want to add a little bit of the other color. The bigger the A, the more of the other color we want to add. The bigger the A, the more of the other color we want to add. Which means we actually want to be doing something like 1 minus, but it's like up to, so only like not be doing that. So what am I trying to do in this particular situation? Well, first off, I want to like turn off everything else. Now that's hard to do because, well, first off, we can turn off before we check squares. So we can go return if v return this. So we can if v return this. All right. Then we can say so this is checking distance circle. Right. So we can say continue. Right, let's put if true continue. Actually, it doesn't matter at that point because it's only circles, which means I think this is actually the same. It doesn't matter because I know for a fact that the circles aren't going to be doing anything. So I just need to make sure that it's only adding color from where I am, which is we need to make sure that so this is, again, this is circle colors. So you just need to do this, just turn these back on. If I do that and that, and then we don't turn V to false, we just don't add the color. So I guess the easiest way to not add the color is just to get the condition, which is obviously the first condition. And we just say else if true, else, like that. I think that should stop it because we're doing the first one only. Yeah, this is the only thing adding color now. So why is there so much goddamn pink? And there's a lot of purple. Okay, so when I turn this, let me put this on its own line so I can turn it on and off really easily. Like that. We go like this. There we go. So, well, I think I disabled the majority of the other color. Alright, so you're probably the purple, pink, orange. Right, so if I do that, orange, no, purple, pink, orange. Why is there so much pink over here? Why are you adding so much goddamn pink? This is the only thing adding color at the moment. Like if I turn this off, you're not getting color, right? You got even pinker, so it's actually hilarious. Pink. Okay, you're the only thing adding color. So, first off, B divided by other radius. Var L can be added. So, you're adding a hell of a lot of pink. And you're adding a lot of orange over here, which is... Actually, that one's pretty fine. So, purple's definitely wrong, because purple's adding purple here, and pink's adding pink here, but pink's over here, purple's here, so purple should be adding that. This needs to be inverted. So this is B. So this means that the bigger B is, the more purple we add. Which is wrong. So it's 1 minus the B. Right. Which means we now add purple here. But that's still wrong, because you're still adding like points of purple over there. Can I get you to break? Right? I need you to break. So the first thing to add some color. The purple definitely adds. You are adding purple. That's what's happening. And why are you adding purple over there? So much purple over there. The issue is there's probably another fucking circle. So maybe we should be working on this one. Or any of these others, really. Somewhere. I wonder why they're getting color. It's interesting. Alright, so I'm gonna find that back again. Well. Yeah. Alright, so you're putting so much purple over there. It's because as we get further and further away, you're adding more and more purple. So what if we just add other dot color? So, hey, whenever you hit this, just, oh, this is just adding L. We're just adding black. Okay. So, color plus equals other dot color. So, don't ever add yourself. Right. So then purple never turns up because purple doesn't add itself. You add a lot of pink. Pink is the only thing. Pink's the only other color apparently. Does that mean it's you adding you? So it's you adding the other. No, that can't be the case. My concern is there's like something under there. So you adding the other means that you're adding the pink. So it's you rendering first. You're hitting there and adding it here? No, that doesn't make sense. We only add the other color. It could just be that they're combining to a really big number. Can we say that you just add, we just add L? That should give me like a gray. I need to leave it on. We just need to make sure we're returning one minus the other. Yeah. So it's just one returning white, which is hilarious. That's quite interesting actually, because if it's just returning white, it's probably because it can't divide by. Because I would have thought it'd be returning grays, but not. We are putting in all the channels. I guess it should cancel out, shouldn't it? Because if it adds it as it steps away, and the other one adds it as it steps back. What if we said it's instead it's B minus L? So what if we said only add the color? Well, if L is less than 1, color dot R plus equals 1. Okay, and then get rid of this bit. I should have made it really red, is what I should have done. Okay, so L is definitely less than 1. If L is less than, I don't know, what are you actually even giving it? 0.1? So what we're learning is B is already really small, which means it's having like no impact. So why don't we just add B? what is B at this point? What? Of course, I was less than B. If B, what would it be? Like it has to be like less than 16, right? Like B. B is less than 1 at red. So, right. If B is less than 16, okay. B is less than 15. Alright, we should be the other way. If B is greater than 15, is there any red? No. So B is greater than 10. Binary search for it. Okay, so it does go up to 10. So should we not say that L is just equal to B divided by 10? B divided by 10? I don't know, this is going to add way too much of one color or another. But anyway, can we check, is A, where A is greater than 10? Well, apparently there's nobody where A is greater than 10. What is A? A is the absolute of C. Where A is... Wait, really? Just nowhere? Where A is less than 10? Don't tell me that A is never... Oh, okay. So A is less than 5? A is... A can't be negative, it's the absolute value. A is less than 1. Right? A is less than 2. Interesting. Well, actually, that is kind of interesting because it's saying that we're adding it there and there. Well, that just clicked. Of course, we're going to get shitty gradient. We're adding the absolute, which means that like we're adding both. So we can say, well, we only ever get here if they're both positive. If C is less than... Okay, we only get if they're both negative. What? So that is a good question. If C is less than 0 and B is less than 0, I don't actually understand why. I would see... I'd see B negative over here. Wouldn't that be positive? C1. Why do I said let C is less than 2? Okay, that makes little to no sense to me. Why? I guess each one. Okay, I need to... that would probably explain why B is big. Right. Okay, so we need to do something like if. So we're going to make U R and we're going to make U G. So we can say if. So if A is less than 2, do that in it. We're going to say if B is less than 2, make it G. And then obviously they're going to override each other. Obviously, but C color dot G equals plus equals 1, like that. And so B is less than 1. Okay. Well, apparently I spelled that horrendous. Okay. So we get yellow, which is actually even more confusing. Saying B is less than 1. Can we... can we not do that? Alright, so where the yellow is means that like they're both are doing trick. Okay. So they both have to be negative, positive to get here. But it's like one's from one side and one's from the other side. I think. I can't. Oh yeah, but what I'm assuming is if you added your own color. Right. If B you add color plus equals other dot color, right? Which means that you, okay, cool. And then you're not the case. Okay, we're just gonna ignore you for now. So since you add other dot color, okay, so B is less than 10, add other dot color, which should give us purple. Why are you putting pink? Probably because it's hitting it multiple times. Which is why we kind of need to be like, so we need to be like T plus equals 1. Because the idea is if it's other, so if it's less than 10B, so B is the right number. So you're putting it in the wrong spot. So no, B is not, so B is to be self. Color. Circle. So circle. Circle, not color. Yes. Okay. So when B is high, so let's say B is less than 3. Ah, you flipped. Okay. So when okay. Other. So when B is low, we want to put a little bit of other. Why are you putting so much pink in you? You're putting purple. Okay, so what if we said L and L? And then also got rid of the whole thing. We just said color L. Well, one, it turns it blue apparently. Because I guess it's just summing up and dividing by. Okay, so we're going to say L equals A divided by, I guess 10 as well. I don't know which is going to win. And then, wait, no, don't add L. That's why it's gone white. Ignore this. We want to say, it was other dot color times L. There we go. Right, so you are adding purple and you're adding pink. But you're doing it wrong. The purple needs to be over there, so circle the color. There we go. So now the purple's on the side where the purple is and the pink's where the pink is and the orange is where the orange is in the wrong spot there. But I think that's because we aren't adding A, so we're going to like A divided by 10, and then we're going to say just add L. We need to add other times L. So purple's there, the orange is there. That doesn't seem right. Well, the purple one's right. That one's right. The orange isn't quite right. The purple is fine. Maybe it'll look better when I blend them. when it blends them. What could be happening is because we're dividing both by 10, but as we learn, A doesn't go nearly as high. So maybe we should be dividing A by 3, because A just doesn't go as high. Now the other trick is to like add the other colors back in and go, is it really obvious where the blend line is? It is. It is extremely obvious because it's in the middle of fucking orange. And you're like mirrored. Should we just add A? Can we just times A plus A? Well, L. No, don't times by L. You should be way more orange. I don't understand how I'm fucking this up so badly. I'm assuming it's multiple colors stacking together. So let's just say like your B and then add B. So just really crank up the other, which is just making it sharper. Why? It was orange. Orange remember coming last on. No, orange still. Why is it specifically those corners? And then a counterpoint, is it because I'm specifically doing these corners? Like if I just like said, hey, don't specifically override these corners outside of both circles. Because the issue is it's doing it when, okay, that's the key. it's doing it when it's not actually outside of both corners. See, it's supposed to be doing it here, 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 here. So it needs to be doing it when it's outside of all shapes. Okay. So it needs to do at some point, because otherwise these shapes end up being black because they're not set by any shape. But the issue is that it's doing it when it's inside of a shape, when it's supposed to be outside of a shape, which in reality just means we need to like weight it in such a way that the orange. Okay, what the translates to is we need to. This needs to basically be orange, which I think means, first off, we're inside the orange shape right now. We're inside the orange. So this value just needs to be like way smaller, maybe. Which I mean, it's obviously going to be like the wrong color because, like, again, what's happening is that we're setting this color, but we're never finding the orange. But we are finding the orange. I assume at some point the orange has to be adding a little bit of color. It could. Does anything return early? It could also be we're doing this. So, I mean, when did we turn this off? Let me say. I don't think it does anything. Does it break anything? Doesn't seem to. So my only thought is, like, if we make that the blending on that sort of specific situation really low, because I think that potentially is what's happening there, is that the weighting of not inside any shape is just so extremely high relative to being actually inside of the shape. Right, like the amount of color that it's adding is orders of magnitude bigger than just being inside of a shape. It means that the orange is just getting overpowered. Make the screen bigger to try and well, we found another one. I want that fancy one back, but I can't find it again, which is somewhat scary. Okay, so hence it's not on every shape, is because we need a shape where inside and outside. Interesting. Well, I wish I could find it again, but there it is. Okay. So what's happening, I reckon, is that the orange, which is just the orange, when do we actually add the orange? So if we said, I need to just add, like, if true, if this, so orange is added after that, apparently. So we're going to split this onto a new line so I can easily insert between it. We're going to go, and we're going to go, oh, first off, turn it on. So this means that if it's orange, the orange is there. Okay, well, we've got a weird pink thing as well. Okay, well, that's even more bizarre, but okay. So that implies the orange is added here. This, which is inside of one and not inside of another, takes a times a divided by radius times radius. So what if we didn't make this so tiny? I think that's probably what's happening there. So we're weighting it far too strongly towards other forms of color. If anything, we probably want to say, so we need to do a, because that's the value, times divided by radius, and then we could, like, times it by 10 to say that it's 10 times more powerful being inside of the shape of a color. And then we need to be like, hey, can we divide this by, like, 30? Hey, okay. So now we get to, like, prioritize which is more important. Which I want to blend more across there. Now, what would that be? Yeah, we're gonna put these everywhere again. Okay. we'll put the one here. Okay. So this, which is okay. So that's that, which is what we. So all we're doing is that, which is we're going to weight that really low, which is if you're outside of both shapes. Outside of both shapes gets fucking. Let's give it like basically no impact at all, because the idea is that these should still be really easily colored in because they're not weighted by anything else except that they're outside of everything. So that gets the lowest rating. If we make the rating maybe 300 on both though, because I think otherwise we end up with a priority to one direction. No, maybe the other way. 100. It feels like it's weighted slightly more to whichever one gets drawn first. Like the orange just tearing through. Anyway, like it feels like it's going like that one's going that one and that one, and that one's going that way. Yeah, they don't feel like they're blending as well as they could. We could maybe do A divided by B, and then B divided by A, because that should make them reciprocal. And then we need to again weight them down so that they don't overpower the whole thing. So we do like times 10. Wait, times 10? Doesn't that make them stronger? Yeah, I think we're going to divide by 10. Yeah, okay. We divide by 10 here, 2. Apparently a really powerful quite here, which is because A divided by B. I would just said B divided by A on both of them. That's the wrong slide. It's not how math works. Okay. Maybe divide by 100 on each of them. See, I think this is happening because A divided by B and B divided by A is giving me like really big numbers. B and A. Well, that's definitely backwards. Okay, so A and B. Maybe we need them times drawing each other. Right, because then it's okay. It's only with a blend. So that's why you don't want them to. Okay. No, we need to be A, we need to be B, and then I think we want to maybe add A times, no, B times 10 plus A. Divided by, yeah, and so we say A times N plus B. I don't know. We've added a way to weight back in, okay. 5. Again, it's prioritizing that too much, but that might get fixed by other stuff because it's fixed it there. That kind of looks alright, but maybe not. No, just give it A. I think we like by 100 and no. Just want to say like B divided by 100. B divided by 50. For some reason, it just feels like the orange is overpowering everything else. Maybe it's just orange does that. Yeah. Times by 100. Anyway, what are we doing? So we need to work. Okay, so we have that. We turn that off. No. Turn this on. Okay, so what is that rendering? So that's rendering. That's rendering all the lines where you transition from this to that. From this color to that color. So what we want is this to be not just bright orange. Right, hence that's where the issue is coming from, is that this is putting a bit of orange here, a bit of pink here, but it needs way more purple. Interesting. All right. Interesting. Alright, so where are we doing? We're not making it past here, which means it's you that's adding these, which is that you're outside of that one, but inside of other circle. That's interesting. So this is only rendering when you're inside of another circle. But that's not true because it's not only rendering when you're inside another circle. Where C is less than 0 and so where C is less than 0 and 2 is less than 0. So wait, this is inside both circles, isn't it? C is less than 0 and yeah, you're both. C is less than 0 and oh, C is greater than 0, so inside other circle, but not in this circle. Right. So you then add B times B. Okay. Maybe we should add B divided by radius instead of B times B divided by radius. That might help a little bit. It's not really going to change anything here, but we do want to be adding a little smear of pink. We need you to like slowly gradient to pink. You can have a sharper gradient line, maybe. No, you need a lower gradient line. So I reckon we need like A. So this is other. I wonder what happens if we add some self to it. Like we say like let L equal, oh, let's make it a var. Okay, we say like A, L equals A times, oh, it's just A because we want it to be overpowered, and then circle radius and not over 10. Circle radius of 10. What does that actually look like? Oh. Did I accidentally turn off this, maybe? Well, I did, but... See, we're adding a little bit of pink in. Maybe, I can't actually tell. So the pink circle is obviously the one that ran, because it's drawing orange. The pink circle drew this, that's the key. Pink circle drew this line, which means it should be getting pinker. So if I said like A times A, so A squared, we just said like A times 100. It's not actually doing shit. But this is getting very pink, which means that it's actually the pink probably drawing this. Pink's drawing that. Why is it getting so pink? Oh, well, we're not actually adding any color, so I don't actually know what's going on. I'm probably just going crazy. Okay, so we're gonna say color. Yeah, I think I'm going mad. Okay, so color, circle color. Okay, so now you've gone like sort of a hazy whitish color. And so you've added a blue and you've added an orange, and for some reason you've added blue. This is orange. So orange is adding some of self, which means it's turning this quite orange. And it's because A is like significantly larger. Like, as we said, like A times A, which is the wrong way of doing this, because it's basically saying the further away you get, the more color you want to add. So it's... So we want to... It's more like we want to do like 1 divided by A. Maybe? So we have a little bit of orange here. And as we move this way, we get more blue. Maybe we could do like 2 divided by A. So, this is adding blue. Right. So we're going to do the other way. So 1. So what it means is we probably want... We know that this is bigger, so we want to make this number more powerful. So we're going to say B divided by radius. What if we just said 1 divided by B? 1 divided by B. We're adding the other color. What was it? What if we just added B? Because as the other color gets... As we get close to the other color, B. Okay, and then we get like a b divided by 10. That's like a question of intensity, isn't it? So you're like adding orange there, and you're adding blue there, and quite orange, but there's still a little bit of tinge of pink. So it's 1 divided by a. So the question is, when we turn the other colors back on, does this suddenly become really overpowering? It does. It's because of the infinities at here, I think. Hence, we want something more like how we had it, like where it was 1 divided by circle radius times a. Okay. Again, we still end up with that line of infinity. B times divided by 10. What do we just add again? Like, what do we just add B? So we're going to grab this, move this down here now, and go, hey, what does this look like? Well, could we like and false? Just so you don't draw the majority of it. Okay, so this is the inside of this circle, right? Which we're going to keep. It's this one we want to turn off. Okay, that one's bizarre because that's the blob of pink here is really funny. So I want to turn this off too. And then false. Just always false. Right, that blob of pink is coming from somewhere else. That blob of pink is not supposed to be there. So, if true. Right, which means we're never running this, we're never running this, we're never running this. If this, for some reason, however we're calculating this, which is inside of this circle, is adding a tiny, tiny blob of pink over here. Which would be really funny. Is what's fucking me up is that there's actually a tiny pink circle there. That would be kind of funny. Alright, what if instead of doing all this, we just said that your color just equals circle dot color and t just equals 1. Yeah, if the tiny circle turns up, or if the pink goes away, okay, pink gone. So order of orientation, right, which means that we want to go. How would I flip this so that, like, I want the lower circle to go? We're going to say if t is less than 1, not quite. Less than 2. What's happening is the orange circle's being drawn first. So 5. Well, now they're sort of meshing together more and more, which is kind of fun, but look, now you're turning up. 30. Look, it's back. So 20. That's interesting because it does seem to be coming from here. Like, it disappears in the center, which means it's not you. I don't know. That's weird. This is the only thing adding color, and this is adding a divided by local radius. Right, so first off, what do we do times a divided by circle radius? Let's get rid of this. This is sort of blending together. Now, what's interesting with this is it's actually doing it wrong because, as you can see, like the more it adds, it should. it is a gradient the other way. So it's because it's linear. So we want like a times a divided by, oh, it's exponential. I want maybe the other way. Times. So that kind of brings it back, but anyway, we want to like maybe we want to cube it, quintuple it. Well, that just basically makes the lines sharp, which is kind of what we want, but not really what we want. Kind of feel like I want to gradient the fucking circles to begin with, which would mean they need to start white, I think, because I don't think I can add nothing. How do I do that? I'm gonna try that. Like, these circles are looking kind of better. I don't want this pink fucking spots coming from. It has to be a circle in me because nothing else is doing it. All right. So turn that on. All right. So if we add the other stuff back in, so you're the lines. You look pretty hideous, and it's because that these values are way underpowered, aren't they? So we're adding L where L is B. Wait, okay, they're way overpowered. Yeah, I think these are way overpowered. So we like B divided by 10. Hey, look, that pink dot's getting even more powerful. What do we do? Like B divided by 100, 1000. Okay, inside of other circle. So don't add yourself then. Just add the other color. Times 100. Okay, we just want b squared, I guess. B times b. It's too much, too powerful. Well, maybe not, because like right here, which is where it's doing it, is actually, I think, one of these spots, isn't it? Which means it's actually doing it in a spot that it's not. That's kind of cool, right? So in reality, I think I kind of want this to be A, and then we like rank their priorities. So this is A, right? And then over here we get this horrible monstrosity. So this is too powerful, I think. So times B. So making this more powerful makes these lines more pronounced. So this is getting too far over A. Alright, so we probably want this to just be B. That made it so much worse. Because it probably made all the numbers much smaller. I don't think it's you. Is it? And false. Right. Interesting. So that made you really strong. Right. So it is you. You're adding too much. Which is interesting. Because why would making you bigger? Oh, because it's adding the other. We only add the other. Maybe if we just added self. We got rid of other. Oh. Bar. Okay, that makes it really horrendous because we're adding orange, only orange, blue, only orange. Okay, so it's definitely other than it needs. Let's go. Okay, so it's kind of there, but not really there. This feels like it's just very wrong. I reckon this just feels like it's the wrong other. Like we just need to make So, well, if this one's A and B, and this one's A, so this is divide by radius. What do we just, instead of dividing by radius? What do we just, first off, what do we just try A? A squared. Yeah, okay. Made it A. Okay, you can see it there because we just made it A, which is, I think it's a squared overpowers. So what if we took out, where are we squaring a B squared? We took out B squared. We just went B. It blends better, but now you're starting to get too much power. So we definitely need you to be like B squared, and you can be A squared. And they're technically on the same power level because it's inside and outside. Okay. Right. And then if we go up to here, which we're just never adding in, so this is gonna, like, when it looks suddenly horrible. Oh, looks fine. I don't know what's happening here, but what I think is we probably want to say, like, we just add. I want to try first off, just add B. And just add A. Like that. Now what does that do to our color? Why are you L2? Just blah. And then you're L. Yep. Right. Looks kind of good. Kind of do feel like I want to put a square inside of both circles. Put a square there. The fun thing to do would probably be like go even stupider with it. Be like, can we make your cubed? Something tells me that technically the way to go would just be to add the colors at the power that the color has. Technically that's all I'm doing really, I'm just squaring them. And then, because that's to make sure that this one doesn't get priority. Okay. So then we go here and we go, hey, check against square. So we go, hey, square, can I just do that? I don't think that matters, we just sure. Let's call it branch prediction and go like majority of the time once this is set, this is set. And then we can branch predict all at once. So if C is greater than, so both outside. Right, this is for smushing squares in. A weird ass circle. The smushing squares in if, okay, both outside of shape. Okay, what are you doing? Both outside of shape. Then L is equal to B. I guess we'll just square times B and then B. You don't even need L in these sections. So both outside. Square times B. That's what we do up here, I think. Just in circle. We say, hey, if you're both outside, it's L times other times A. That seems backwards. Why is it other times A? Inside of other circle is B times other. Well, that would probably explain why that yellow was being a bit fucky. Down here. Shouldn't it be B times other A times self? I don't know what I've done, where I've done what. I broke something. Here. Surely the answer is that it's just A and A self. No, these are definitely the other way around. The question is, do the boxes have the same thing with it? I'm gonna say yes. So you are definitely gonna be A and B. B. Okay, That's better. I think you have an issue though. Here. So again, B. It compiles too quickly for me to trust it not to be doing to actually be doing any kind of optimization. Okay, so we have okay, so we have so if they're both outside of both shapes, then it's in color AWB, and then so okay, so then we're just gonna apparently it is B squared. So the trick is just to inside of both shapes. It's just B times B. I mean, it looks fine. Us. Okay, so we just times L, plus L. Okay, and then so else if 0, 1, so inside of this shape, so then it's just A times A, which is then squared like that. And then if you're inside of both, then your B times B, and then A times A, get rid of the to do, it's not happening anymore. And then I'm going to say, let's make you a var, and then get rid of you, or you just L. L equals A times A, L. Okay. Does that look fine? Kind of. One of the colors seems to be wrong there, but I don't think that's the me problem. I think my frame rate's continuing to go up. I guess it's because I'm going away from things. It's only rendering when I see them. Okay. Okay, so check square. So to check squares, we go we check square distance, we check square box, and we go See, from what I'm thinking, I don't think I need to check the squares against circles, because at that point we've already done that in the circle section. So we can say, hey, C is greater than K, skip squares that are never going to reach, and then we say let some square get square and continue, and then we just square to square. We say square and we offset, and then we opt smooth union, and then we say, I think that's all we do, right? Covariance of squares. So you do, yeah? Yeah, okay. So we skip ourselves, which I don't think actually really matters. We could probably do it anyway, but it might be faster. Anyway, so we say absolute A, and then we say C, and then C on, and we say, okay, outside of box. So outside of both shapes, L is equal to, I think it's B, A times A, right, for that color, and then for the other color, and then B times B for this color. So then we go save that and go find a box competing with the other box and go, are you actually wrapping your color correctly? This looks so weird. Do you look like you're wrapping your color correctly between boxes? Yeah, it looks right. The little circle looks a bit funny, but kind of want to turn the smoothing up just for the sake of it. Like, yeah, you look like you're doing it right. Whereas if I flip this, if I said B times B and A times A, I think this is gonna flip the, yeah. Yep, that's definitely wrong. All right, so it's A times A plus, oh, maybe it's just A. Maybe we just go, I actually want to see how this changes frame rate. 220, let me say M times A, and then, right, no, times B, and then your times B, and then we have we spell you can go away. You can go away. You'll just B and A. Gained about 2 frames. Anyway, so that color doesn't look quite as nice. I think it's B times. Oh wait, I'm adding B. What times by B? Times by A. Okay, backwards. Wait a second. Backwards? Oh, because yeah, B is this and you're A. Oh, yeah. Doesn't matter which way order I add them in. That looks much nicer. So then we're going to say, okay, is C, so inside of other shape, so it means min of, okay, yeah, no, we were just really overly complicating this because we're already doing that when we check the thing. I guess that's what was happening. So we just want to add A times, okay, this is other, so this is B times B. Don't use L, so just add B times B. I need shapes that are overlapping. It's squares specifically that are overlapping. Love it. Squares specifically overlapping. Apparently it's a rare sight, squares overlapping. God damn it, find me some squares that overlap. Or else I can't tell if they're overlapping. I guess it would be nicer if it was rounded, where they sort of blend together, but instead you get that such jagged edge. What if, so inside of other, what if we did like, it's like A times B and plus A times B? What if we gave incentive to B, so times, so B times B plus times B, right? Trying to work out some kind of way of making it not so sharp. It's not really doing anything. Maybe when we add the other stuff. So inside of this shape, so we want to go your A times B. A times. We use it so much, we should probably pre-calculate these, but you know. Look at the frames we're losing. Yeah, see, it looks less now because, okay, so what if we get rid of the get rid of the A, I guess. Look at the, ooh. First off, that's very incorrect. Ah, because we're still adding the second one, which is greatly reducing the amount of reduction. Yeah. So it's sort of blending in a straight line again, which I prefer to when it was like you could see the boxy underneath shape, but whatever. Inside of the shape. So how do you do that? What you would do to keep the underlying box is we say inside of other shape, and we say, hey, you need to add other color equal to the square of that. But can I add okay, that's probably not right, plus A, and then we want to say color dot square. This is wrong, isn't it? Because, well, yes, because we're like subtracting the color now. Yeah, okay, because A is positive, but like we're only doing that. That's very bizarre. B. Okay. What do we like? Okay. What does that look like? Nothing really. I'm thinking like we probably should get rid of the squaring because I think they're cut into our frames a little bit. So else if so inside of this shape, which is square dot color times a times a, okay, and then we say inside of both shapes, which is then, I mean, inside of both shapes is this bit here. So we, instead of doing that, we're going to say a times b L. And we just use the same L, so we can just, it's like L plus L. And then other times L, so plus L again. Oh, see? We got a little diamond back. I think it's smushy. I kind of want to turn the K value up pretty high. Feel like 25. How about that one? Where are you getting this from? Okay. I don't know what's happening here. So weird. Alright, let's work on triangles, I guess. Hopefully they don't take us long. So we need an F distance. Distance triangle. So return distance from, okay, so this from here to here is greater than, no, we don't want those. We want to take the max of that plus k. Check if the triangle's too far apart. Okay. So let's get random triangles rendering first. Not normal triangles rendering first. I mean, so check triangles. For triangle. Okay. Triangle is equal to triangle. Distance is if distance offset triangle position is greater than width plus height of triangle. Skip triangle too far away. Bar C dot triangle offset triangle is scale is triangle. Skip triangle that's too far away. Okay, check against the triangles. Okay, so we probably should make this function and say then triangle, which takes in a point and triangle, and I have no idea what it's going to do. We're just gonna let it go. So check triangles. Var C equals st triangle, st triangle, array, triangle. If triangle distance. Skip triangle to far apart. Get the second triangle. And we say smooth that out triangle, and then is this and this, and then say is this and this, and so if C is greater than 0, and so outside of both shapes, we say color plus, okay, let's not, plus A plus B. It's very slow code. Anyway, so then we say inside of other shape means that it's other dot color times B plus T times B, okay, and then C is less than C is greater than inside of the shape triangle, and then inside of both shapes. There is 4 states, yes. I don't know. First of all, that's not how triangles supposed to work.